a certain amount of curvature that one does not experience. It's a horizontal flight. The thing about that was, that's what amazed me when I found out it was flat. Jumping out of aeroplanes as well, parachuting, you see the horizontality of everything, but you don't clock it. You don't register because you're not thinking about the globe. You're thinking about, you're enjoying the sight as you're descending, and then now you're worried about how you're going to land. Feet together, and you land sideways. Okay, this is what you are told, and you roll into it. So you're concerned more with that. Okay, but the point is, you see everything and you don't clock it. That's the thing. It's only when you look back in hindsight, you look back and then it hits you. Yeah, that was flat all the time. My word.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me all those times I was flying, I wasn't flying over a curved earth? Shit, how did I miss that? It's that simple, ladies and gentlemen. That simple and that crystal clear, more clear than glass.
Unfortunately, Jin, when you have like a model airplane and you half fill it with water and you rotate it around a basketball, the water goes to the nose in an airplane. On the globe, the water still stays at the floor because it's attracted to the center of mass.
Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, that of what is spoken of has never ever been proven. Never ever been proven.
Thinks down is toward the South Pole on a globe model.
You know, fill up an aeroplane half full of water and then take off and then fly around the globe. It's never been done. You see, this is what I mean, ladies and gentlemen. They offer you up junk, and if you're sleepwalking and indoctrinated and dumbed up and dumbed down, dumbed sideways, you're just going to take that and think that's true what he said. It's never been done.
Well,
so he offers up something that's never been done. Who's done that? Who's going to waste the money and the fuel and the time? Get out of here with your nonsense.
Yeah, because I was using a model plane with a model ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's never been done.
No one's used a model plane on a model ball.
Never been done. Don't offer up shit that's never been done. My words still stand.
Have been put
it's
on
never
model
been
balls.
Done, ladies and gentlemen.
Who's
done that? Put up a model plane, or even a real plane, and do this? Because you'd still have to do it with a real plane to actually be sure. Yeah, do you know what I mean? A model plane's not going to be good enough in this case, unless you're going to fly over a model globe. So you have a model globe in the sky, okay, and then you have your model aeroplane flying around that globe. That's what you'd have to do, and even then, you'd still have to prove it in reality. You'd have to do it for real. This is what I mean. You can't do these things. Yeah. You're relying on believing. That's not knowing. That's not proving.
But unfortunately, your misconception of the globe has some magical table underneath it, which is attracting water, as if it was poured on top of the North Pole and flows off the edge of the equator like a giant waterfall.
Why are you saying this? This has got nothing to do with proving curvature here. What are you talking about here now? Look, we're talking about the flights. We're talking about flights, characteristics,
when you talk about
trajectories. He's talking about a globe ball on a table. And of course, when you pour the water on that globe, of course, it doesn't stick to the globe because the surface of the globe is not level.
Oh, you get it. You do get it.
Of course, it's going to accumulate at the tangential point where the ball meets the table. That's where the water is going to accumulate and rest level on the table, because the table is level. The ball is level because it's a curving surface, and a curving surface can never be considered level.
Can I ask you a question?
Hence,
about
the flights that you fly on the Earth should not be horizontal. They should be a curved trajectory, but they are not.
Can I ask you a question, Jin, about
horizontal
flight?
linear? You're being told by the pilots, and you're being told by your senses. You're being told by your spirit level that you've downloaded onto your phone, and then the black box, which is actually an orange box, is also telling you. So at what point does the globe actually materialize, ladies and gentlemen? When do we get to see this globe with real pictures, not CGI from Robert Simmons? When do we actually experience it, ladies and gentlemen? When?
Ladies and gentlemen,
no human being has at all.
Jen, what's the difference between the two models when it comes to flights? On the curved Earth, the plane will still at cruising speed and altitude.
He asked the question and he proceeds to answer it. He asked the question and then he proceeds to answer it.
Hang on, let me finish it. Let me finish it.
That's called damage.
Let me finish it.
You shut up. When you last interrupted, we're going to get moderation in here. You can control yourself. Control yourself, little boy.
He's just going to tell the truth.
Control yourself, little boy.
You're the little boy here.
Could I finish? Yeah, I wonder, Jin, if I could finish my question because I wanted to elaborate.
Well, you were answering the question.
Because no, hang on. On the globe Earth, and as same as on the flat Earth, the plane at cruising altitude, unless you change any, let's say, the speed of it or anything, will follow the same density of the air. On a curved Earth, that density will be in a curve. On a flat Earth, it will just be a straight line. There's no difference between the two models. Let me finish. Okay. There is no difference when it comes to that as when you come to flights.
Well, you're answering your own question here. You're putting me the question, but you're telling me the answer to your question, which is not the correct answer. You're answering your question.
Let me finish.
Can you actually finish answering the question?
I'm trying to finish off my question.
How do you ask a question and then proceed to answer it and tell you what it is before you can even begin to answer the question?
Is coming. The question
can
is
you
coming.
Shut up?
The question is coming.
You're being an impatient child. Let him finish.
Yes.
The question is impatient child. Let him finish.
Substantiated. No one has proven it. Neither of you, if you're listening in the live stream, if there is a live stream, I'm not too sure. Right, so no one here has actually proven it. So to say that it would be the same as a joke. We haven't been living on the plane. Would a plane, 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 would a plane. I do not know. You don't live on the globe. Thank you.
That is not the question. The final question is no. Would a plane on a curved Earth or spherical Earth follow the same density of the air as it would on a flat Earth?
It has nothing to do with air density at all, ladies and gentlemen. It's all to do with the trajectory the plane takes through the air. Okay? It could be fucking
you're saying
double thick air, heavy monsoon rain. The plane will still have to fly. So it doesn't matter.
Are you now
what
saying
matters
that
is the trajectory, the actual movement of the plane through the air? Is it going straight along horizontally? Or is it going in a curved trajectory, not going in a horizontal straight line? The planes travel horizontal. They keep ignoring the black box in flight telemetry. Telemetry in flight.
You've never
the
seen
black
it.
box, which is actually the orange box. The orange box, which is also known as the black box. Do you get it now? Do you get it?
What this isn't the Jin show.
In-flight telemetry tells you the plane is not taking a curved trajectory. Okay? That's where you've lost. You've lost. You've lost. You've lost. You've lost. Losers. Thank you.
You've never seen a black box. You've never seen one.
What would you do? Like, what would you do to them? Like, how would you get the information out of a black box? I would be confused. I wouldn't. I imagine I get a bunch of ones and zeros and not be able to make heads nor tails of it.
Well, how do we? The way they've been these days, ladies and gentlemen, they plug them into their computers, replay because it's all recorded, and they record it and they show you an image of the airplane. And then there's a graph underneath it, and then they show you the way the plane. There's an animation aeroplane that shows you what the plane is doing through the flight. It's all there. You just haven't seen it. You haven't investigated.
Who are these people, Jim? I just got here.
This would be the people who are involved in investigating the crash incident, the airline companies, and those who are involved in using that instrument.
They're all globers.
It's quite simple, really. It's not me or you, but we are privileged to this information because there is a site you can go to and get that information, by the way. So this public.
Are the people in the room with us right now? The people who make the animations for you, are they in the room? Like, you're sure you're not? What it sounds like you're talking about is, I once saw air crash investigations where somebody got black box data and made an animation out of it.
Ladies
not
and
really.
They would have
I
to
understand how they use black box data, and it's definitely this
investigation. Way. And part of their and when it's part of their investigation, you would need to see how the plane is flying, and that bit of animation is part of it. It's all part of the data.
The animation.
It's just simple. Stop lying.
Some shit that
See, the point is, we're not flying over a globe.
Disgusting.
That's your problem. Don't try and break down what I'm saying because it's not going to work.
Just Jin, just take a breath. What were you saying, Dawn?
I find it disgusting what you're doing and really triggering, and I wish you'd just talk normally.
Because you, as a conspiracy theorist who's not a flat earther, I could imagine myself being if I were in your position, being super fucking annoyed by flat Earth, being like, you make sensible conspiracies sound insane.
Yep. Yeah. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's quite simple. At the end of the day, We're not flying over a globe.
It was a question.
All instrumentation on the plane proves this. Plus, your senses are proving this for yourselves. If you're connected to your senses, then you've got the in-flight telemetry data, and then you've got your smartphone where you are able to download a spirit level or two, and you can check them and see or not whether or not the plane is flying horizontal, and it is. Yeah, simple.
Sounds like stuff that you've heard about from people who make this stuff and build it and design it and use it, all of whom are Globers. And you just think you've spotted something they've all missed. They may think they're living on a globe because they're under the indoctrination and they don't realize that. The instruments that they make... You're the clever one. You know how they do what they do.
The instruments that have been made are proving, and with evidence, it's there. So unbeknownst to them, they don't realize that their instrument is proving flat Earth, you see. They're not even thinking about, when you ask the passengers and those who are making the actual instruments, they're not thinking about globe. They're not.
Can I ask you a question, mate?
You go ahead.
Is it what you are saying to us? The sensible way to take what you're saying is you know what they do better than they do.
What you're putting forward is incorrect, but that's not my position at all.
Well, I'm saying your position is necessarily...
Having been indoctrinated myself for 48 years, thinking I've lived on a globe, and when I look back over the 48 years, I noticed that there's no COVID experience at all. Now, the said individuals that were offered up just a few moments ago, those who made the black box instruments, are all Globers. Well, yes, of course they are. They're under indoctrination, aren't they? They don't realize that yet.
Do you think
I can
your
speak from experience, as I am now, not a Glober. I'm a flat earther now, because that's where I was born.
Let's have some back and forth.
So yes, I can understand their position quite well, having been a Glober myself. Thank you.
Okay, so let's have a chat about it. Do you reckon if you were making a black box that needed to accurately record what happened on a plane, like an aeroplane, I mean, do you reckon if you built it for a flat Earth and the Earth were flat, or if you built it for a globe Earth and the Earth were a globe, the more closely you matched what you built it for what the Earth is, the better it would work? The better it would be able to tell you what the plane did, whether it crashed or did a barrel roll or something?
When they, I'm going to answer the question. When they make these instruments through the characteristics of the flight. So these individuals are making these instruments. They're not aware that they're not on a globe.
You know what they do better than they do.
It's telling them it's horizontal, but they're not picking that up because the instrument is just telling them the plane is flying from point A to point B and it lands. That's it. It's telling them it's level, but they're not. That's not registering.
You know what they do better than they do.
No.
True or false?
It's not registering to them at all, ladies and gentlemen. And if it were registering to them, and then they're not telling the world, then they're deceiving us, which I think is highly unlikely because the information is available to the public. So I would say that they're indoctrinated. They don't realize that their planes are flying horizontal. Some pilots are speaking out now. Flight instructors, helicopter gunships, fighters, jet fighter pilots, flight instructors, jetliner passenger pilots.
Do you think
they're all speaking out now? There's a documentary called 28 Pilots.
All right, Jin, mate.
28, right?
Take
more
a fucking breath.
But 28, 3 hours of non-stop truth about how they fly level. But there you are, you know?
Jin, mate.
Yes.
Take a fucking breath. You say something, I say something, you know?
I say what I've got to say, then you say what you got to say. Shut up, carry on.
Yeah, I'm just trying to hope that we might get into a point where, like, we could have a chat rather than you just give me
I'm just going to be the way I normally am. No one.
I know that's the problem.
Get on with it.
I'm hoping you might.
Hurry up now. Get on with it.
So, would you say that if I, having never seen motorbikes before, thought that I knew more about how motorbikes work than you did, who's ridden a CBR 1000, that would be dumb? You would know more about motorbikes than me? Would you know more about motorbikes than me?
Not necessarily. You may know some. It is possible that you may have some experience regarding some other aspects. So, I mean, we're not gonna sweat that stuff.
What I mean is somebody who's never been near motorbikes.
Well, if you've never been near a motorbike, then
never fixed a motorbike, couldn't race a motorbike, didn't know how to corner, didn't know what counter steering was, none of that shit, right?
Okay, right. Well, then you wouldn't know anything about it.
I think Jin doesn't know what he's fucking talking about when it comes to motorbikes. Would you be like, this guy's a fucking moron? I've been riding motorbikes very hard my whole life.
Right. Well, I would say that geezer would be a complete mentally handicapped moron, stupid fool.
Exactly.
Obviously,
Bingo.
he could have known. But
Mate,
But
you and I are of
not
accord.
bingo.
Somebody
As
who
an
hasn't done
engineer,
something.
ladies and gentlemen, I can understand the instruments that we're talking about, and I can even understand the psychology of being indoctrinated not to realize that you're on a flat Earth and you thought you were on a globe. As I have been a candidate of that myself for 48 years, that gives me
here's a good one. Here's a good one.
I have every right to speak. So I can speak.
So let me
indoctrinated without being realizing it. I meet them every day when they come onto
here's
the
one
server.
that will make my point, Jin, that I think you'll agree with me on. So for the non-bike riders in the room, imagine you were suddenly sort of like teleported into the world, sitting on the back of a motorbike that is already moving at speed, and a corner is coming up that goes to the right, and you, having never ridden a motorbike before, what would you do with the handlebars? Would you pull on the right?
They would have ridden a bicycle anyway.
We're testing the other people in the room. I don't want you to give the answer because you and I should know the answer to this. I'm saying for those who've never ridden a motorcycle in their life, not you and me, Jin. You and I are asking the question. For the people who haven't ridden a motorcycle. So you haven't, Oblate?
No.
Okay. So you're coming up to a right-hand turn. You're on the bike. The handlebars are in front of you. You've got two choices really with the handlebars. Do you pull them? So you pull in the right handlebar, i.e. you steer the handlebars towards this upcoming turn that goes to the right, or do you pull them on the left?
If I was going pretty slow, I'd probably pull on the right handlebar, not knowing any better.
So yeah, you'll crash. Yeah, instant crash.
You're dead.
Right.
You're dead.
So you're dead. Yeah. So it's counter steering is like what you're essentially trying to do is what that will do is if you pull on the right handlebar, which is what you think you should do, it will pull the wheel so the contact patch, the bit that's on the road, will now be to your left, right? Because you pulled the wheel out, so it pulls the front wheel, it goes whoop, and now it's out to your left, which means, to your right, it's pulling it to the right. The contact patch of your bike now goes to the right, which means you're now leaning left, right? Because your center of gravity hasn't moved, just the contact patch by where the rubber meets the road. So now you're leaning.
A lot different from like BMX riding and stuff like that, where you can sort of lean.
Yeah. So on mountain bikes and stuff like that, you still do it on bikes. You do it on every bike.
Yeah.
You don't really notice you're doing it. But when you're on a heavy bike, you notice this because you push. You get into a turn and you push hard forwards on the right handlebar, and then the bike tucks over to the right. It's really counterintuitive.
It drops into the curve. We call it drops into the turn.
And just goes wheeling around this curve like a maniac.
It just drops in, yeah. That's what happens.
People, and they kind of, you don't even need to explain it to people. They kind of just already get it, but then they get a bit confused when they try to corner harder because they try to steer into the curve. And they're like, oh, when I try to corner harder when I'm doing racing lines, I suddenly flick the bike out of the turn. You go, if you want to corner harder.
Yeah, it's called a high side. They do a high side.
Exactly.
It's a nasty mess.
So my point
but anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is not
my point,
Jin.
My point, Jin, when it comes to the globe is a non-motorbiker got that wrong. So our competence, yours and my competence at motorcycling, understand counter steering from an intellectual all the way down to a base level. You and I get it. Yeah. But somebody who doesn't get it because they haven't done thousands of hours of riding just don't get it. They just don't understand what they don't understand in order that they could read stuff. They could read a whole article about counter steering and still not get it.
Yeah, they've got to experience it.
Yeah, we've done thousands of hours of riding on road and had that sense of pushing away to turn around that corner. So that's what I suggest might be the case when you opine about navigation and missile systems.
It's not at all, ladies and gentlemen, because at the end of the day, I like I said, as an engineer and one who was indoctrinated for 48 years, I can speak for those who are making the instruments and not realizing that they're making an instrument that's actually proving horizontality, because they're not even checking for that. They're just checking that the instrument is proving that the airplane is flying and landing over a duration of time. So it's quite easy, and the instrument itself tells us that the plane is not following a curved trajectory. We're living on a flat Earth. That is a fact. Right. The instrument is telling us the truth. That's the thing. Regardless of those who make the instrument, we're talking about the instrument and the vehicle being flown. And the one point that you're ignoring again is that the pilots themselves are telling us that they're flying.
Are they really though?
Yes, they are really though.
Because my dad's a pilot. Yes. Was a pilot. He's dead now. I know a lot of fucking pilots.
It's no good. It's no good talking about your dead father. We're talking about people who are alive today, right now. They're telling you that.
Sure, but what I mean is, I've met a lot of pilots who were alive when I met them.
Have nothing to do with this at this point. Sorry.
So let me describe this to you, Jin. Of the people I've known who have flown more than like the hours required to get a PPL, so like 40 hours. Of the pilots I've known that have done more than 40 hours, there's like a Venn diagram. You know those Venn diagrams where you draw a circle and you label the circle, and one circle is pilots, and I call a pilot somebody who's done more than like 40, 50 hours. And then there's another circle I call flat earthers, and there's no intersection. The circles don't overlap at all. There are no flat earth pilots, right? There's two that have tried to take lessons.
That's a fallacy right there, ladies and gentlemen. You're committing a fallacy there. Look, you're saying that I understand flights. I've flown in simulators, okay?
Do you?
So just because I'm a flat earther and I've traveled and jumped out of planes, I understand.
He also says he's an engineer.
Excuse me, I understand.
A professional expert in everything. He's told us.
So you can't make that claim, unfortunately. And we do have pilots who are speaking out. So
what are their names? Give me the best. Give me the best, most credible pilot.
Are just not relevant.
Curious what fallacy it was.
It's not. The instruments are proving you wrong, and your friends wrong, and your poor father who passed away. Unfortunately, he was also wrong. If you say he was on a
way to put it. That is a kind way to put it, Jin. Good on you for that. Jin, could I ask you? Could you name the best pilot, like the pilot you think is the best indication?
I cannot give. I can give you one. I've got one name that hits me in the head. Is a guy called Joshua. Straight off the bat, right that now. But I don't go around, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on a second, please. I do not go around collecting pilots' names. That's not what I do. Your evidence,
Jin. Your evidence is that people.
Yes, but my evidence is coming from
where?
My experience on planes, first and foremost, speaking to pilots saying that was a leveled flight, wasn't it? And they say yes. Flat Earth, yes.
What does that
level,
tell you?
Yes. And then you've got those people.
Well, that's the way it works. Armstrong said we landed on the moon, so that means we landed on the moon.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we know they didn't land on the moon because the vacuum of space would have killed the spacecraft and all the occupants before they got there. Sorry, they would never have made it. So no human being has landed on the moon. That's a lie.
Electricity. I'm curious.
Shape of Earth. Going to the moon does not prove shape of Earth, unfortunately. That's another stupidity.
Electricity, do you reckon the moon is a place you could go to?
No, it's not a place we can go to.
I'm asking electricity. Yeah, and I know you think that, Jen.
No, it's not a place we can go to.
Just be curious.
It's just another lie, and it's another waste of taxpayers' money, and that's still continuing today.
Sure, yeah. It just
Sorry, I'm drinking because I've just done 12 miles, so an hour ago. So now I'm just taking on some fluids.
12 miles is a whopping run. Good on you, Jen. Yeah.
Well, it was actually it was a 6 mile bike ride and a 6 mile run. That's what it was. So the bike ride is to warm up the limbs. Remember, I'm 63, so I don't want to just go straight out and trundle. What I do is I go and cycle, and then the elliptical movement warms up all the muscles. Because 6 miles is done in like 40 minutes or less, and then I get back and then I go out for a run.
Good on you.
And then you've spoiled all that spiritual growth by lying on Discord.
No, I don't lie on Discord, ladies and gentlemen. Everything I said can be proven. I back up all my sources anyway.
Do you really? So, who's your pilot?
You know,
you just asked me a pilot, and his name's Joshua. That's what Joshua.
That's the first pilot I can
think of. Who's your pilot? Who's your flat Earth pilot?
Joshua, I gave you one name, Joshua. Joshua is one name I gave you straight off the bat.
But I want to be able to find him. That's not enough to be able to find your source.
Well,
do you want to present your sources
in the documentary. I'm going to give you more information. He is in the documentary called "Flatten the Curve." Okay, that's where. That's
the guy. Hang on. Jin, have we talked about this chap before? Does he start off his thing saying the jet fuel conspiracy, the jet fuel hoax?
No, that's a different character. That's a different character.
Oh.
This particular character downloads a PDF
pilot for who?
Of his flight instructor manuals, the most recent one, after he showed us the one he used to pass his flight tests and everything else here, and his examination.
Who's the pilot? What kind of flying?
I am trying to speak, and you're interrupting me now.
Sorry, it sounded like a big old gap from my end.
It's not going to be no gap at all. I wasn't even stopped talking yet. You were just trying to fit yourself in. Don't do that. As I was saying, Joshua was telling us about his experience as he became a pilot, okay? And he downloaded a PDF from his previous examination books, right? And he downloaded the PDF of the latest ones and show us. Okay, that's Joshua, that character.
Yeah, it's not super compelling. I don't know. Is other people impressed by that?
Compelling. It's compelling
in a
enough.
documentary. Like, I would want to know how many miles he's flown. Does he plot his own flight paths? Is he shown the? Would you agree, Jin, that this guy should be able to crack the case wide open? He should be able to show you the
You would never
between.
quite wide open.
Should he be able to please, Jin?
You'd have to prove your globe first, sir, and you haven't done that. That's wishful thinking on your part.
Remember, he never interrupts.
Your foundation hasn't been laid yet.
He admits it though, Cole. What he says is,
once you've done that,
once you start getting close to globe proof, he goes back to, but you haven't proven curvature, which is his way of saying, I see the point you're making is true, but because I can't find curvature, I can ignore that point. Because he did it the other day, right? We said, if a pilot were leaving Sydney and heading for Santiago, he should be heading north to head across the pizza or south to head across the ball. And Jin accepted that distance would be like nearly 90 degrees, massively in the wrong direction. And he acknowledged that and he said, but we can't find curvature. What he really means is, if I can't find curvature, the possibility that I'm incompetent at finding curvature is so unpalatable that I'm just going to assume the curvature isn't there. And if I can't find that, I will not entertain an option that includes curvature, even if it's a compelling option, because I can't find curvature.
That's not my position. My position is if you are unable to measure your curvature, you don't have a case. You have to measure the curvature. The in-flight telemetry data tells us, your experience through your senses tells you this.
Measure it, Jim. You just don't accept it.
You don't have a case.
So, Jim, could I ask you a question? Could it be the case, conceptually, just in a world, that something must be there that needs to be measured, right? We could go curvature, we could go electromagnetic, we could go gravity, anything. So where somebody's claiming there's a force, somebody else is saying, I do not detect that.
Correct.
Do you think that person, in order to be taken seriously, needs to show that they're good at detecting things? So if I said I do not detect,
not necessarily. Just as long as they've gone through a coherent, following the science experiment to prove that force exists, that will be satisfactory for me.
So that's what you are you saying? That's what you've done? You've gone through the scientific method.
We have subjected gravity.
Who's we? No, I'm saying you, Jen. You. What have you done?
Yeah, that would be me as well. The scientific method and gravity can never be proven, ladies and gentlemen. I make an observation. My pencil drops on the floor. Okay.
So I'm being told it's gravity. You've experimentally disproven gravity.
Taking you through the methods.
Yeah.
I'm being told it's gravity that my pencil is dropping on the floor. How do I prove that? Ladies and gentlemen, how can I prove that gravity is actually existing? I have a helium balloon that's rising up at the same time. Okay?
What? Is this an experiment?
Yep.
What did you do next?
The first thing, Jen, to do is pull your head out of your ass. That's the first thing.
Basically, ladies and gentlemen, his head is up his ass. He's up his grandmother's unmentionables. That's where his head is currently.
Jin, could you describe the experiment? You said you were doing science, and it sounded like you then just ended up talking about helium balloons. Did you do a test or not?
It's part of the experiment, isn't it? How can an helium balloon go up and my pencil go down? Is it
describe what you did with helium balloons?
The observed phenomena is now being debunked.
Sounds like
by helium balloons going up, ladies and gentlemen.
Sounds like you're making stuff up, mate.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I have debunked gravity.
Mister, control yourself.
But the same thing that pulls the pencil is the same thing that pulls the air around the pencil.
No, ladies, you're going to need to prove that. You will need to prove that, sir. You have to prove it.
Let me wrap it up for you, brother.
Yeah, Robert, you have to prove that, Robert. You have to prove it. Unfortunately, saying it is one thing.
That's like your fifth interruption.
Just don't interrupt, brother. Just understand it. The same thing
you need to prove it, Robert.
Hold on. The same thing that pulls the pencil is the same thing that pulls other heavy things around the pencil. So heavy air is being pulled down, right? That replaces the lighter air. The lighter
you would have to prove that, Robert. It would have to prove that, ladies and gentlemen. Never been proven. Never been proven that gravity is actually pulling air, because our experience with gases is that they're omnidirectional. They go in all directions. even in a vacuum, especially. So no, sir, you are absolutely incorrect. You're making statements that you cannot back up, sir. Can you please
Did you test a helium balloon in vacuum? Did you test the helium balloon in vacuum?
Ladies and gentlemen, I have seen a helium balloon in vacuums on several occasions where they go down, but then they release the gas, and the gas goes everywhere.
So gas plays into this. So
well, of course it does, because that's why the helium balloon is rising, because of the gas. But when you remove the air now, of course it's going to drop down because of the weight of the rubber. The rubber now has weight, you see, and there's no air to keep the gas buoyant. Okay, so now when you release the gas, then the gas goes everywhere.
So buoyancy. So you already
said. We've always said that. It's got nothing to do with gravity
your
at
own
all.
example
when I drop my pencil,
debunking gravity by helium
it's because
balloon.
it's dense. It is not buoyant. It has to go down, and then helium goes up because it's lighter than the air that make up the gases that make up
gravity. Jim.
Helium is lighter than that, so it must rise up. Okay, it's got nothing to do with gravity. Sorry.
Yes, it has everything to do with gravity, because gravity is what is different things have different weight.
Sorry, Robert, you have to prove it, and I'm debunking it every time I open my mouth. You're not proving it at all. You're just blurting out nonsense, Robert. Robert, you have to show us. I'm demonstrating it clearly. Helium goes up because it's lighter than air. Pencils drop down because they're heavier than air.
Heavier things will replace the lighter things, right? So when the heavier things are underneath the lighter things are going to be on top of the heavier things. They will stack up. That is why the helium balloon is stacking on the heavier gas. That is real coherent. Any 3-year-old could understand that.
Heavy. Lighter things go up because they're
lighter things don't
lighter
go up,
than the
brother.
air.
Lighter
so they must
things
rise up, and they rise up and keep rising. Anything heavier in the air that we live in will go to the floor.
Gas.
That's what God has ordained for us to observe and use it wisely.
Can you show us how God
That's
did
what's
that?
going on, ladies and gentlemen.
Just
absolutely
as a side,
correct. When you drop your pencil, it is not gravity. When the helium balloon goes up, it's because it is lighter than the air, and the pencil is heavier than the air. That is why the pencil goes down. It cannot be that you're in a room of gravity and it's pulling down your table, your bicycle, your TV,
Absolutely
your video recorder, your seat, sofa, your
right.
And then it
Why
cannot
are
pull
those
down the
things
helium
being
balloon.
pulled down?
That is the lightest thing in the room. The lightest thing in the room, gravity can't pull it down. But it's pulling down your heavy table. Your heavy table is being pulled down by gravity, but the very light helium balloon cannot be pulled down. Can you see? I want you to understand that. The heavy table.
Guys, you've said the same, both of you have said the same thing 7 times now.
Light balloon.
Jen, all right, you're getting muted too. Electricity, are you about? Or Riggs or somebody else?
I think Jin is on the money. This is about density and buoyancy. It's not about gravity.
Listen, I haven't gotten my chance to complete my statement. He's talking over me. He needs to listen. Okay?
Oh.
That's simply what he needs to do.
Just like you should have listened yesterday. So you're getting your own medicine here.
A little bit.
Oh, it's okay. No, I'm fine. I can survive. I can leave. I won't curse him. I'm not going to disrespect him the way you disrespected me. That's the difference between you and I. I'm happy.
I had a reason to disrespect you. You disrespected me.
I didn't disrespect you.
What happened?
Fill us in.
If you're going to discuss it in front of us, you're either going to tell us the story or stop.
You called me a bitch. You called me a Emma Effa.
I know punk bitch. You punk bitch. I know punk bitch.
Right. So you did that. I didn't disrespect you. I didn't disrespect him. All I said,
you disrespected me because you didn't listen to my argument.
Like, are we going to hear about it, or we're going to just oh wow?
I know punk bitch.
You need to listen.
I know punk bitch. You punk bitch.
He needs to listen, and I need to listen. I'm good. I'm happy.
I'm going to have to come in as a mod now. So now I'm moderating. If this shit continues, you'll all just get nicely shuffled into another room because this is fucking toilet water.
Yep. So unfortunately, yesterday's drama, the day before's drama doesn't matter. This discussion used to be about surveying geodesically, which I think Jin has not read into the subject as much as other people, including many of the people who've joined us and generously donated their time and their effort to actually do sufficient surveys.
Jin, I mean, Jin,
Oh,
Jin
now gone
is
into
left now.
another subject.
But Jin's quite comfortable touting the reason he is an expert at motorcycles is because he spent a lot of time riding and fixing and maintaining them. And that's why he knows a lot about motorcycles, but he knows a lot about building construction because he's watched docos. He's pretty open about that, but he's not here anymore.
He tells everyone that he's an engineer, and then he's admitted several times that he's because he's worked on small engines, that makes him an engineer.
Electricity, are you here? Because I want to go back to our chat and wonder if you've looked any more at differential floor compression.
Of course he has not.
Because it was an important point, and I feel like it was central to the argument, and I think it's noticeable. It means something if you've spent 24 hours without looking into where the hump starts with angle theta. Damn it. I was hoping he was here. Jin's gone. I unmuted him. Why did he go? I would assume you would just charge back in like a freight train.
I think it must have been the muting because he was having a good time before. Well done, Robert.
No, because he knows where I'm walking him to, and he's afraid. That's why he keeps talking.
You can walk Jin all the way to the point that he accepts his side is deficient and he still doesn't notice it. I can guarantee you that's not the problem. Jin will walk directly into admitting things and still not see that they're meaningful.
I walked them straight to that before. I said, they always get mad. Every time. Listen, man, I'm very skillful at this,
And that's why I was happy with the conversation I was having earlier with Electric about, like, I'm not an expert in surveying, but the people who have done the International Reference Frame 2020 and the update in 2023 are. So I was just enjoying disclosing a way to do research. You might be able to doubt the numbers, but I haven't seen any numbers that are as good from the flat Earth. Jin tells me a distance from Japan to the UK, and maybe he can tell me a distance from UK to like USA, and then USA to Japan. And the interesting about those three distances is that you can't connect them all as a triangle without bending the lines.
I mean, it always ends up coming back to we can't know anything.
You can connect 3 points, and it will give you a triangle if the lines are straight. Any 3 points. The problem is when you introduce a 4th point and introduce those cross distances. So the network of 6 distances is what tells you you can't be on a flat surface.
But won't also the internal angles not add up?
The angles. Well, I mean, if you want to bring azimuths into it, yes, then that would be a problem.
Yeah. Have you heard the one I'm calling the elderbear one? You don't go by disjointed. Doofus? Flat Earth
The
pi
elderbear
equal.
one.
So the best way I've heard somebody put it, which came from Blue Marble, apparently it's not a new proof, but it's new to me, which is on flat Earth pi equals 2. It's the best proof against flat Earth. So the distance,
right? Because the circumference and the radius from the North Pole to the equator.
Bingo. Yeah. So the equator needs to be 24,000-ish miles because we live along it and the sun goes around it. But it also needs to have a radius of like a quarter of that, sorry, in order to be an arc length of halfway around a circle, but also in order to encompass all of the landmass of the northern hemisphere. So either pi is equal to 2, or we're massively wrong about distances around the equator. Like all of the other measurements are trying to measure this tiny little fraction of a degree of this or that. And this is like the sun should be going at, rather than 1,000 miles an hour, the GP of the sun should be going at 1,570 miles an hour. It's a way, way quicker sun, or way, way longer equator. I think it's a very good one.
Yeah, Blue mentioned that before, and the Bev crew all got up in his business saying that Blue said pi is a variable. I mean, in this case, when we're trying to deal with surfaces that aren't flat, it is. Pi can vary if you're trying to define it in the same way that you just did, which is, radius to circumference.
Yep. Because the difference between like a compass needle in the center of Earth inscribing the equator versus the compass needle on top of the North Pole inscribing the equator.
That's why they're at the point now. In EA the other day, I said, who thinks they can find north? Nobody says they can find north. Got a room full of people who are curious about Earth.
Well,
none of them
the
can
fact
find
that
north.
the fact that Jen literally says he carries a spirit level on a plane, and if it was on a globe, you would literally see it get unlevel as you go down toward the equator.
It's so good. What?
Yeah.
What the fuck is inside your brain? How does he think it works?
Well, for a globe, it's
right,
like
because
the ship captain would have to put the bow down to keep up with the curve.
Yeah, he said that the other day. He said, I sailed from Nigeria to Southport or something, and everything should have slid off the deck.
He did say that. I was in here when he said that.
Say it. I've got it recorded.
I told him, I said, do they have to dip the nose of the ship down as they go around the curve?
He says, well, they would have to, yep.
But he must believe it. He's got to honestly believe it. There's no way you would LARP as...
Oh, yeah, I've always said that he is the one that fully fell for it. Completely, 100%.
Oh, J-Mac's here. Isn't
right.
J-Mac
and the reason
J-Mac, aren't you a concaver?
Does J-Mac talk in VC?
Don't know. Oh, he is. Okay, but doesn't talk in VC, maybe. We can make it friendly for you to have a nice chat in VC if you want to, J-Mac.
But I mean, I think that we were probably in a simulation, so people think that I'm crazy, but
and a simulation could mean we're in a flat Earth or a concave Earth or anything, right? Couldn't it?
I guess.
Well, the parameters of the simulation would have to present themselves to us, so there would have to be an answer.
Yeah, so
I
view it as we could be yeah, I think we could be rendered as a sphere, but we're on a chip. And if we're on a chip, we could be in ones and zeros, which isn't even quite one dimension, right? It's binary. It's not even a full dimension. And
here's how I think that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go. I wanted to listen.
I was just going to say, here's how I think it's set up. I think that the more that we see AI coming about, and the more that we are making games and stuff, and then starting to implement AI, the more it's starting to look like that there may be a day when we have games where the AI really believes they exist in the game, and that's what I think might be going on. I think that a really advanced something, I don't know if it's a society or whatever it is, but far more advanced than us would simply create a world and detail it out, make it like the world that we see, and then it ain't like one AI is controlling everybody. Each one of us would be our own AI program interacting with the world that we are placed in, just like if we were real. And then we interact with each other, but it's a whole bunch of AIs in a world together is how I would see
have
it.
We got real bodies outside this world?
I don't know.
It's like Total Recall.
Maybe.
You've been given the impression in your mind that you've had a lot of experiences. Yeah.
It could
So
be
in that
a place where people from that advanced society where they say, "Hey, I want to be put in that world for a while because I enjoy." Like it could be their way of gaming. They could each one of us could be someone that's been inserted into it
Yeah.
to you know.
You might bump
Okay,
into
yeah.
somebody one day who is a real human, and you've just got legitimately no fucking clue, right? You might bang them, you might go on an adventure with them, and you don't realize that you're the NPC in an actual human's adventure. Like, it's entirely possible,
I
right?
see what you're saying. You don't realize you're the NPC.
Yeah,
That's
you're just like
funny.
you just having an ordinary day, and he's buzzed down into this adventurer's body. And you could be both legitimately unsure, spend the entire time legitimately unsure who's the NPC or who's the main character.
Well, anyone with like 1 million followers on Twitter might be a user, and anyone who doesn't is just an NPC.
Yeah, because that's the ultimate you want for the NPCs, right? I don't know how many other people game here, but it really sucks in most single player games that you have this intense interaction with somebody. Like really, we're the most important people to one another in the world right now, right? We're trying to run away from dragons or whatever the fuck. Like we are bonded in such an intense way, but because the storyline can't progress in between those cutscenes, they're really cold and unemotional the rest of the time. You bump into them and you go, "Hey," and it's like, "What do you think we should do next?" Like they'll have like 4 voice lines. They never want to engage with you. They never want to talk about how they're feeling.
Like Jen.
Yeah, they're just
Did
like
they
a
take
wind
an
up
arrow
toy
to
that
the
you,
knee?
yeah, you pull the
Hey,
string out the back and then it just says one of these lines where you know the next direction you want to have with it, which is you can wander along with this person and you could tell them your deepest, darkest secrets. You could tell them about your dreams and they would remember it all and they would bring it up like 6 months after you chatted to them about something. They would go, "It's a little bit like that story you told me about you and your dad." And you would be like, "You remember?" You know, and it would be meaning, and it would make all these like pointless walking through the undergrowth moments powerful. And there would be a point you would get to with that where you go, actually, the very best way to do this is make that NPC unaware that it's an NPC. Make it have a full, rich life, such that you're kind of
you've got
fighting for its attention.
then
It's
you've
got
got
other shit going on, right?
Westworld, the TV show.
Exactly. That's what the show's about. Yeah, that's Westworld. Yeah, they have a full, rich life and are an NPC. It's good, right? It's good. I'm sorry I hijacked it, Cole. I
Yeah,
get
see,
excited.
and no, sorry. The way I see it too is like, say that what if they're using us to study, I don't know, evolution, and they're trying to figure out how did their species evolve, and they've got so advanced that they've created this world with all these AIs, and they maybe started them out as cavemen and let them go from there, and they've been watching how it plays out. All right, I think this would, I've said this before too. I think this is a really good answer to the what's that called where you people forget stuff in the past and then they think it's changed? The Mandela effect.
Oh, Mandela. Yep.
This is a good thing that answers the Mandela effect. If they got like their world going on and where the NPCs in it and stuff, and something crazy happens, like it breaks out in war in the Cold War, and we really do get into a nuclear holocaust type of situation. Well, they may say we don't want our simulation to end. We want it to keep going, so they might reset it back 15, 20 years, 10 years, and then kick it off again. But each time, so that the world won't end, so they can keep watching as how things going to play out. But each time they reset it back, there's so much information that things don't always load up exactly correct, and that's where the Mandela effect comes in, because that's every time you see Mandela effect, that's when it would have been loaded back for some reason, and things didn't quite load up just correctly.
And
I ain't saying I believe that's exactly what's going on, but I mean I think it works good for the Mandela effect.
Well, that, and you could argue that if people believe in reincarnation, that's just respawn timers.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but yeah, that's just they put you back in the system, and maybe your information didn't all get completely blank. That's why some people tend to have or seem to have remembrances of their past lives, because that's a little bit of code that's left trickling through the memory that didn't quite get blanked out.
Yeah, and about several hundred people had the Cleopatra experience. Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, there's a lot of famous people who, many people say, "Oh, in my past life I was Cleopatra," but you've heard that from like 15 people.
Oh,
so
right, too many people. You were all Cleopatra. We were sharing her.
Wait, you was Cleopatra too?
Yeah. Oh,
man,
no, I was a weird slave girl 17 times over. Because the thing, there's like once the world population goes agricultural, there's some suspicion that 75%, one of the highest estimates is 75% of all humans alive were enslaved. If you go back, I think it's like 5,000-6,000 years ago, and almost all of the humans that exist are slaves.
Someone's got to till the soil. Yeah.
That was a big wide turn. Where did we go? We came from Cleopatra. Hang on, back above that.
Simulation respawn
Simulation.
time.
Yeah, let's go back
Yesterday morning, I posted an extraordinarily good video, I thought. I talked about it over at Earth Awakenings a while ago, too, but I'm going to repost it. It's about 20 minutes long, but if any of y'all got time later on or anything, it's well worth the watch. It talks about these pots that have been found in Egypt. And these things they're made out of solid granite, of granite block that's been carved out into like a vase, like a vase or whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
But they're so thin you can shine a flashlight through them and see it on the outside. Yeah, I'll post it and you can watch it. And the center point, like the center line that would run straight down through the center, is like less than like 1/6000th of an inch off in any direction. They are almost exactly perfect flat compared on the top and the bottom, are almost perfectly flat compared to the center line. And he talks about how if you take a circle and find a center dot, if you deform that circle at all, it'll move that center around it. It'll no longer be right perfect center. So if you when they find the exact center line of the pot, then they measure how circular is the pot around the exact center line. And it is so perfect, it's like less than the width of a human hair off in any direction from dead center perfect. There is no way this thing was made by hand. There's no way this thing was made with pounding stones and copper chisels and sand. This thing had to be turned on a lathe. They hook it up. They're in a lab when they're doing this, and they even put it on like when you set up a lathe and you put the little dial on it and you turn it and you can see how out it is as it turns. They put one of those on several different locations of it and slowly spin it and show that it has almost no deviation from perfectly round, no matter where they put it at. The thing is incredibly well made and precise, and it's some of the oldest stuff they think that has ever come out of Egypt. These pots are from like the ancient Egypt, back when the Great Pyramid was being built, that time period. But let me pull it up here and I'll post it real quick. It's definitely worth the watch. And the guy that does it, he has a lot of other videos, and I like him. I think he has a lot of really good points, and it's not stuff like aliens and crazy stuff like that. I'm pulling it up right now. I have to back out of everything to get to it. Hey, I beat the game, by the way, Eggs.
Oh, you finished it?
Yeah, now I'm on the DLC.
Ah, fun.
All right, here we go. I got it. I'm getting ready
Was the
to
last
post
boss as hard as that one you got stuck on for days?
Yeah, the one right before the final one was probably the hardest one that I had fought. Then the last boss wasn't actually as hard as the one I got stuck on the other day. It's like it got easier at the end. There it is. I posted it in the chat just now. Why is that recording?
I think they might have had an ancient lathe, but even if not, I'm interested in why they got so obsessed with doing this.
Doing what?
Why did it have to be so precise?
Why did what have to be so precise?
So these concrete vases,
Oh, I see.
vases. I'm saying they might have had an ancient lathe, but even if they didn't,
Yeah,
and they
something
just
turning on an axle. I would think it's got to be. It's got to
Yeah.
be built on the center of an axis of rotation.
and we found a big collection of them. It just makes me think of vase makers and why you would be a vase maker.
Because it'd be a really valuable profession. You'd make shit tons of money. It could only happen in a city where somebody else produces food for you. So it can only happen with cities and farming, generally speaking. Because if you don't have people producing an excess of food, then everybody has to find their own food, and then that takes up all of your time.
Do you think this is for ashes or like wine?
It'd be wine, grape, some sort of trade goods, fermented shit or anything.
Okay.
But often the clays end up. My understanding is the clays end up often worth more in some parts of the world than their contents, because they're like, well, we make our own wine, but we don't know how to make these things. They look like magical items to us. So
you buy the thing and you get the thing with the thing inside, but you like the thing.
Where's the wineskins? You know what I mean? Fuck the base. Where's the wineskins? And they ain't Bible.
And that's the thing, I think, like wineskins are a kind of thing that people make for themselves, and they're probably quite leaky, and they don't hold much, and they don't stack well, and they don't travel very well. Whereas
it doesn't sound right. Yeah.
But a vase of wine with like some wax sealed thing on the top, that'd take wine for weeks. You could put that in a,
Yeah, but with a vase, are you talking about like not glass, right? Something different, ceramic, something, because if not, it's gonna end up breaking easier. But you're talking about
you'll have to be careful.
Hard, you don't travel and break. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but I imagine
so wineskin traveling wise, if we're talking like skin, if it's from animal, I don't know what they're doing with wine skins. But I'm trying to think of animal skin. If you have a barrier, that wine probably won't go through. I'm not sure, sweetheart, but it actually might keep it safer because you get worry about the stuff breaking.
That's the deal.
While you travel.
Sorry, guys, that's hot mic.
Yeah, well, I thought you were kind of saying the deal. What I'm talking about, you're like, that's the deal.
No, I'm talking on.
Sorry, not concrete.
Damn you. Good morning, by the way, everybody.
Concrete is poured, right? So these are granite.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It'd be lathe, like either made from clay, or the more expensive way to do it would be to make reduction, right? Removing all of the stuff, all of the granite that isn't the amphora. And it wouldn't also surprise me if they would pack the outside of that with like Hessian sacks or something, like they had a really standard design that we never get to see. Because this is one of the really interesting things about archaeology. We have so little idea of what life looked like because we have none of the organic matter they used. So if they built a house out of wood, we've just got not a fucking clue what it looked like.
Yeah.
That's why we know nothing about the Spartans, right? We know that they existed because all these other people are like, holy fuck, Spartans. And we can find armor and shields and stuff, but just not a clue what their houses look like because they built them all out of wood.
It's hard to make sense of the pyramids and Stonehenge. There's none of the woods left, and you can't see what was built around it.
Yeah, you could have had really impressive,
are you sure they had houses?
Structures.
Yeah.
And then we just wouldn't know.
Are you sure they were built out of wood for a fact? Or maybe these homes were destroyed, like on purpose, for you not to see?
That's not what we're saying, Stace. What we're saying
I'm asking you.
What we're saying is, when you dig stuff up from ancient cultures like the Romans, Greeks, Phoenicians, all of this, all you will ever get to find is inorganic stuff like clay, like granite, like buildings, the Parthenon, these big buildings, the ziggurats, the cities, Jericho, all of that shit. It's all inorganic. It's sandstone or something we've cut into shape. And what you see sometimes is like there's a hole in a bit of wood and it's a round cylindrical hole into the wood, into the stone, sorry. And you can assume, you go, oh, it's probable that a tree would have gone in there, like you would have shaved down a branch and stuck it in there and it would have been a support for a roof. But you don't get any of that wooden stuff. And that would have been so much of the stuff you used would have been a wooden spoon or a wooden this or a wooden that or a Hessian this or this made out of animal skin or just so much of the, you would have been doing some really impressive things and had all sorts of kind of cool gadgets that we can't even conceive of, like animal skins, like you're talking about, because none of them survive. Once they go into the ground, that stuff disappears and all we get left with is the rocks, the inorganic stuff.
Yeah. I get you then. Okay, thank you for explaining it down to that, because I just joined, so thank you.
What I was saying is there might be huge temples.
Good morning
around
from this side of the globe.
stone.
Good morning.
Oh, thank you. Good morning.
Earth's not a globe.
Somebody who
Quit being
says
a
it.
clown.
Listen, it
Fresh
could
is
be
here.
like, I don't know, some type of sphere above you, but it's not actually, what you guys claim. I'm sure there might be a dome or some type of spherical shape above us that's maybe not your ground moving like spherically, but yeah, who knows, right?
Spherical.
I'm pretty confident it's a sphere. You're fresh, you're not? You're doubtful, mate?
Not doubtful, very confident.
Very confident.
it's not.
That it's not. Have you done
100%,
tests
yeah.
or are you basing it on
Yeah,
internet research?
I don't dig the whole Disney for adults.
Sure, yeah.
Disney
But
for
are you
adults.
basing it on tests, internet research, gut reaction? How do you decide the Earth shape?
All of the above.
Tests? You've done tests?
Which tests?
Lots and lots of tests, lots of data, poured through tons of data.
Poured through tons of data as internet research. That's category 2. First category is tests, like you've done
Not
something
data,
yourself.
data.
Sure. Is that tests or is that internet research?
No, all of the above.
So you've done tests as well as internet research?
See, how many times, this is already getting pedantic and circular. Come on, man.
So
No, but
cool. Tell
specifically,
us about tests. I'm sorry, I didn't make it circular. I just want to check. Tell us about tests you've done, mate.
What kind of tests you want to know about?
Whatever one is most compelling to you. What makes you?
We've done visual tests. We've done measurements. I mean,
Who's
those
we?
are the two big ones, Yeah, we have.
Is you part of the we?
Yeah, me and my pa.
Oh, tell us about it. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's about every other day,
Every other day, you and your pa go out and test the globe.
No, the Earth, and it's not a globe. See, you
Ah.
tried. You're slick, but it didn't work.
Okay,
just
so
wanna-
how
just-
do you
just-
test it? Tell us about the tests.
Just be specific. Like, what exactly you did.
We do lots of measurements.
Can you describe it?
Like
From here to there, drop. What are you looking for? How are you measuring
No,
it?
there's no
What
such
tools are you
thing as
using?
drop. There's no
Yeah.
drop.
What are you
There's
doing?
no drop or curve. If you have that, then you don't have what you originally established, which is your horizontal. So,
Tell us about it. How do you establish that horizontal?
there's the horizon. That is your horizontal. You don't have to establish it. It's there for us.
Yeah,
It's
but
given
what
to
kind
us.
of
Okay, what do you do next? So the horizon exists, and step 2.
what
Is
kind
that-
of tools did you use to establish a horizontal? And then measure from?
Say again there.
What tool did you use to establish a horizontal, and how did
Yeah,
you
when you're
measure
looking,
from?
you use your eyeballs. Whenever you look at things, that's what you do.
I don't
No,
know if those are accurate enough to establish horizontal.
Yeah, those are the most accurate tool you can get your hands on. They're trying to replicate them, but they can't.
Never change a spare tire with me
I-
eyes.
I think you guys
disagree.
understand that somebody like myself too, I'm pretty sure, that is saying that they went out and they've traveled and they've seen things that is not going to match your shite. Okay, so therefore, no, I've tested it.
Have
Well,
you?
how come I came?
But you're just-
A lot of us have come to a different conclusion, though, doing the same thing.
Well, they haven't done anything though. They've heard about other people that might have done stuff. That's
No,
what
no, no, no,
Face's
no,
thing
no.
was.
I'm just saying there's a
Both of them
possibility
are
that
claiming stuff other
situation,
people have done. Like Fresh
I've
hasn't
been with
done.
people who've done shit. What are you talking
Fresh.
about?
What are
Remember,
you
don't
talking
forget,
about?
guys, it was with Ben and all of them on the Global Light Tour. So when we went out to actually Europe, which I did go to Europe, right, the UK, and we
I've
did
been
see
to
the Isle
Europe.
of Wight, and we did do these tests, right?
What's
And
the
the
test
observers
you do in the
hyped on that.
Isle
We
of Wight?
did do these things. I didn't do them. I was there, honey. I got to see with my own eyes. This is why I said I'm not
So
gonna
you
say I
didn't.
personally have done something.
I've been places where
I
other people have
personally,
done
but
stuff.
they did where I'm with them, right? I'm not saying I'm not lying. I never do lie. But when I'm sitting
Yeah,
here
but
seeing,
Stacey,
right, 24,
not
hey, one
very
more
good.
second, one more second. When I'm seeing 24 miles away, and it's verified from your own bullshit that's 24 miles away, right, at this point, and I'm seeing, what, the water hit the shore, I'm pretty sure you're fucking wrong, right? Don't know against my
Yeah,
language,
but
no offense.
Stacey,
I don't need to do the test.
Stacey,
They're already doing it for me.
but Stacey, you got to take into account other things. You know, yeah, you think you might have been
No.
seeing this water hit before. Now, was refraction taken into account? Was it
This is
observer
where
height
I
taken
will
into
not let you
account?
guys use refraction with me, honey, because I've been to the UK. I've actually have spoken to professors that actually talked about this shit because it's only been studied for 200 meters and refraction needs to be revisited again. So I will not have you ever claim to me that the shit that I'm seeing is refraction. If you want to tell me over 54 miles that is a uniform atmosphere, you're out of your damn mind because even they will tell you after 200,
That's right.
I'm almost done, after
You go,
200 meters,
girl.
it gets chaotic. Chaotic. So
Wait,
you
wait,
tell
wait,
me
hold
after
on.
200 meters what the fuck's going on for 54 miles or 24 miles. You will
Yeah,
not know.
we have to take it into account though, because we have
Yeah,
to.
everything you do, you're going to have to take it into account for. But in reality, you guys are wrong. This calculation is wrong and it's done for your damn model on purpose, and you don't even realize it yourself. But the fact that you're not questioning why there's not only 200 meters, right? You guys only verify the shit for 200 meters and it's quantified, and you're going to sit here and take that shit and run with it?
No, but you have to take it into it. But why is it? Why is that in other locations we see things 24 miles that are obstructed halfway?
Maybe it's called
know,
what's going on in the day, right? And light does some fucked up damn things, but to sit here and
so
claim
you-
and automatically go back.
so you-
Ooh, there's a ball. I'm on a ball that's
So we
spinning
use
fucking
light, and then
60,000
other
miles
times
an hour in
light's
the
all
sun. It's
fucked up and we can't
absolutely
use it.
ridiculous.
Hold on.
Hang on, Sean's
But
digging shit up. Is that you driving that backhoe, Sean?
Yeah, he's on. He's operating heavy equipment again.
Yeah, it's an excavator.
What the fuck, Sean? He's still operating heavy equipment? What the fuck is this?
Fuck yeah.
Of course he is. That's good money. What you talking about, bro?
I don't.
Yeah, it
Is
is.
he
That's
streaming it or
awesome.
something?
Yeah.
What are you doing, Sean?
Check
Hold on, I
it
gotta
out.
get. Yeah, I gotta get back there.
He's pushing it all flat. I want to do that.
Sean, you should stream this like just by itself.
That's what you. Here's what you should do. Here's what you should do.
thinking about doing
Let
that.
us drive it. Let people pay per minute to do your job for you.
See, and then you're saying why you still doing that, Sean? Because he makes killer money and he's having fun. That's why
An
he's
awesome
doing
job, man. That's an awesome job.
I make stupid money to play
Good morning, Sean.
all day. Good morning.
Sean, you playing with your Tonka toys again?
Yes, sir.
Amen.
Rubber band powered.
Oh, yes, my day's complete.
You're lucky. That's why you're blessed, right? In life, Sean, you are blessed at your job right now.
What are you cleaning up, Sean? What are you doing?
What can you do that's cool? Can you drop it?
Stockpile right now.
Can you drop a big
Yeah.
scoop from up in the air?
Sean, can you fold a
Oh, yeah.
napkin? That thing?
Good. I've
Can you
popped a
flip a
beer bottle
quarter?
before.
Yeah, I want to see something cool. I don't know what is cool when you got a.
I'm
you fold a
Can you
napkin.
flip a quarter?
Oh, you
I
lifting
am
up?
working, guys, so I can't do that stuff. Right now, I am getting on a stockpile. I'm loading trucks too, so the truck's about to pull in, so you'll see it in a second.
That's fun. He does that thing where he pushes it down so he can lift move the tracks
I
around.
was down there, and now I'm up on the top of the stockpile.
He did do a cool thing. He did the thing
Running
where he put the-
equipment's always fun.
Trust me. The shit that he wants to do, he can't do because bosses are around right now. If they were not
hang on.
there.
So, see those two pickup trucks right there?
Yeah.
Those are my bosses.
There you go. Because they're playing, trust me. They play around when they're not
Wait a
around.
minute, go back. Go back. I need that phone number on the side of their truck there. Oh.
Yeah.
He's going to turn your ass in. Sean, run.
Oh, that's fun. You should do this more often. I didn't know you did that. That is wicked.
Yeah, that's cool. It's cool, Sean.
Give us some specs of your
How much would
excavator,
you
Sean.
pay?
Just for the nerdies here.
We'll say again?
I said, give us some specs of your excavator, so it's for us nerds here.
Oh, I'm running a Komatsu 450. It is considered like a dinosaur in the construction world. But it's great. I love this machine. All right, yeah, I gotta load this truck.
That's what I didn't
Okay,
run a excavator, but I run just a front end loader underground in the rock mine, and
That's typically
then
that's what I've ran my whole life. Mostly loaders.
yeah, that's cool. I enjoy it. I run a loader outside at a couple different coal mines loading coal trucks, but most of my experience has been like on underground equipment. Big equipment,
Yeah, you
but
showed. Yeah,
underground, low profile.
you showed it. Yeah, you showed me. Those things are crazy looking. Look like flattened loaders.
Yeah, they do. They look funny, but that's cool, man. I didn't know that you was an equipment operator. That's really cool, Sean.
I've been doing this for about almost 30 years.
You may have told me. You probably did. I just forgot.
Man, y'all don't know
about it.
shit about people over here. I know Sean's been a machine operator. You don't pay attention.
How many yards is that bucket, Sean?
Just messing with you.
This is a 7-yard bucket. Big boy.
7
Yeah,
yard
that's
bucket.
big.
I love
Yeah.
it that you still measure stuff in fucking foots. In
Hey,
body
you
parts.
you assholes started it. Don't blame us.
How many hamburgers per bald eagle?
Hey, Sean, when you first started out doing this 30 years ago, what did you begin making? I don't even know what you make now. What did you start out making doing something like this?
Well, when I started, I started like around 18. I am
That's not
so
bad.
far past that now.
Okay, another
Oh yeah,
nerd
I know you
question.
are.
What's
No,
the
Alex
what's
sometimes makes $70 on Sundays an hour. It's fucking great. Yep.
another
Yeah,
nerd
in that
question,
range.
Sean? What's the reach on it?
I think this one has give me a second. About 30, 35.
Is that feet?
Yes.
Ah.
Oh yeah.
Where are my trucks? Why are they here?
At 18, he was not doing, I'm sure, heavy machinery because that's not. You should be making way more with heavy and senior operator.
Oh, that was when
yeah. If you.
Yeah, that was when I first started. It'd be like apprentice pay.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Which is
Yeah,
not bad.
first thing-
Apprentice pay, y'all. 18
first
bucks an
thing is-
hour.
Hell, that's for running a wheelbarrow.
Yeah, running. Get on that compactor or some shit like that.
Yeah.
But please, I recommend people to get into this type of field. If you can get into this field, you will be secure in your life. They pay good.
Oh, yeah.
Your benefits are okay, but even your pay is going to pay you enough to survive your family. Trades. Somebody get out there and start doing stuff like this because it will set you in your future for real.
I work an easy. Like last week, I did. Or my average is about 55 hours a week.
Yeah. Do you choose to work there, or they force you to kind of work? Because my job had a mandatory 50 hours. Are they mandatory or what for you?
They say 50. It can be less, but they also don't. They don't watch me really. So if I want to work like today, if I want to work till 6, I'll work till 6. If I want to work till 4, I'll work till 4. So I mean, I have options. They're not forcing me. I prefer. I want overtime. Overtime is wonderful.
I know. You get double time sometimes too, some days, depending on what day it is and stuff like that. These companies, I'm like, whoa, you guys are making killer money, and there's so much overtime. In my field of management, there is no hours. I can't give it away. They got me on mandatory salary. So the rest of the store in my place is what? Nope, you guys can't have the hours. Sorry. So places like you guys are working on are saying, here, you want the hours? Take them. They don't even care, and you're getting paid tremendously better than most of the people out here, and you're having fun.
Yeah, I just play in the toy box on the sandbox all day. That's all I do.
Believe me, the fun wears off really fast, though.
It gets I enjoy it. Like that's the best part. I really do love my job. Like this isn't even a job. It's hard to even call it a career. It's more of a hobby that I get paid for. It's fucking crazy. Fucking idiot.
That's great. That's so good.
So you
exactly.
So you dig your job, Sean.
Oh, Jerry.
Put it this way. I anticipate my weekend to be over so I can get back to work.
That's
Oh no, Sean, no. You got to find some happiness outside for the weekend, dude.
No, you don't. You need to be obsessed with what you do for a living. You want to do more of it. I'm with
I
him.
really love what I'm doing.
You want to do it. You want to do it.
Sean loves money.
Sean, though, he's not got a family at home, though, right? Sean, you ain't got your family at home on the weekend.
No, I got a wife, and that's it.
Oh wait.
You got much fun to hang out with.
Trust me, we enjoy our weekends. Like we enjoy our weekends. And then, I mean, there's still after work. I mean, there's a lot of time to have fun. And then
I think exactly what it means is you love your weekend, but you don't mind on Monday morning when it's Monday. I'm about to go have some fun, honey. You gotta go. I gotta go work, right? I'll see you a little bit. Because it is that enjoyment. You don't feel like, oh shit, I gotta go to work today. You have to talk yourself into it every morning. Nah, it's not like that.
Fuck that. I hate that life.
Are you just moving the dirt from over
But I'm
there
talking
to
to your
over
wife
there?
and I'm telling her what you said.
What's up, Terry?
I said, are you just moving that dirt from over there to over there?
Okay, so the trucks that I'm having, they have to back up to right where my bucket is. So I'm grading it with the bucket so they can back up onto it easy.
He does seem like he does a lot of just moving dirt back and forth for no apparent reason in between the trucks turn up. But then he fills the truck up insanely quickly.
Okay, so if you look down there, what you guys are looking at is a drainage, big swell. I'm sitting on a stockpile that's sitting in the middle of that swell. It has to match up with, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a concrete wall right there.
Yes.
All the dirt in between. Yeah, I'm sitting on all that dirt right now. So all this has to go away.
Looks like a drain. There's a drain under that wall.
Yeah. It drains. It's just under a street.
Yeah.
Sean,
can you confirm me to dump dirt from really high up?
I wanted to see something like that. Yeah, I don't know what's cool you can do in an excavator.
Well, I can't do too much because, like I said, the boss is in here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fun enough.
Hey Sean, do your bosses account for curvature or anything when you guys are doing this?
Well, Stace, before you answer, Sean, sorry, Stace. First of all, what does accounting for curvature look like in Sean's job exactly?
Sean, can you
How
confirm
many mouths y'all fucking with? I'm just messing.
Sean, can you confirm that the dirt you're sitting on is not flat?
Well, I graded it, so it is flat.
It's flat. Fuck. You guys lost
R.I.P. Globe. That's it.
my boy.
Sean proves the globe.
Is it level? Is it level or flat?
It's flat. I have not graded it yet.
It will be level.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Thank you.
To answer your question, Stacy, I absolutely never even have to think about it being a globe when I'm at work. Ever, not once.
Yeah.
I've been a little bit.
No, not for your job. Honestly, I don't think you guys would have to anyway.
Do you think
it has to be more? Yeah. Go ahead.
Stace, do you think some jobs should have to account for it?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like if you're building a big ass Amazon fucking warehouse that are how many miles and stuff long, yeah, depending on what you're building, what you're doing, and the roads and all that, absolutely. But not what Sean's doing. I'm just messing around, but it's a possibility.
Do you think those
depending on what his
people?
bosses are doing, I don't know.
So do you think those people who are like building massive Amazon warehouses and like huge bridges and tunnels under harbors and stuff, like we've got 2 tunnels under Sydney Harbour, do you reckon those people should know the shape of the Earth?
They should if they're doing this shit. Yeah, but to be honest, I bet they're not accounting for any of that crap. They're just doing other measurements and have nothing to do with the fucking damn necessarily the shape of the Earth.
Hang on. It sounds like you are simultaneously saying they should know the shape of the Earth and they don't.
Well, because their mind has already told them and programmed most of these people out here working, and every day it's going to be no matter what they say. They're not thinking about it as flat or as a globe. They're not thinking that. They're automatically said it is because the brain has told them, the school has told them that. It doesn't matter.
The question that brought us here was, do you think there are some jobs that would need to know the shape of the Earth? And you said yes. And then I said, okay, so they should know the shape of the Earth, and you're like, but maybe not. Maybe they're wrong.
But no,
Like if
but
they
they
would
probably
need,
don't because they're telling them that they have to know this and they know this, like, but they're not even ever accounting for it. So how would they actually know? But in reality, they should have to know, because if it is a globe, they would have to account for these things that they're not accounting for. So this is
do
why I
they
said they
s-
should know. But do they
yeah?
know? Do they?
Well, do they say they account for it? That's a good question. Yeah. So do they account for it?
That's the main thing, right? Do they account for it on these
Do
certain
they?
specific jobs? Yeah.
Yeah. Do they? Do they say they do?
Yeah. Do they?
Do they say
Don't
they
know.
account for it?
I'm
Isn't
pretty
this
sure when I'm talking to
or
most people that have anything to do with building Amazon warehouses, and some of these people are in the community. Even Lion's been part of building one. And when you talk to these people, they've never accounted for any of that.
really? Is that true?
Yeah,
The people
seriously,
who
every person
should
I've
know.
spoken to on
Do you
here
think
so far,
Lions
yeah.
should know? Like, I don't think everybody
Mm,
building an Amazon warehouse should know.
not everybody. Not everybody who's part of it.
Right.
People that are
So was
dealing with, yeah,
Lion
you're
one of the
right. You're
people
right.
that should know?
Yes. Yes,
Why?
supposedly.
What
Yeah.
was he doing?
Supposedly, I do not know that for a fact that he was
So
what
how
he
did
was
you
doing.
decide it
Okay.
was true?
Oh, because he was explaining it all. He went into detail. This wasn't like something that
But,
I mean,
but he could
I
have been
can't do it because I
wrong.
didn't
How
do
did
it.
you decide he wasn't wrong?
This is why I said I don't know. This is why I just said I'm going based on his information when it comes from
Yeah,
him.
which is
I
bad
don't know.
information, quite possibly.
Well, that's why I
If you
can't
can't
trust it.
point
I don't
out,
even know if he did work for Amazon for a fact. You know what I mean? But the people that I know that worked for Amazon is
so
a little bit different story that I
okay,
trust them more.
but we would expect pilots, civil engineers, people who do
I know.
major works projects, design big ass buildings. Not the people who pour the concrete,
Mhm.
right? Not the people who are pushing around a
Right, right.
rake. But the people who
Right.
design them probably should know the shape of the Earth if they want to get that
Mhm.
building perfectly right. What proportion
Correcto.
of them do you reckon are Globers? Is it 100% or something lower than 100%?
Yeah, probably still a lot of people still believe in that shit, honey. But to be honest, if you are out there working in this kind of field, you might start questioning it a hell of a lot more. If you're doing it all the time, you might, yeah. But if they're not even accounting for it at all, hon, if they're actually not accounting for it, nobody's thinking about it. They're just fucking, living it up. Making the falls too damn big for them to even
you're
account
making
for it in the
that,
first place.
but you're making that up, Stace. They say they account for it.
Where? Show me where they account for it and what they exactly do for the calculations then for this. If they
Good.
actually
What
do,
have
I'd
you
love
looked
to hear
at
this
so
and see
far?
it.
If this is important to you, what have you looked at so far? What have you searched for? What
No,
have you found?
who said it was like important to me? Wait a second. There's things that are important to me and things that I'm passionate about and things I just talk about. This is one of these things I just talk about. This is not one that I'm
So
passionate
you
about.
don't look into
Because
it.
you know why? You know why? Because this isn't something that I can verify personally for myself. It wasn't something I went through. It wasn't my experience. So I'm not passionate. Do I really care? It's not important. It's just something that could be and should be accounted because you want to talk
Sounds
about
like
it
the
on a bigger
goalpost.
scale. Logically,
Honestly, Stace,
no.
it sounds like the
Well, then show me
goalposts
how
are
they
moved.
account for it. If they account for it, this conversation is dumb to even talk about, right? Because they say they do. But if there's actually somewhere somebody can show me that they actually are accounting for it, because nobody's actually proven that they are.
I mean, yeah, they have. Like the fact that navigation uses nautical miles and nautical miles of surface proves it. You're refusing to accept
Yeah.
it. That's a separate issue.
Okay, let's talk about the people that are building the Amazon warehouses. Let's go ask them what they're doing to build this stuff and these roads and see if they're actually accounting for it. If you can prove it,
You know
I
they're
will
a
say, okay,
glober,
maybe
right?
they are.
They're not a flat earther, because if there was a flat earther who did massive civil works projects like big bridges, there would be the most famous flat earther in all of existence. They like who are the famous flat earthers? They're fucking QE. They're fucking Nathan Oakley. They are nobodies who've done anything of any.
No.
Let me finish.
Yeah,
let me
maybe
finish.
your content creators.
Let me finish, Stace. If there was one who had the credibility of something as impressive as being a designer of very large objects, we would know their name. We would know every detail about their life by now, because that's impressive. It just doesn't exist.
What are you guys talking about? I mean, you guys have like
Why are
Rakia
you
White who's
pretending
been
you
here
don't
telling you for
understand the
years.
conversation?
Wait. I do, but what are you talking about? You've had people in here, pilots on our side. You've had people who work on construction. You have Rakia Life, who's always been out here. It's his profession. He's most of the time at his job than anything. He's out here telling you that this is not true. Does not account for. Actually, I'm not going to name his exact job. I can't tell you his title. Don't want to do it because I can't tell you correctly.
What does he do?
Someone here might know.
Why? But hang on, you're bringing up his job as
He's
if it's
a land
relevant.
survey. He messes with theodolites. He does it all. Sean might even know.
He does layout for concrete footings.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he does
pours
concrete,
concrete.
pours concrete on small footprint things that, like, not super small. It sounds like he's got a pretty damn good business,
Right.
but it sounds like it's mostly houses and small businesses, correct?
It's grade checking. It's planar surveying at best.
Yeah, and does he do the surveying himself, or does he pay surveyors? So he's the best one you've got. He's the best one you've got, and he does tiny projects with very wide tolerances in that they don't need to be super precise because they're not very big and they're not holding up
First of all, I
massive
never said he's
loads.
the best we got. I just said you guys got somebody sitting in a
Who's-
server every day for I don't know how many years it does shit, and you're acting like we don't have people that do stuff. I'm not saying he's the best we got, because how could I verify little Stacy sitting in this community that's barely ever here in Discord saying
named
that's the best we got?
Name
No,
a
I
different
can't.
one.
Because I know him.
Okay,
That's something easy. Just give me
Stacey,
on top of my
No
head.
other ones exist. Rakia, I
hang
think
on,
is the
hang
best.
on, reading. Hang on. So this is exactly what Rakia is doing. Remember a minute ago you asked me if I use globe, if the globe or measurements for globe matter in my job. It's the same thing. Rakia's job doesn't need to account for it. So Rakia's not lying. He does not account for curvature. He does not need to. He's not lying. But it's the same situation.
Are you sure, Sean? Because I'm pretty sure he's told me many situations that he's not just doing what you're doing, honey. He's doing a heck of a lot more than that.
You just believe him because
his scope of work is still the same.
You just need to know the vector.
I like to hear.
Just need to be able to, if you can get perpendicular to down, that is a horizontal plane. Unless you are trying to build something that is perfectly straight for hundreds of meters, which you don't even want to do in an Amazon warehouse, right? Because you want the floor to follow the curvature of Earth, right? You want it to have drainage.
Reading, stop it. Reading, stop it. What you're saying right now is all wrong as fuck. Stop it. On Amazon floors, look, when they build the Amazon warehouse, here's a perfect example. The Tesla building in Austin. When they build that, they're building it in sections. It has nothing to do with curvature. The concrete slab that they would be building on would be graded to a certain type of drainage on its platform. Earth, globe, nothing to do with it.
Exactly. That was my point, right? You wouldn't.
No, that wasn't your point, but that's okay.
Yes, it is, Stacey. I think I'm the one who gets to tell you what the fuck my point is, if that's all right.
I love you guys. You guys are crazy.
My point is exactly that, which is like it's unnecessarily complex. Like LIGO is one of these few applications where you want to build something that starts ignoring the vector of down and maintains level from a different point, from a datum that's miles away. Right? So the point I'm making about an Amazon warehouse is there's no reason you would, like, let's say you started in one corner. There's no reason you want the direct opposite corner that's 700 meters away to be level with this corner that I started at. It's just so incredibly complex to do it that way. You would just pour
I
all
love
the
you guys,
concrete.
but I will have to call you out when I hear bullshit. Sorry, because earlier you did straight up just say that the Amazon follows the curvature.
I'm saying the same thing right now.
And that's why Sean said,
I didn't hear that.
As long as something is level. Yeah,
exactly. My point is just make it level.
It is following the curvature of the Earth, and I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings, but that's what it is.
It's the same simple point. If you pour concrete, it will go level. If the Earth's flat, that will be straight. If the Earth's curved, that will be curved. It's a pretty simple, obvious point. If you're missing it, I can't help you with that.
You can't just automatically say it promises that it follows the curvature, because like Sean just told you, they building this shit not based on curvature or anything. So therefore, you cannot tell me for a fact that they're building it with the curvature.
Hold on. Let me say something. Since gravity pulls towards the center of the Earth, at any given point is straight down. So you can put it down in small squares. You can put it down in slabs. You can put it down in large whatever. As long as you're level everywhere that you're standing as you're putting it down, it will follow the curve of the Earth, because gravity follows the curve of the Earth.
Yeah,
down follows the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, if you're on a sphere, that'll be curved. If you're on flat, it'll be flat. But everywhere, the surface of that concrete or water or whatever will be perpendicular to the vector of down. So the question we're always asking in this whole debate is the vector of down parallel or converging? That's it. That's the whole discussion we've had for over a decade now.
Yeah, that's the theory, right? The theory behind it, but in reality, that's not what's happening.
Well, as claimed by flat earthers who can't organise a piss up in a
no, because like
I apologize, Blue, for interrupting.
We construct on a slab, and when you see them before they pour the concrete, they put the steels in, and you know, it's still there's no curvature whatsoever. It wouldn't make any sense to have curvature.
Sounds like a mantra.
Regardless, you can say whatever you want to say. You can say whatever you want to say. You've obviously never, ever, ever worked on a building site, ever.
How big
You don't even know what construction is.
How big is the building, though? How big is the building?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Where like for instance, in Milton Keynes, the Amazon warehouses. Have a look at it.
Yeah, but
Google it.
they're not big enough.
Capable of having a Google.
They're not big enough to have to account for curvature.
Oh my God, are you crazy? You listen to what the guy just said. It doesn't make any sense what he just said.
Did I miss something? Maybe I missed.
Yeah, you said it, so I'm not going to repeat your words. You know what you said. Obviously, you just in you saying what you said, you've got no idea. That's for clear. I don't mean to be rude or anything like that. I'm not trying to be horrible.
On a sphere the size of the Earth, if you're trying to build a
what kind of sphere?
Hold on. You're trying to build a house or a building on a sphere the size of the Earth, and the building is only, I don't know, what, 30 feet by 30 feet or 50 feet by 50 feet, whatever.
Who's talking about? Did I mention anything about a house?
Wait. Do you really think?
Yeah, but did I mention anything about a house? I didn't mention nothing about a house.
Okay,
so
what
you're
type
wasting
of building?
your time.
Okay, what kind of building are you talking about then?
I said have a look at the warehouses in Milton Keynes for Amazon.
Okay, how big are these warehouses?
I don't know. Have a look at them.
Where am I looking at?
You're the people. You're the people who can look at a picture and make all the estimates. I can't do that.
Make them really big. Make them a mile long. Is every point on that concrete at the same elevation?
Of course
it is.
What
they're trying to do? Is that what they're trying to do? That I would say so. Yes.
That slab.
They're trying to put it. They're trying to put the entire slab. They're trying to put every point on that entire slab at the same elevation.
Of course.
Correct.
And they'll power float it to try and get it.
If you do that, that curve, that slab has a curve in it.
Yeah, you're following the curve. Yeah.
And you can laugh all you want to, son, but I've been in the construction business.
I'm not your son. I'm not your son, am I? I'm most probably older than you. I'm most probably older than you, to be honest.
How old are you? How old are you?
Most probably older than you.
I'm 75. How old are you?
83.
I'll bet I've done it longer than you have.
How about that? I'm 83.
83, I don't think.
Well, you didn't learn very much. That's all I can say.
Listen, there's not. I've seen not a million, but I've seen several drawings. There's not even nothing. If you're talking about curvature, you've got to be crazy. You're barking up some crazy tree, waiting for the fruit to drop.
If you're denying it,
if I'm denying it, if I'm not denying it, there's no proof whatsoever that any building structure whatsoever allows for curvature or actually takes into account for curvature. You're just not telling the truth.
Most of the time, we don't have to take into account curvature.
Oh,
but occasionally we do.
There you go.
Occasionally we do. Something like LIGO.
Oh, LIGO, you BIGO. LIGO isn't going to help you construct anything.
Yeah, but it's constructed to follow the curvature of the Earth. That
shows you the curvature of the Earth, buddy.
Are you? Oh, I give up. Right. I give up.
You should. That would be a good idea. Give up.
Blue, isn't it in the
crazy mule? The crazy mules are at the water, but they're still refusing to drink. You're gonna die.
In the blueprints of LIGO.
Blueprints of LIGO.
Yeah, that's right there.
Tell me a drawing where it says it's got anything to do with LIGO.
You want a LIGO drawing?
Post one where it says on the legend LIGO.
Wait a minute. You want something from LIGO that says it has to do with LIGO?
I want a drawing. I want a drawing from a construction what says, oh, we've got LIGO. Give me
I
that
can give
drawing.
you the.
Not nothing to do with LIGO. I
I can
don't
give you
care
the.
about LIGO. You can
I
give
can
me
give you
a.
the report from Jacobs Engineering about LIGO that says it talks about how they had to account for the curvature of the Earth. Would you like that?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, here, I'll give him a quick little screenshot. Maybe just
Jacobs. Wow. I think you people are mad.
what's his name?
Jack.
Let's see. No, what's the
Jack.
other name? I'm looking for.
Jack in the
I'm
Beanstalk.
sending you something.
Jack.
Okay, check the chat. There you go.
The chat.
Here, I'll read it for you.
No, don't worry.
LIGO's
I can read.
arms are long
No,
enough. Wait, hold on.
sorry.
I'm gonna read it for you.
Sorry,
LIGO's
I'm
arms
you
are long
guys.
enough.
I can read it myself.
That
I can read it
curvature of the
myself.
Earth.
I can
Okay, good.
read it myself.
Okay, what does it say? Read it to us. Read it to the class.
What do you think? I'm an idiot?
No, read it for the class.
What is this? It's just a piece of paper. It's like a little screenshot of something.
Well,
It means nothing. It means nothing. It's like
I will
like
link you.
the guy who's talking to me. Yeah, he told me.
Here, I'll link you the website. There you go.
Okay, brilliant.
That way you can see it for yourself.
Okay, brilliant.
But I got the screenshot from that link. LIGO's
You
arms
ain't
are
got Bill
long
and
enough
Ted.
that the curvature of the Earth wasn't factored.
Have you got Bill and Ted on this job?
Hold on. LIGO's
think Bill and
arms are
Ted
long
got
enough.
them.
Hold on. LIGO's arms are
really
long enough that the curvature of the Earth was a factor in their construction.
Are you
Over the
reading
4
for me?
kilometer length of over the 4 kilometer length of each arm, the Earth's curve.
Are you reading for me?
Hold on. The Earth curves away by nearly a meter. Precision leveling of the concrete slab upon which the beam tubes are installed was required to ensure that when the laser beam leaves the corner station traveling in a straight line, it strikes the test mass mirror at the end of each arm and not a meter above it.
Are you reading to me?
Yeah, I just read it to you.
Why are you my dad? Are you reading me a bedtime story?
Well, that's what you were asking for. So
I
if you
didn't
want to
ask
go
you to
deeper
read me
into
anything. I can read it myself. Yeah. You
if you
linked
want
me
to
to
go
the
deeper into
you linked me to the website. Yeah?
If you want to go deeper, okay, you're just gonna keep cutting me off when I try to speak.
No, I just asked you a question. Did you link me to the website? Because I'm going to read into this.
Yes, I did. I did.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you.
It's at 10 minutes past the hour.
Okay, thank you.
So,
yeah, I got it.
like I was trying to say, if you want to go deeper into it, I think Blue has the actual blueprints from the building.
Why did you post me something from LIGO?
That's what we were talking about, right?
Oh man, you cannot be serious. It's like you ask, like I'm questioning something,
Were we not
and
talking
you
about
then
LIGO?
says like, I'm going to send you a GPS coordinates. I don't want GPS coordinates, so I want the construction company who used LIGO. I thought that's what you were sending me. I don't want to know about LIGO. LIGO thinks you're on a ball anyway. Why am I going to argue with that?
Yeah, that building had to be built to account for the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but that building.
So
did
LIGO
do that building? Did LIGO do that building?
Are they lying about it?
Hold on. Did LIGO do that building?
No.
No, exactly. So why are you sending me something from LIGO?
So do you think they're lying about what they said in the thing I posted?
No, I don't care. That's a hypothetical question. Send me the company who done the construction, who took into account
what are you gonna do with that?
LIGO.
What are you gonna when you see that they actually built it to that specification? What are you gonna say then?
Let me read it for myself.
You're just continuing to go down
No,
further and
I'm
further.
just asked you. You said that you was going to send me. You said you was going to send me the construction company. Then you send me something from LIGO. It doesn't make any sense.
What's a construction company going to do for you? What is that going to do for you?
I'm going to see how they took into account this crazy shit. What you're talking?
Okay. How do you think they did it?
Yeah.
Why would they lie about it? Is that your
Fucking
thing? That they're
hell! I don't
lying
even
about
know
it?
what you're fucking talking about. Up until now, I don't know what you're talking about.
Are they lying about it?
Look, I asked you to send a company who done the construction. You sent me LIGO, so that's one disingenuous thing. I just was really specific and really clear. Could you send me the company who done the construction so that I can read how they took into account?
All right, I guess I got to do your research for you.
You're going to do that now?
Oh, I'll do your research for you. Yeah.
No, you don't need to do my. Just give me the link to the company, because I want to hear or I want to read for myself how they took into the curve, or how they took into this.
Look at the blueprint. I don't know if you're going to find like. You're going to find a gentleman.
I'm not going to find anything. I don't think I'm going to find anything, and I don't think you're going to post me anything.
Okay.
You've already
And
done
now when
it.
I do,
what are you going to
say when I do? What are you going to say when I do?
Oh, whatever. Then I'm going to read it. Then I'm going to read it.
And further down the road,
I'm going to read it to you and get back to you.
You're going to ask for a video of how you're going to ask for a video of them.
I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it and understand it and get back to you.
Oh, matter of fact, look, Mave 64 already sent you the as-built documents. So there you go.
So all right, then don't send me anything. Yeah.
He already sent it. He already sent you. Look.
To me.
No, he posted in the chat.
Oh, whereabouts? Whereabouts?
Those are the plans.
Huh? Whereabouts?
It's in the chat. Hold on 1 second. It is. I think I went too far. Go down.
Oh yeah. Was that now?
At 10 minutes at 10 minutes past the hour.
10 minutes past the hour.
Right underneath what I posted, the screenshot. Those are the as-built blueprints.
These are the blueprints, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I think Blue made a pretty extensive video.
Who's LIGO Laboratory? This is from LIGO. Oh my god. Fucking very disingenuous. That's not the construction company, that's LIGO.
As-built drawings. Do you know what that means? You've been in construction for a long time. You should know what as-built drawings are, right?
Yeah, I do know. Do you know as is? Do you know what that is? Your construction?
Yes.
You should know.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Tell me what it is.
As built. So you have the blueprints, and they're as built as blueprints.
As is on the drawing, because you can get handed or you can get. Anyway, we're not going to go into this. So, what is this? So LIGO Laboratory, as is built drawings. So is LIGO Laboratory the construction company?
Let me just go to Blue. But ask me another question. I want to see the video of them actually building it.
You're telling me this is how they built LIGO. I don't care how they built LIGO. I wanted you were telling me that a construction company built something and it needed to be, account for curvature. And now you're telling me the thing what's proven there is curvature, it don't make any sense. I don't want that.
No, I know, it just makes no sense at all.
No, because you're just being disingenuous. You can't. It's like me asking for something, and you go, "I'm going to send you GPS," which assumes you're on a ball anyway. So LIGO assumes you're on a ball, so you're being very disingenuous.
Yeah,
okay, it's okay. Yes, it's okay to be disingenuous. Okay. Then you've got nothing. You haven't got any construction company.
Absolutely nothing. We got as-built drawing. We got
drawing. Oh,
blueprint from the construction. Videos explaining it to you. We got videos explaining to you how it's done.
Yeah, don't worry.
What else do you want? You want a
Don't
video
worry.
of the gentleman of the actual,
No,
the
I
actual construction?
Don't worry. I asked you for something specific. You said that you were going to send it. Then you sent me LIGO. And now you're sending me the drawings for how they built LIGO. I don't care
You know
how
what?
they
You know
built
what?
LIGO.
Just say that. Just say they're lying. Just say whenever they say, whenever you see on the internet where it says it was built to follow the curvature of the Earth, just say they're lying about it. Just say that.
You say that.
Okay, good. Just say they're lying, and then just forget about it.
You
Just
say that.
ignore it.
You say that. You
Ignore
say
it.
that.
I don't say
Say, hold on. Say this. I'm a clown because I just believe anything what
No,
someone
no,
puts in front.
I don't just believe it, but there's actual documentation behind it.
Yeah, you walk up the stairs, say 3 steps, then jump off. You know, like
Okay, what else?
It doesn't prove. You're sending me the construction blueprint for LIGO, which is assuming you're on some curvature or it's been installed taking curvature into account. That don't prove anything.
Oh, sure, it doesn't prove anything.
It doesn't, because they're claiming we're on a ball, and my claim is we're not on a ball. So if you can show me a construction company who's took into account measurements from LIGO, and we can see how they incorporated them into the construction of that building, and I don't think there is any.
Okay.
But if
well,
you can
here, I'm
post
gonna
them,
post another video for you.
I'll be super happy to
Here,
read them.
I'm gonna post another video for you there. You can kind of get an idea.
I don't want a video. I do not want a video. I want to see some hard facts.
Okay, well, the
Drawings.
facts are in the video.
I want to see drawings. I want to see construction plans.
I just gave you the
You
drawings.
didn't. You gave me drawings of the building of the monster. What's saying we're on a curve? It doesn't make any sense.
Drawings. Yes, that's what you asked for, right?
Oh, God, as built drawings. Oh God. My eyes are bleeding even looking at it.
Okay.
It's really shit. Look, it's not hard, is it? Show me a construction company that to account measurements from LIGO, and I want to see how they incorporated them into their construction, how they transferred that data into their construction plans.
I don't think you haven't looked at anything I posted. So I don't think you really want to know.
Because it's going to be really simple. If you can post that, I'd be happy to read it.
I'm not going to post it.
I don't think you've got it. I don't think you've got it.
Obviously,
I don't
care because you haven't looked at anything I already posted.
I looked at how they built LIGO.
Okay.
Oh, I don't care how they built LIGO.
Okay. So obviously,
another video. What's a video?
And I've been posting. I posted multiple things. So what's the point?
Don't worry.
Maybe I can check. Do you want to see a building site that accounts for curve, let's see, or do you not want to see a building site that accounts for curve?
No, he doesn't want to see it.
Yeah.
Probably wants. He wants a video of the gentleman actually building it and saying here's how we are accounting for curvature. He doesn't want to do the actual work of analyzing the document.
Isn't it? That's really genuine.
I mean,
blue marble science. Oh my God.
I mean, maybe actually watch the video and pay attention. He goes through it pretty thoroughly.
I'm not absolutely gonna. I'm not gonna starve my brain.
Of course.
I don't go to McDonald's, so why on earth would I watch one of your videos like blue marble science?
Of course.
I don't eat garbage, and I'm not going to watch garbage.
Okay.
What you are garbage?
Blue marble science. How dare you even post that? That's absolutely. I don't know. I'd be ashamed to do that.
Okay. Well, I gave you the as-built
Yeah, you
documents.
gave me the as-built drawing of the thing that says for the wall. That doesn't make
So maybe
any
you could maybe no, you
sense
can click on
whatsoever.
it. You can click on it and go through it and do your own
No, I
research.
don't want to click on anything.
Okay, so you don't want to know. You don't want to know that.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't. If you said like this is how GPS work, why would I put? Why would I take the time to read something about
You
GPS
don't
that
have to. You
assumes
can
we're
go
on a
through it
ball
and find
before
the
we've
information
even?
yourself.
Hold on. GPS assumes we're on a ball without even, confirming
We're
or,
not talking about GPS.
coming to the conclusion that we are on a ball. So there's no point in reading anything from GPS because it assumes we're on a ball anyway. It's the same as LIGO. They assume there's curvature. There's no establishment.
If it assumes, hold on. If it assumes, right, and we're not, and then we're actually not on a ball, then something you'd be able to find the error, right?
Oh my God.
If an assumption is wrong, it'd be easy to find where the assumption is wrong. Correct?
Look, I'm going to bow out. I'm going to bow out because I asked you to post something. You still ain't
I
posted
did. I
it. and
posted
you're
several
talking about
things already, and you haven't looked at any one of them.
No, because you're just. It's like, come on! I just explained it to you. That's not what I asked, is it? I didn't ask how they built LIGO because I don't care how they built LIGO. LIGO
Okay,
assumes
so
you're on a
what are you asking
ball.
for?
There's
Be
no.
specific.
There's not. It's just going to be confirming. Oh, we're on a
Okay,
ball
be
even
super
establishing.
specific about what you want. Be super specific. What do you want?
I want
I'll jump through one more hoop for you.
some construction company taking the data from LIGO and I want to see how they incorporated it into their drawings because I don't think that exists. I really don't. But if it does, I'll be happy to read it.
So you want documentation from the company that built LIGO showing how they accounted for curvature?
No. Let's start again. Show me any company what's taken the data from LIGO and used it in their drawings, how they've incorporated it into their drawings, and where it is on the, in the drawing that their construction relied on measurements from LIGO. Because I don't think there is
A
any.
different company. Okay, so let me get this right.
I
You
don't want
a
anything
different
to
company.
do with LIGO. Nothing to do with LIGO.
Why not? That's
LIGO,
what we're talking about.
Listen to it. Lie and go.
No,
This is
he
going
must
nowhere.
nothing with the lines, and then you go with all the damn lines continually.
Right. Okay.
What is
This is why
LIGO?
these conversations go nowhere. We provide
Just
all.
laughing.
Hold on. This is why these conversations go nowhere. We provide a plethora of information, of showing you, right, and you reject each and every piece of the information that we're trying to show you, and you ask for something different in the end.
Yeah,
this is why
because
this
sometimes
conversation.
people just don't want to go with it.
Go back.
Yeah.
It goes nowhere.
Go back to what I asked. I asked any company who uses measurements from LIGO how they incorporated them into their construction plan.
Why would
I don't think
anybody
you're
do
going to
that? That
be
doesn't make
able
any
to
sense.
find that because it doesn't
He
exist.
doesn't know what LIGO is.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the problem is he doesn't understand. Yeah, what the LIGO is. He's asking for a company
don't
taking
understand anything.
measurements from LIGO.
I don't understand
and
anything. Just
incorporate in some other construction.
And then you still
The dumbest thing that you can ever ask. You're like
Shitzy, hang on one
even
second, because I do want to hear Mailman. I couldn't hear him. Can you start over, Mailman? I apologize. I want to hear what you're saying. And yeah, good morning, by the way. It's good to see you again. But can you start that again?
Yeah, I think what he's thinking is that there are building construction companies that take some kind of information or measurements made by LIGO and then incorporate them into other buildings, which is fucking stupid.
Yeah, but why would a company do that when they're not building the same type of structure?
He's just wrong.
Very good question.
He just doesn't know what LIGO is. Like Slitsy, can you steelman LIGO and why Globers give it to you when you ask for things?
Oh my god. Can you fuck off, you weirdo?
Do you know what LIGO is?
Go back to your village. Go back to your village, Dawn.
Can you explain what
This
LIGO is?
shows how he's dishonest.
Yeah,
when he
I
starts
was
talking.
very clear. I'm very clear, and I asked for something, and it's just nonsense.
Yeah, and what you're asking is totally irrelevant to anything that anyone said.
Oh, okay then. So I'll yield and rest.
That's very good.
Yeah, because like obviously, I'm speaking to a grunt of globers. A grunt of globers. A grunt of globers.
But
no, you're not.
It's just like saying
what you're trying to do is you're trying to say, "Oh, we live on a ball," and I'm saying, like, hold on a minute. There's no establishment that you live on a ball. That's what I'm saying.
No, but Slitsy, what you're asking is like me asking to you, my neighbor built a house on flat land, so can you give me any other building using construction blueprints for my neighbor's building and prove that the earth is flat?
Before I don't know whether you joined the conversation when you heard people saying, yeah, when they pour the concrete, it's going to still be following the curvature of the earth. Yeah, did you hear that, or didn't you hear that? Yeah,
I know that happens.
Show me any drawing where they're following the curvature of the earth.
Yeah, and people posted
that's not something that is stating we're on the curvature of the earth, which is LIGO, yeah? So we don't want that.
People posted you the drawings of LIGO where the concrete follows LIGO. Stop and let me finish. They gave you the blueprints of LIGO where the concrete follows the curvature of the earth. Can I finish, you fucking idiot?
No, you're the fucking idiot.
No, you're the fucking idiot.
Yeah,
so they posted you. They gave you the drawings.
I can't understand you.
They gave you the drawings of LIGO.
You post subtitles.
They gave you the drawings of LIGO where the concrete poured concrete.
No offense, real quick, housekeeping. If you can't understand, and there's a reason probably you guys can't understand each other because you're not letting each other speak.
Like the geezer, when he turns around and calls me a fucking idiot, I don't understand anything he says, isn't it?
That's fine, but I can't, and he's trying to explain to you what
did I call anyone an idiot?
No, you did not. But the problem here is, in reality, he's trying to give his answer back to you, and you can't understand him, nor neither can I, because I cannot hear his answer at all. So, and you can disagree with him, and I'm fine with that, Schutzy, but I need to at least hear, and the people in the room, what Mammon is saying too, because he needs to be respected as well here. That's all. If you're going to have a conversation with each other, at least respect one another.
And it only takes like 20 seconds for me to finish.
Yeah, don't worry. Save it for your globe friends.
Sure. So I talked to them. So I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to them. So someone posted Slitsy the. Oh, so it's just going to talk over me.
No, you're a wanker.
Oh, right. So someone posted Slitsy the drawings of LIGO where the concrete follows the curvature of the earth, but the horizontal arms don't follow the curvature of the earth. So when they lay the concrete, it doesn't follow the same level or path as the arms. So the earth has to curve. Or the arms have to curve, but the arms aren't straight because they are done so that the light travels in a vacuum in a straight line inside them. So
I hope you weren't talking to me when you said that shit.
Can I ask you a question,
because you just denied the evidence.
Is this the only thing that we guys have, or not you, like in general, we have, in general, as people, right? For them accounting for the curvature in any type of building structure like this?
No, I posted I posted from the London Underground when they were building the new line there.
Okay.
And then there's also the tunnels throughout and all those.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have any drawings for those. I just posted the London Underground one.
Okay, thank you.
But I gotta go. I can't talk anymore. I'm at work.
Have a good one. So guys, we don't really have much where they're accounting for curvature on buildings because I guess or anything underground or anything they're doing. Is this the only thing really truly we have too much of? Because in reality, we need more. There should be a hell of a lot more accounting, please.
Well, things you got to understand. There's certain the building has to be really, really long and very large. There's several buildings that
have been built to account for curvature that have been presented over the years, and they've either been overlooked or hand waved dismissed. So I mean, you can provide those again if you want. There's the tow tanks, the facility where they test boats, which curves. There's bridges that curve, that follow the curvatures. I mean, there's a few.
See, look, this is how disingenuous they are. He said, like,
Nobody's being
he's like, listen. He's posted something. He said it was like something to do with the London Underground. That's got nothing to do with London Underground. Some imbecile has like put together some bullshit about how they took into account for curvature. This just doesn't make any sense, and it's not true.
So what you should
So
do is you should actually
got
go through
nothing
it.
to do with London Underground. That's got nothing to do with London Underground,
Go
and I
through
know
the
that for a
data.
fact because just looking at it, I look at it. It's got nothing to do with London Underground. So don't say that's anything to do with London Underground. It's some like one of your little friends have put a little piece together. And then said like, oh yeah, this is we're taking curvature into it. It's bullshit, absolute rubbish.
Okay.
That's not a genuine document from anything to do with London transport for London. Nothing whatsoever. So don't be disingenuous. Like I said, you're talking to someone from London. I can recognise a Transport for London document as soon as I see it. Not look at the document. Look at the
being
document. Who it's
disingenuous would be not. I
look
think
at the
being
document.
disingenuous
Who it's by.
would okay.
Yeah,
I think
look,
being
all you're going to do
disingenuous.
is start. All you're going to do is start.
Are you done? Let me know when you're done.
No. Let me show you when I'm done.
Okay.
I just want to see who this document was by, and you tell me that I'm being disingenuous. Oh my god.
I think being disingenuous would be not looking over the data that we provided.
I think disingenuous. I think disingenuous is to say that you've posted documents for the London Underground, and that's not true, is it? That's not true, is it? That's not true, is it? That's not true, is it?
That's someone else.
Oh my god! So now you're gonna just like you're not gonna defend your globe friend.
I don't know who posted anything about
who
the
just
London
made it.
Underground.
Who called me a fucking idiot?
No,
and I don't even have to look at the document to know it's got nothing to do with the London Underground.
I don't know.
And then you're calling me. Oh, you're a fucking idiot.
Posted?
You don't understand. I understand when I see a genuine document, yeah, or a genuine, survey or a study or some construction drawings, and that isn't one, yeah. Sorry. So I might be an idiot, but I can soon spot a red herring when I see it.
Okay. Well, I wasn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't the one that posted that, so I don't know. I didn't know what you were talking about.
I think
I'm gonna
the
look over
person who
this real quick,
posted
and I'm gonna
that should come on and actually say sorry.
Okay, right in the beginning it says how Crossrail was affected by the curvature of the Earth. You can read that.
Are you referencing that document? Are you referencing that document who we just discussed? It's got nothing to do
Look, I'm reading it
with
for you.
Transport for London.
This should be something that you should be reading.
Oh my god! I'm not going to read it because it's got nothing to do with anything. It's not a genuine document. It's just some idiot who's put
it's probably
some shit
explaining to
together.
you why it needed to be. It's explaining to you why it needed to be. They needed to account for curvature.
Right. Look. Just. I don't know.
Just go over the information, man. I mean, we provided it to you.
No, it's just some guy put a document. It's some guy who's trying to present a document like it's some kind of bona fide, genuine document. It isn't. It's like me. It's like me who don't work for transport. It's like me who don't work for Transport for London. As wrote something. Wrote a long list of.
Stop. Let me ask Stacy. Stacy, do you think it's
pretty disingenuous to not look at information that's provided to you? Well, I wouldn't say
And this has
disingenuous.
nothing
I
to
mean,
do.
wouldn't would you?
I'm going to answer because you're asking me. I don't want to say anything. This
Okay.
has nothing to do with Schlitzie or anyone in the room or anything like that.
Okay.
But for me
Let
personally,
me
if
ask.
somebody gives me
Right.
information, I feel disingenuous. Or I feel a duty to go out of my way to look at that information, whether I like to or not. Especially if I haven't seen it, to at least take it on board for a
Okay.
conversation.
So Stacey,
Okay, I
if
agree.
I post right, let me ask Stacey a question as well. Stacey, if I said I've got a document, a genuine document, and I posted it to you, and you look at it and you recognise it's not a genuine document, would you read it and waste your time?
But you haven't looked at
I
it.
probably myself would go, wait a minute, this isn't even a genuine document. Let me read to you
Thank
how
you.
it's not,
This
sweetie
is my
pie, and then I
rebuttal.
read the things that is not okay and not all right. That's how I do it.
This is my rebuttal. Straight away, I can see that's no genuine document because, like, if you're going to do something for London Underground, it's going to have TfL on it, Transport for London, and that's not got anything to do with Transport for London. So that's not a genuine
Yeah,
document.
but
So
so
why
right
would I
off the
waste my
bat, you're
time
claiming
reading
that
it?
that you're claiming that the people that created the document are lying about it right off the bat, without even looking at it.
Show me some appendix where it says it they got their information. And if there's any reference with Transport for London, I'll be happy to read it because I'll read that reference on the appendix. And there's no appendix. I can see that. I've told you how the document was created. And you just want to go, but you didn't read it. I don't have to read it because I know
You
it's
don't have to
just
read it.
bull crap.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Can I ask a question real quick? Do you understand Earth Life that he may not want to read this because of where he's from and what's going on? That he has information. He says, I'm sorry, this is an actual document that would matter and was actually something of legal importance, right? That we could account right now. It would save transportation by them on that. And if it does not, then therefore I should not have to really look into this because it's not really a good document. Can you
Well, he's
understand that that
claimed
would be
no,
possibly a good,
no,
if
but
that's
he's
real,
claimed,
that would be
but
a
he's
situation?
claimed, right? But he's claimed that it needs to have this, right? No one else is claiming, oh, it has to have these specific
Right.
things, and
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking,
well,
yeah.
if it doesn't have those, then it's not trustworthy. But if you look at the document that was provided, at the bottom it says sources. So the sources are the topographical survey and mapping, survey and engineers, a guide to coordinate systems in Great Britain. It has all the sources where all the information came from.
But it don't has anything to do with Transport for London. And that's what
Oh, it
is
does.
very,
Oh, it
very
does. This
weird.
article, hold on. Wait. This article was inspired by the mapping edition held by
Inspired.
TfL last year. It says it right on the bottom.
Do you remember like this film was
Here,
inspired?
I'll screenshot it for you. TfL, right? Transport for London.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
Here, I'll
show
screenshot it
me.
just for you.
So what is it referencing then? Let's put you click on the reference. Do my research for me. Click on the reference
This
and see
article was
how
inspired by the mapping edition
inspired.
held by TfL last year. That's what it says.
Okay. Inspired. Did you hear that? Do you know what
So we're gonna
inspired
kick the can
means?
down. We're gonna kick the can
Is there
down.
somewhere in the article
we're gonna
then
move the
that
goalposts
explains?
again.
No,
Yeah, right.
because
And is
like
there
look,
somewhere, instead of arguing about that right there, is there somewhere in the article that means we have to read it more that actually explains the inspiration, that they didn't just have inspiration, that they actually did it the same way, right? That
Can I
they
just
do in certain ways.
cut in? Sorry. Sean, I have been loving watching your digging, mate. But we're capped out now at 25 people.
Oh. Yeah, you got to stop streaming, Sean.
yeah. So yeah.
There we
Look
go.
at the wording.
If you can share
Inspired.
screen, that would be even cooler, which takes a couple more steps and you can do it on your phone, and then we're not capped for some dumb, weird reason. Exactly the same video feed will be acceptable. I just had somebody ask to get in.
Yeah, just
Thanks,
that
Fresh.
wording, inspired by TfL. That's not.
Okay. So we're gonna.
I'm sorry.
move
I'm
the goalposts
sorry. But
again.
you get films.
Move.
You get like, oh, what is it like? The Little Hobo, inspired by some rescue. They don't know which rescue. They don't reference anything. It's just inspired. It's just, oh yeah. It's just
Yeah,
show me the
and I can
cross reference.
understand you saying this because if I heard that word and I was trying to debate this in ways, I was trying to go down this path, I would say the same thing. Inspiration, inspired. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. And now listen, that doesn't mean that they didn't do exactly how they've done it, honey. But the point is you still have to verify now what the inspiration actually was. What did they actually for sure do? And if it's identical, then it's not just inspiration. They actually took the same shit and applied it. Not inspiration, applied.
Okay.
And they would
Here's the
have
goalpost.
they would have the
I'm not trying to,
exact
Eric.
part.
Sorry.
They would have that, you know, that survey study from TFL, and they would cross-reference it, and then you'd be able to go directly to the part of that document, and then you could match it up. And I'll
But Shutzi, you're not reading it. What is the possibility that we're sitting arguing about this and next or just like where someone's going to come in and go, oh, well, here it is in the part of the document that I found because we refuse to read it sometimes because of sources or whatnot. But there might be part of the document that it actually explains the inspiration. This is sometimes why it's important to take our time out, even if we don't want to, read the damn documents, guys. Because here's what's going to happen. We might get tripped up if you don't read it, and it might actually say it in there. Just saying. But also not saying it is. And this is the point. If it's not there, it is still kind of, I'm not trying to move the goalpost. Sorry that the goalpost is moved by y'all by putting that information out there. That we nearly have to say inspiration is
Stacey,
not the same thing as applied.
I can answer a couple of your questions. They found that some tunnels were like up to 20 centimeters off, and one of their machines they claim was off. This article claims that it was off when they went through to the other side. So they thought, oh, Earth. People say Earth's a globe. Let's see if correcting for the globe in our digging with our own projection of the ground that's got globe corrections in it. Let's see if that makes our tunneling better, not 20 centimeters off. And then this article claims, yeah, it was better after that.
Well, that's pushing it. That still sounds a
But
little
it's more of a
finicky right there. I'm
story.
sorry.
It's more of a story about correcting for Earth curve because Earth's a globe. It's not an authority of or a man
But
saying,
what just happens if they
on
were
my
not
job
off this
on the
time and it was
Tuesday,
better?
1989, I had to fill in a mile up a slope. No one's got a testimony like that. You know, you're never going to find it.
This doesn't
So it's just a
necessarily
story
prove,
then.
though, the be all end all, right? On both sides. It's not going to be like, hey, this is it.
No, it's
Kinda not.
literally just
Yeah,
because Litzy
because you
asked
guys
for it.
like will
No,
provide
but
something and then you'll ask for you'll
Jordan.
continue to ask for more and more and more and more and more.
No, because
And
like
then when
now
we
we've
get
got
to
to
that
the
point
bottom
where
of
oh I
it. It's
can't
just
remember
a
oh
story.
it's not true then. You
Yeah,
continue
look,
asking for
you
more and more and
presented it as
provide more.
But it
So,
shows the
what's the
actual
point?
projection that they
Well,
designed
it's
as
kind of like in
well.
court. When you
No,
provide
it's like
information and it's not enough, and they say, I'm sorry, sweetheart, I need you to provide some more information because that's just not enough. Okay. So sometimes we're not just going to go, here you go. This is it. This is all you guys get. Because in reality, there should be a hell of a lot more of this shit. So the fact that there's
So
not, we're kind of questioning it. So the
there's
more
more.
data that we receive, I'm sorry, somebody gives me 2 pieces of data and there's like thousands of data out there. I might ask for a little bit more.
Crossrail Limited was created as a subsidy of Transport of London. Transport for London to deliver the Crossrail. Here, look at the document. There's another document I just posted.
okay.
So
I'm gonna read it.
you can go ahead and read that if you want. There's more.
Stated
Yeah, I
it's
will.
about inspired by. It says inspired by the mapping exhibition. So they're claiming there was a full exhibition about mapping, and it included corrections for the Earth curve.
But inspired doesn't
Yeah,
mean
this one doesn't
it's
say
That's
inspired.
the point of what I
literally
just
word
said.
for word. Inspired means like, look, I'm a
It means
glober.
there was a
I
real
read a bit
mapping
of shit.
exhibition, and someone went to
Yeah.
it, and then they were inspired to write this about what happened at the exhibition.
Yeah, so they've
Oh, that's
taken
not good.
what went on at the
No, it is
exhibition
good.
and put it
It
into
means
their
there was a
own
real mapping
words. They've
exhibition
put it into
with
their
lots of
own
people.
words and not what was literally said at
Wait.
the exhibition.
Can I ask
46
why is someone
minutes
else
past
writing a
the
story
hour.
for these people? Why isn't the people that
I'm
actually
just
did
telling
this
you
or the
how
people that
life
actually
works.
did this
That's a
write
good
it?
thing, not a bad thing.
because they wouldn't do it, Stacey. Because this is a globe weirdo who's trying to take into
The point
account.
is, you can go to the
Oh yeah,
next
we're on a
mapping
globe.
expedition and
When
find
he's
out.
just
Okay, is there
making
any
it up.
documents? How about this? Is there any documents in there showing us or talking more in detail of how
I
they
just
did it,
posted
not just
one.
they used inspiration? Okay, beautiful. Thank you.
It's at 46 minutes past the hour. There's
Brilliant.
a extensive document you can read through.
Let's
This
have
is
a
what I'm saying.
let's
We
have
need to
a
go
look
down
at
to this, guys. Quit arguing about everything. Let's start now figuring out the details.
Building a virtual
Who posted
version
that?
of London's Elizabeth line.
Yeah, I know the London Elizabeth line very well. That ain't a. That's come on.
He's gonna get well triggered.
My God, you're jokers. Don't worry. Keep your documents.
Yeah, he doesn't want the information.
But
Let's
this
see,
is
it's
what it
always been a
feels
bad
like
faith.
to find
He's
out Earth's a
always been
globe.
working in bad faith.
By the way, I hear you. speak.
Like at some point, you have to at least consider the information being provided instead of right off the bat calling it some sort of fake information or someone just making up a story.
But then they can't play the flat Earth game.
Felicity not here to take any information. He's just here to talk shit and disagree with anyone.
Yeah,
He's not
he's
here-
rejecting. Yeah, he's rejecting a document. He's not read a word of.
He has never been here to debate anyone. He's just here to shove his opinion down other people's throat as hard as he can. Talking with him is a waste of time. Always has been.
Are you talking about me?
Of course, you're right.
Yeah, he's talking about you.
Yeah. Yeah, because like you're just
You guys
posting
really.
rubbish.
I mean, we're trying not to be. I mean, that's
Socialists. I'm
Sounds
sorry. I've
things
had
like
good
what it is.
conversations with Tim, and he does debate on some pretty.
Someone's got to say it.
Yeah,
Stacey, you're
because
breaking
like I'm really sorry, but I
guys
haven't got the
Well,
like.
You're breaking up. Stacey.
Maybe some things you don't like, but I do agree that we need.
Stacey, you're breaking up. Don't break your heart. You're breaking up. Is that me or is that everybody else?
No,
No, she broke
we
up.
hear you loud and clear. She
Okay.
did break
Yeah,
up.
we lost Stacey. So that's a little screenshot from that document that I
Yeah,
posted.
look at
If you can take a look at
right.
it.
I'm looking at something here. It says Figure 7: extract from contract, close out checklist to confirm the information received to complete prior to substantial completion of any contract. Things like that. This is like a mishmash of. You're telling me, and then you look at the references. So why is it got? If it's a genuine document, why are they referencing anything? Because if someone put
They
together
have to
something
reference.
which
What do you
they've
mean?
read,
They have to
no,
reference something.
that's not any document. That's not. It's
Okay.
not a document.
So you're
It's
you're
not.
the end all
If
be
someone
all
puts
saying
something
which
together,
documents are
someone,
genuine, right?
He's
yeah,
still
look,
stuck
if
on the
someone puts
article.
something together, if someone puts something together and presenting it like it's a valid document,
What invalidates it as a document? It is a document, right?
well, I would imagine it's an interpretation of what someone deems a document, but it's presented like a document, but this
It's a
is not.
document and in a good document, maybe.
But how
No,
how are
it's
you
not.
how are you all determining that it's not a good document?
Because I don't believe it's a genuine document.
Oh,
This
you
is
just
not a
because you don't
genuine
believe it's
document.
a genuine
It's not a
document
genuine
because it
document.
says
I can see it.
because
I can see at the end. Look, is it the references, and I go through the references. And why you got references if it's a genuine document? Genuine documents don't have references. So
Holy
so
crap!
genuine
It's
documents
part
make
of a
things up.
document.
What the hell is
References.
that? What are you
Hold
talking
on,
about?
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Tell me you haven't
References.
been to school.
references and citations are, that's a critical part of a document, so that you can find the information that they're referencing.
Yeah, where are you getting your information from? Oh, here's my
What it
references.
is.
Here's my sources.
You've said it without knowing that you said it. This is someone's interpretation of what went on, and that's why they're using references. People who create documents don't use
I'm gonna respond.
references.
You're done. So if I write a document, right, and I write all this information, aren't you going to ask me where I got the information from?
Don't worry. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put myself on mute, and you just carry on.
Moot.
Pretending to be on a
Y'all,
book.
listen. Real documents should contain either references. Just I know where you're getting this from, honey. Especially in any type of field, this business, it will contain references or take some type of source, which is a reference. It is the same thing, depending on where the source is coming from, what your reference actually says, right? But it depends what the reference is.
They're claiming something, yeah, and then they're using references to back up their claims.
Well, that's what people do, honey.
Yeah,
You
that's
can
what you're
claim
supposed
something
to
all
do.
day. If you ain't got no source or reference, then there ain't nothing to back it up, honey. You got to have that to back it. That's why it's a real document. If it don't contain a reference, back up the claim, it ain't real.
Let's get the documents, what they're actually backing up them, using that for their backup. It doesn't make it...
Right, that's what we do.
Look, I tell you what, obviously, you're in the globe world, and nothing's going to bring you out, so... I don't even understand how you don't get that. I don't even understand how you don't get that.
Stacey's not in the globe world.
Some flat Earth evidence might help.
I'm from the business world on top of, honey, flat Earth or whatever, globe life. So I'm not a part of a globe yet. But
I don't know how you don't get that. And I'm talking to these globe people. They're globers.
Right.
They're
I
just
figured he was.
globe. Yeah?
Stacey,
but when someone
hang on,
is presenting something is like, oh, this is a genuine document. It's got...
Hang on.
Maybe I'm too cynical.
Hang on.
And it doesn't make it a good document because it's references either. Just because you reference something doesn't make it an actual genuine document. What I need is those actual references to match up, and this is why it's important in the document to then match up. If they match up and then it becomes evidence, honey, then we have a good actual document.
Hang on, Schultze. I'm gonna try.
No, please don't do anything for me. Yeah, don't do nothing for me.
I'm not gonna do anything.
Like, you can't even pronounce my name, so I would just stop. You don't have to do anything for me.
Okay, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to say that I've been talking to Stacey for years, and I'm just going to chime in for her from the same side, the same hemisphere of the planet, and I'm just going to say for Stacey that she doesn't believe that all she believes is the Earth's flat. It could be. She sounds young, so it could be a compact disc. It could be a vinyl. I don't think it's a vinyl. It could be a DVD, probably later.
Later than a DVD. Spin and still possibly. It might be me. I don't know. Shit.
Blu-ray or Netflix.
You guys crack me up. Stop it. Anyway,
fucking
definitely
Netflix.
Not the lie they tell us. Okay, definitely not that though. But it's important to honestly, yes, break down these documents. I appreciate Schultze for saying I don't like this document because let me be real with you. My brother, in this day and age, tried to tell my mom that you can't just trust anything. He created his own fake document, look just like an actual government document. So that way my mom could go, look, it's actually a webpage to end documents. And she believed it was real, right? Because people just look at shit and go, hey, there you go. Yeah, there it is. And in reality, really goes, you know what? I created that's not even real. So here's the point. You are definitely in this day and age with AI and bullshit and everything else and faking stuff in this world, scammers. We need to verify every single thing, including documents. And I'm sorry, I don't want we got guys to break it down. And we may be a little iffy, but you guys are going to be iffy too if I have a source that states the other, right? So therefore, we're going to sit here and break it down. Don't get mad at each other for breaking it down because the information should be right in the damn document to back you up. If not, that's your guys' fault.
What's up, man?
Thank you.
I'm good. How are you?
You can't argue with that, can you guys?
It's correct, but at some point you have to look at all the information and consider what all the information is telling you.
Yeah, but like, look, I don't want to argue with you, yeah? I'm just saying and trying to point out, just because someone's put together something what looks like a document, it doesn't necessarily mean it is a document. And when people put words in like inspired or an interpretation of something, that's not genuine, is it? That's all I was saying. It's not like I don't want to sit here and argue with you.
So let's see. When the first thing I posted that said from Ivan Visits, at the bottom that showed all the sources, you could literally click on each and every one of those sources, and it'll take you to another document that goes more in depth.
I found another document of how common it is when building long tunnels that the curvature of the Earth needs to be taken into account, especially when designing long bridges. This is a known phenomenon. This is a known thing that happens very often. We don't need documentation to prove that the Earth is not flat. This shit is super common. I just posted it. There's more and more there's more and more evidence to support the notion that if you're building something very long, and they do explain it actually rather well in the document too. For every kilometer, there is a 200 millimeter difference due to the curvature. And when you're building things that are very straight, they need to account for the curvature. It's all there. We're not making this shit up.
And that's
I believe you then.
Slope too.
If you say it like that, I believe
200
you
millimeters.
Okay, now this is good. That's fine. They account for it. This is great. That's awesome. But now they have to show how they've accounted for it, right? Completely break it down. Don't just say they did. Okay, they can't just say they did. They have to show how they did.
Hang on, Stacy, just really, really quick. You guys say this all the time. Show how you did this. Break it down. Give me a citation. All this sort of shit. This is what I find entertaining.
Farther down the road.
No, this is what I find entertaining. Stacy, if I need my sewing machine fixed, I'm not going to ask an electrician how to do it.
Well, I'm sorry. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm the kind of person that even when I work on my vehicle or not, I'm out there working hands on hand, changing my alternators and everything. Because you know what's pretty cool is I like to know what the hell I'm doing. So I'm sorry, you don't feel that way. But with someone like myself, I actually like to know things and learn things. And even if it's outside of my field, it feels quite nice to know things, honey. Experience. So therefore, I would ask these questions, and I like to learn. If my sewing machine broke, I'd probably fix it myself and try to take it apart. Because in reality, those are things that you can do. No, one more second. That's like somebody saying, hey, guess what? Here's a toaster. I'm not going to tell you how it works. You never ask how it works. Just know that it works like this. And if somebody one day says, I'm going to take it apart and see if it actually works that way, and finds out, guess what, guys? They lied. They never worked that way, but I was never told. I never asked. I never verified. So this is why it's important to ask questions, to verify, and to find out how yourself things are being done. Right?
Yeah, but if you have a new number of sources telling you the same thing, then at some point you have to be like, okay, maybe they are telling the truth.
Correct. There's a possibility of more evidence that's going to lead to that manner. Absolutely.
So do you know how a helicopter works? Or will you tell me how a helicopter works?
Why would I go around telling you how a helicopter works if I've never flown one? I wouldn't tell you. I'd ask questions, I'd try to verify, and then I'd start talking about maybe documents to see otherwise than somebody's saying. But I would never tell somebody how to fly if I don't know how to fly. Just don't.
Well, again, you have all these engineers. I'm sorry, guys, my bad.
Oh no, I was just going to say, Stacey, that a lot of flat earthers seem to know how airliners work and airline routes and angle of attack. They bring that up all the time, but they have no fucking idea what angle of attack means, and they think it has something to do with the pitch data. It has nothing to do with pitch data.
I understand, but some people believe that they're seriously think they know about the shape of the Earth because they're flying a helicopter or something. But then again, they use it as it's what? It's treat it as it's flat and stationary. So therefore, I don't know why you think you know something that you don't know either.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'll just quickly tell you one thing. I know that the pitch data that flat earthers are using all the time as evidence that the Earth's flat is to do with angle of attack. An angle of attack has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. It has to do with the wing, the chord of the wing, the leading edge and the trailing edge, and that angle in respect to the relative airflow. That's what the angle between that's what the angle of attack is. And that can change in turbulence. It's got not a fucking thing to do with the surface of the Earth. Not a fucking thing. And that's why I find flat Earth so hilarious.
Yeah, flight schools
not
don't
just that.
incorporate. Flight schools don't incorporate any data whatsoever about curvature. Period. And if you say they do, post the documents from a flight school where they say they do, and I'll post you the flight documents.
Well, we can just post you the
from a flight school in Cordova.
software that they use.
What does like commercial, passenger planes? And we'll go through the document and tell me where it says they account for curvature. But you can keep talking while I'm explaining it.
It's in the software that they use. Like for flight, it's a globe. That's how they plot their.
No, they don't.
Their flight route.
They say that
they
they're
use a thing
treating
called
it as
floor
a flat,
flight.
level, non-rotating surface.
Yeah, we know you guys read those in those documents. We get those documents also.
Oh no, Earth, I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you off here. No offense, guys. There's a freaking person who flies, flies, flown for yourself on your side as a helicopter, and who's coming here every single day, and he'll tell you right now, don't lie, Jazza, that he does treat it and has treated it as flat and stationary because he does not need to.
Of course.
Okay, that's what I make sure that's stated before you went on.
Okay, but we understand that documents say that, right? But the flight software that they use is a globe, especially when it comes to the distances.
It's not that. It's over long distances. In a helicopter, I don't need to. If I'm hovering over a boat doing 30 knots, and I'm landing on the back of the boat, I'm landing on the back of the boat. To me, and the helicopter, and where I'm looking at is doing 0 knots, but my airspeed is doing 30, and the boat's doing 30 knots. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Probably not.
I think you need to
when
stop
the plane takes off, what does the pitch data show? When the plane is taking off.
Oh, I was just talking about that SE Montreal. You don't understand what the pitch data means.
Don't tell me what I understand or not. Answer the question. When the pitch data, when the plane is taking off, what does the pitch data show?
Angle of attack.
What does it show? It shows it doesn't show the same as when the plane is flying straight and level.
Pitch up, and pitch data is related to angle of attack.
Right, and when the plane is taking off, where is the angle of attack?
Pitching up, above 3 degrees.
Up, exactly. And when the plane is landing, where is the angle of attack?
3 degrees.
It's still pitching up.
And when the plane is flying?
3 degrees. So you don't know.
3 degrees.
So you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I understand exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
No,
when the plane goes up,
okay, I'll go and have
data shows up, right?
Hang on.
And when the plane is flying level, the nose don't overtalk people, dude.
And I'll explain it to you because
don't overtalk people. It's not gonna be good for you. Don't overtalk people.
Right. Jazza, let him finish, please.
Go ahead, Stace.
Jasmine, when you come back from your cigarette, which we all know that you usually do, you come back your cigarette in a moment where you cannot explain yourself, and I'd like you to explain yourself. If you come back and say, "Have a good day, Stacey, I'm leaving now. Y'all have a good day," I'm gonna know you're lying. So therefore, if you don't come back with some information you said you're gonna come back with, right, to answer his question, then you're blowing smoke up my ass, and I don't want it. So go have your cigarette and blow it somewhere else. Okay, just saying. Come back with some info.
Okay, Stacey, I will be back
Much love.
in 2 minutes with some, and I won't smoke up your ass, but as in Montreal,
Go somewhere else.
get ready to get explained.
So,
Huh?
so
You
Issy,
wanted the
what
argument.
do you think the pitch data means, Issy?
It shows the angle of attack of the airplane, like you said, right?
No,
So when
that's
the
what I
airplane
just
is
said.
climbing,
That's
So,
what I
what
just
is the
said.
pitch? Again, he interrupts me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when
So,
the
like,
airplane is climbing, the pitch data shows the plane climbing, right? Left plane?
yes, yes.
Okay.
So,
So when the plane is in level flight, it just shows the nose, what, 2 degrees up or something as regular flight?
yes.
Okay, then.
So where's the pitch data? The dip correction. Doesn't the airplane have to make the same dip correction as you guys do when you're up on a mountain?
No, it doesn't do that.
Oh, it doesn't correct for any earth curve? Welcome to
No.
flat earth.
Okay.
Can you show
Doesn't
me?
have to.
Can you show me what you know about flight so you guys can prove you even know what that means? No globe or Weber,
Yeah,
get a ball,
yeah.
and show me the
Yeah,
dynamics of a real ball with a toy helicopter, hot air
hold on.
balloon, or an
If
airplane to show
you
that
don't
any
want to get
glober
muted
knows
today,
the dynamic. I thought we weren't talking over each other. So that any glober knows the dynamics of a ball. Can any guy from any military tell us how that works? Or is the military not allowed to tell you how flight and balls work?
so let's just get this straight right now. Okay. So if you don't want to get muted today, when people respond to what you say, you have to stop talking and allow them to respond. When they're done, then you can respond again. Okay, with something ridiculous like always.
You
That way you
ain't
don't get
nobody.
muted.
Shut your damn mouth.
Okay.
Can I ask Essie a question about the pitch data?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you think that if the Earth was a globe, then the pitch data would have to show like 1 degree per 69 miles of change? Do you think?
I would imagine more or less it would have to show something. It would have to show
Okay,
something.
Sure, so if an airplane takes off, at North Pole and it flies to South Pole, do you think that the pitch data would show that up is down for the airplane?
No, that's not what we said. Guy who just makes shit up.
That's not what we said. And he's gonna go to his gravity point, 1 point gravity. Listen, dude, don't play games, right? Don't play games with us.
Yeah, I don't like games. You're saying that the pitch data would have to show something.
Yes, the pitch data would have to show something. Correct.
What would it have to show?
Look, I understand how your mythical mind works. Like you think every point of the ball points down, so really it's actually showing what it should be showing. I understand the way you think. Don't think we don't get how you think, bro. We get it.
No,
what do you think?
I didn't say that. That's why I asked you. I didn't ask me. I asked you, Effie, what would it show on a globe?
Yes, it would show a different.
Yeah, you're not on a video game. It's not Kerbal where they only pay attention to the helicopter or the airplane. You were not
Essie's
on
trying to
Kerbal.
answer. Essie is trying his best to answer the question.
Why are you talking? You're not on Kerbal. Can a glober show us they know what they're talking about
Please stop.
with a
Can you please
ball?
stop?
They know that it's not correcting for any dip or dropping. Can we get the demonstration?
You're about to ruin the conversation, man. Because you're about to ruin the conversation. Nobody wants to hear you.
Loser,
Nobody
bitch.
wants to hear you. You're ruining the conversation.
Yeah, there we go. So, Essie, what would the data show on the globe?
I already answered the question.
You said that it would show something.
It shows
Yes,
something.
it would show the dip. As it's going around the ball, it would show the dip.
Why?
You want to call it 1 degree, sure, whatever. But it doesn't.
Why
It
would
shows
it
a constant nose up for the whole entire trip.
How do you think that the
right or wrong?
How do you think how it gathers the data, the pitch data? How is it gathered?
That I'm not sure of. That I'm not
But
sure
you
of.
are
to be
sure that
honest.
it would have to show the dip, even though you don't even know how the data is gathered.
Well, it's got to be some sort of gyroscope, some sort of I'm not sure exactly what it is.
If it references vertical, would it then show a change?
What?
If it references down, does it then show?
Didn't I just explain to you how your thing works, bro? Didn't I explain to you at every point down? I just explained to you your stupid model. You're gonna tell me exactly what I just told you 2 seconds ago, right?
No, I'm asking. If
Yeah,
it was
that's exactly what
referencing,
you're gonna do, bro. Yeah.
yeah. If it's referencing down, would it show a change on the globe?
You see, there you go. I told you. I understand
Yeah,
your
I'm asking.
stupid model,
I think
right?
that's what you're. Yeah. Yeah, and I understand your stupid model, and I can answer what it would show on your stupid model. Can you answer what it would show on my stupid?
I did. It would show
No, you didn't.
change. It would show change.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. So if it references vertical, you think that it would show a change in vertical. So you think like Jin, that if you fly
vertical,
from...
it's flying level, it's
Oh, we're
not
talking
showing
me
anything.
now.
That is the reason.
I think that's wrong. Then you are claiming, yeah, you're saying the same thing as Jin, that if you fly from UK to Australia, your plane would be upside down and your drinks wouldn't be in your cup.
No,
Yeah, that's why the
is
model is stupid for you.
that is the stupid fucking model that you guys believe in. We know the plane is not doing that. We know.
No, you're strawmanning. You're gaslighting and strawmanning us, Essie. That's what you're doing.
If this keeps happening, you're just going to be talking to each other. I'm warning you.
Yeah, no,
now. I'm not going to get mad. I'm not going to get I'm not going to yell. If you keep interrupting me, I'm just going to leave. You're going to talk to yourselves.
Yeah, I mean, we can go point very specific, point by point, and let's see what you're saying is incorrect. It's not going to change because your gravity vector is following you. Down goes with you. It's
That's
not
what
going to
didn't I
change
just
your
say that?
attitude.
Every point.
Now
Didn't
you're
I just say that,
interrupting,
Leslie?
Essie.
What?
It's funny how Essie himself interrupts people and then cries he's going to leave because he's been interrupted. You just interrupted left lane.
Oh, my bad. I cut him off at the end there. My bad. Sorry, left lane.
But I mean, do you not accept that that's our model? That's what our model is, that gravity follows you, the down follows you. So your 3% knows high, you could fly all the way around and that wouldn't change.
Not only do I not accept, I told you that in the beginning. I told the guy that asked me that in the beginning. That's what I said. Remember? When I said,
but that's a straw man.
It's point gravity. Yeah, I understand your model, man. It's just I don't agree with it. That's it.
Exactly, you see, and that's why I'm not crying and leaving. I'm crying because I've got to go to work, and in an office in the sky. So
well, you got a good job, man. If it's true that you're a helicopter pilot, good on you. I mean, I'm kind of
well, maybe
jealous in a way.
Well, you should come and fly it for me because you know more. So
you're just a dick, bro. I mean, I wouldn't get into the helicopter with you. I mean, I wouldn't trust you with a cockroach.
I wouldn't get into a fucking shoe with you.
It would be difficult to get into a shoe with anybody. Let's be reasonable about the probability of getting into shoes.
Yeah, right.
especially yours.
I've got to go anyway because I got to go and do that. So we'll catch us later.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
You can drink yourself to death now. Ciao.
All right. So I think there's
good defense.
Yeah, why do they allow drunk assholes
on the
to
shot.
be pilots? Listen to this drunk guy say that he's a pilot.
Hey, come
This
on.
should alarm
Let's not do
everybody. You shouldn't trust anybody.
That's what I'm going to say. Who'd get in this line in the drunk?
Let's have a nice.
Oh God, it's Jesse. But I think there's a
Let's
problem
have a
because
nice one. When you guys sit around and try to mock and ridicule everybody around you, the
No, we're
entirety
not
of your
trying to do
stay
that.
in the community. Oh, you're not.
Electric
Oh,
flag.
I
We're not,
yeah,
not
okay.
doing that. No, we're not doing that.
Who's doing that?
So I think there's a
Yeah,
problem.
that's denial.
There's a,
Good job. So you deny why you're even here. Good job.
Denial is nothing but a
Well,
river
there's-
in Egypt.
I think there's a problem with what Essie says, because Essie says that our model is stupid because vertical follows us along the Earth. But then he's saying that if our model is actually the case, then we should see a difference in the pitch data. So he's talking about two different models and saying that both of them are our model.
But you said our model, stupid. Could you explain what our model is? Because I was like, I've never presented a model, so I'd like to hear what model you're referencing.
Yeah, I was talking
Hold
about
on.
Essie's model.
Hold on, he's wrong. Maybe I
I don't think-
misspoke there.
I don't
In
think
his model,
Essie's ever-
can you give me a second?
Yeah. Sorry.
In his model, right, the plane shouldn't tip. Maybe I misspoke there. What I should have said was the reason why that doesn't happen is because the Earth is not a globe. So I apologize for that. I misspoke on that one.
Well, I think what we
Okay,
should
sure.
do, right, is we should at least concede that on both models the plane would do exactly the same thing, just flying from one destination to another, right? The problem arises when we talk about the distances between places that they're flying. That's where the problem arises.
No, there's
The
a
problem,
speed. There's a
right?
speed. No, the Earth spins at different speeds at different parts of it. They're like around the North Pole and South Pole. It's going to be way less speed because of the size of the Earth having to
Well, either
spin faster at the
we're
extremities.
not talking
no, I
about
think
that.
the problem again. The
He said
problem
there's
is
no
the
difference
distance, like
besides
flying
the
in.
distances.
Hold on. The problem is the distances between places in the southern hemisphere that these airplanes fly between. That's where the problem arises.
No, that's just a map. That's just a debate between like what the flat Earth map is. It's not the problem of flying
Yeah,
around a
well,
fucking
well,
ball.
that is a problem. That is a big problem because then the places would have to be a lot farther apart than they actually are, or the airplanes would have to be flying a lot faster than they can actually fly. We can talk about pitch data. We can talk about all this other nonsense, but the problem is the distances.
No, that's just your
where the
problem with
flat
flat
Earth is
Earth,
wrong.
which is straw manning a flat earther because no one's
Well,
claiming a
I mean,
map.
it's not a straw man. It's just, that's the issue then.
It
That's
is.
the
If
issue.
you're saying that you're debunking some flat Earth map which no one presented, then that's a straw man.
Okay, well, we can both agree that the distances match the globe.
No, they just
Right? Can we do that?
we don't know the distance. We just know the time it takes to travel, depending on
Yeah,
what
but we
flight
know.
you
Yeah,
take.
okay. So that
And the
would tell us.
speed.
Okay, so the time. Hold on. The time between, let's say,
No one's measuring the speed of the plane.
Santiago and Sydney. Okay, we can use the time to get the speed. Is that not?
If you
can we do
assume
that?
the distance,
No, the speed, time, and distance formula. Do you not understand that?
exactly.
If it takes a specific amount of time, we can figure out the speed and we can figure out the distance.
Yeah.
No, you need two.
Hey, presto.
We know the distance. And then we can predict
Exactly.
our
You're
time.
assuming the
And
distance.
It always.
Thank you for confirming what I said.
Yes, and when you assume the distance, you know
thought
how
you knew
much
the
time
distance.
it'll
Why do you
take,
have to
and it
assume it?
always is the correct. That's why we
They
know
assume
how
it or they
long it
believe
takes
it.
to fly. Just simple.
Let's go one at a
If you know
time,
the,
guys.
if you know the speed and the time, it'll give you the distance, right? If you know the distance and the speed, it'll give you the time, and if you know the distance and the time, it'll give you the speed.
So you're agreeing with me?
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
I
we know
agree.
all three.
But on flat Earth, it would have to be a lot farther and a lot longer.
You're straw manning it. No one said how far the distances
Okay.
are. If they're different,
so
then
if I'm strawmanning it, right? Let's just use the globe then, and we can agree that it works on the globe because we know the distances between places in the southern hemisphere. If you find another map that agrees with that, then we can use that. But until then, we have to use the globe.
the globe isn't a map, bro.
We can use the globe model to figure out distances.
The globe
one uses
model
the
is
globe
just
model.
a warped. It's just a warped version of a bunch of 2D maps. It's a bunch of little maps stitched together and work
yeah,
into an ellipsoid.
Sure.
So
you
yeah,
can
it's all flat maps,
beach ball.
and then you bend them
Yeah, but you
around
can take
because
a
you claim to know the distance between things, but you really
yeah,
don't.
we do know the distance. I mean, we can take a beach ball. We can cut a little square out of it, and it looks flat, right? I mean, that's not an issue.
7 miles deep into the beach ball.
I have a question about that. Why do we think that the globe isn't a map? I mean, obviously it's not a flat map.
It's an
but doesn't
ellipsoid
it-
model. The maps
Because
are
you
the
don't go
2D
into the
regional
garage
maps
and buy a globe.
stitched together.
Okay, I didn't hear.
Yeah,
I
but
couldn't
when
make.
you step in the
I couldn't make that
Right.
out. Can you guys try? Can we try again?
The globe
Yeah,
is
but
an
the
ellipsoid model. It's a bunch of 2D regional maps stitched together.
So
You know,
it's
they measure elevation change and distances relative to a benchmark, which is mean sea level, and then it projects outwards, and then they just move around from there, and they make a bunch of little maps, and it's a bunch of 2D maps.
So that's
yeah, that's
okay. So
okay.
I don't think that's how it works. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, it is,
So-
and then they bend those maps into an ellipsoid.
So they don't know. Cartography, the science of making maps, creates the globe.
I don't think it's a science, is it, to make a map?
Sure it is.
I think what they're
I'm going
saying
to
is that if
look
you
up
take
cartography and see if it's a science.
yeah, it is. But if it's what they say sounds like if you're taking like a globe that you can buy from the store, you can just peel the layers from the surface and then just flatten them out. It just doesn't
Why does
work.
it say do not? Why does it say do not use it on the bottom of them?
Can Yeah, you, those can are you the ones point you buy to at a Walmart, single sure. one? Yeah, can you point to a single one that says that?
Bro, there's
Just
like
one.
hundreds of pictures of those fucking globe models
one.
that they say not to use.
Post one. Yeah, that's because yeah, sure. It might not be exactly perfect, sure. But there are perfect globes. Yeah, but there are are they- some that are perfect. Like look at Google Earth. It's perfect. This is another thing that flat earthers say that all the globes
Google
have
Earth
this
is
on the
patched
bottom,
up with
and
so
none of
much
them have.
CGI, dude. There's so much Google Earth parts
Now
that
it's just
aren't real
changed
fucking
to
Earth.
Google Earth.
So I'm
Explain.
afraid I still don't understand. So cartography
We know.
creates the globe. That's
But
the
it's not a
first
science.
You could call it what you want. The discipline of it, however you want to say it.
No. But when you say cartography is a science, you're not being genuine, is it? Because it isn't.
So I don't think that the
Map making?
distinction. I don't think the distinction has any meaning.
Yeah, it does, because how you go on to talk is like you will listen to this because it's a settled science, and you're inferring that it's a very they use scientific method. It's no science involved whatsoever.
So
not from
no. So let's see. I'm sorry. Look, you're the guy who pored over a user manual for a theodolite, desperately trying to find something where it says you couldn't use it to measure stars, when it in fact said a whole bunch of the opposite. So
Omnivore, all you said was, I don't think that's how that works, and then didn't explain how it actually works.
Hold on. So I said that
explained how it actually works.
cartography creates the globe. Now, there's not a, since he doesn't have a response to that, he just says, "Oh, you should be able to make the, you calling it a science. You're not being, genuine, or you're not being honest, or whatever." No,
But you're
bullshit.
not. But you're not.
Cartography is what creates the globe. It's not that cartography creates flat maps and then we stitch them together into a globe. That's not true. That assumes facts.
Surveyors help make the maps, and planar surveyors, they treat the ground as flat, and then after they make the map, they bend it into an ellipsoid. Let me finish. And yes, I am correct. They bend it into an ellipsoid model after they make their 2D regional maps, their local maps. Yes, that's exactly what they do. So stop saying no, that's not what they do, because it is what they do.
Because
okay, well, let me
have distortions.
I'd like to respond to that. You're just flat out wrong. Like, have you ever read a planar surveying book?
Yeah, planar surveying. Yeah, it traces the ground.
Have you read the book? You said yeah. You have read it. You have read one of those books.
Yeah, you could go ask planar surveyors themselves.
Have you read
earthers are
a
silly or
planar surveying book? Okay, so you're not
doesn't
answering
matter because the surveyors themselves will tell you that's what they do. That's the method.
Okay, I got you. So you don't know. You're just stating this based on some conversation you think you had. So I just want to make it clear to you. When you look at the planar surveying books, you discover, to your horror, that they do not assume the Earth is a flat Earth. What they assume very clearly is that within a certain area, you can treat it as flat because the errors that you accumulate will probably not be an issue.
Yeah. Yeah, they treat it as flat, and all they do is they're measuring the elevation change. These topographical maps that these surveyors make in planar survey, they're treating the ground as flat, dude. It's all relative to a benchmark.
So do you know
specific elevation, and it's all just changes it's all changes relative to that thing's elevation, the benchmark.
Have you ever used a topographical map, Electric?
All the time.
You have, yes. You've done land nav, yes?
Yeah, I've used topographical maps.
Okay, you've done land navigation. What is the one thing that you will never find on a topographical map in terms of the topography lines?
Curvature.
No.
Yeah, there's no curvature in a topographical map.
No. You don't know. You don't know this. You haven't done land nav. You've never
you
said
say no, but what I'm saying is true.
I know you haven't. Look, I can tell when you're lying. You haven't
even just said it yourself. You said in a small region, you can just treat it as flat because it's exactly what they do, and then they stitch together the small regional maps. Then they stitch together the small regional maps, and they bend it into an ellipsoid because it doesn't represent
I'm going to answer the question that the answer that you didn't know to give, but makes it clear that you don't know what you're talking about and you haven't actually done this. So the topographical map has these lines of
that's a script. You say that no matter what.
And you'll never find a topographical map, or at least a properly done one, where all of those lines of elevation appear on that map. They're all closed loops. You always have them running off the map. Why is that? Because no topographical map outside of a globe would encompass the entire range of elevation. So the answer is no.
Yeah, your globe has elevation change, right? The globe is sloping at the rate of the Earth curve. But every single topographical map, when surveyors actually, measure the planar surface, it's just the topography. They're not measuring the elevation change of a globe. So when you say, it has to be curved, no, they're not measuring curve when they're doing planar surveying. What are you talking about? So then they make the topographical map, they make their 2D map, and then they bend it because they're not observing curvature. They're observing topography, elevation change relative to a benchmark. Then they bend it into an ellipsoid because they didn't observe. What?
How are they doing that in the southern hemisphere then?
I think Omni's not here anymore. I think he cut off. So just letting you know.
That was dirty. And now all he could say is, well, I don't think you understand it. That's how he prefaces everything he says in this argument, because he has a script. He has to start everything he says with, you don't understand it. But I'm explaining it exactly how it works according to surveys. So I don't know what the heck he thinks.
Yeah, but surveyors also do account for curvature. You just don't say that they don't.
Geodetic surveyors, not planar surveyors.
Yes.
And they're not accounting for curvature. They're just injecting it into the freaking map that they already have.
But if they don't, there'll be an error. If they don't account for it, it's called an error.
Yeah, they're just trying to fit squares into round holes, dude. That's it.
Yes, because if not, there'll be distortions in the map. When you take a curved surface and try to make it flat, there's distortion.
Okay, so like in my little small regional map, you guys say that I can't get from point A to point B, which is literally a linear distance, using a map. That is flat. You think I can't do that? But that's a lie. I do that. Everyone does that. All maps are small, regional, local, and treated as flat. In the beginning, when you want to make a map, you have to treat the ground as flat, no matter what.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to treat the ground as flat, no matter what. Thank you.
Yeah, like I said earlier, you can take a beach ball and cut a 1 inch by 1 inch square out of it. Sure, it's going to look flat.
Because it is flat.
That portion, sure.
All right, that's honesty. Thank you.
But now when you make it, now when you now when you take a 100-mile by 100-mile square and try and distortions. But anyway, I would love to get back to the flights and the distances.
Yeah, because this part actually doesn't support the globe. So go ahead, get back to your thing.
Yeah. Let's go back to flights. When you fly south, how does a plane adjust to the differing speed of the near the equator versus like the northern region? How does it?
All you're doing is adjusting over time.
Like if you're flying south, you have thrusters on the left that like push you to the right.
You get this argument from. You got this argument from new perspective, right?
Yeah. I'm literally trying to say exactly what he says. Like, yeah.
Okay, so yeah. All you're doing is they're just
trying to
adjusting
figure
over
out where
time.
he uses tangential velocity, but I didn't want to mess up.
I think what they're doing, they're just adjusting speed over time, right? So if you're going from tangential speed at a certain latitude, with at certain latitude it's different. So at southern latitude, you're just adding a slight little bit of speed every few miles.
But you're flying south. How do you add speed to the right?
That's all. That's it. It's just like
you move with the atmosphere. You're doing. You're doing whatever the atmosphere does. You're flying in the air. You're going to do whatever the air is doing.
And then,
it just imparts its energy on the aircraft.
And what flight actually flies that? There's not that many flights that fly north to south that far. So they're not accounting for that much difference in speed.
But
the problem with the main problem with the new perspectives argument is that he doesn't accept that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. If he would incorporate that, he would see that his entire argument is incorrect.
Right, he kind of strawmans it. He feels like a GIF with the Earth spinning super fast,
Okay, but this is a ridiculous model, dude.
I mean, it works.
He doesn't strawman nothing, bro. They want it both ways, right? They want the Atmos to go with you, but then when you tell them when you move against the Atmos, then it doesn't count. So they want it both ways.
Yeah, but I don't think it doesn't spin as fast as you guys think.
The reason why Jeremy's whole idea about how you should you should fly to be a quicker flight by accounting for Coriolis doesn't work because it'll work against the atmosphere.
Well, can we like explore that real quick? Because Essie made a good point. And so you guys said that when you fly south, so when you real quick, when you fly south, right? You would agree that the equator of the ball is spinning faster than the northern area. So, but you're saying that you just being in that different part of the atmosphere, you're just kind of now in like a there's it's not wind, but the atmosphere is being dragged along faster, and you just don't notice the change in speed, but you're now in that you've now stepped into like an escalator that's moving faster, and there was no you didn't feel anything. But when you're flying east against the Earth's spin, you don't have to fly. You can fly the same speed, right? You don't have to. You're not feeling any of that drag. So how?
Yes.
Yeah, but
how can it adjust you?
No, west is against the Earth's spin. The Earth is spinning.
Okay, someone else answer besides me.
So, brother, if you don't like when black people speak, brother, leave the server. Please.
Hey, don't start that. He didn't say nothing about black people.
Dude,
Come on.
He's done that. He's done that before. Whenever black people speak, he does that. He's done it to me.
Don't do that, bro. Come on, that's not fair.
My favorite. Jesse's my favorite
brother, guys. I'm just letting you know. I mean, I simply am answering his question. He says, "Can somebody else do that?" He doesn't know what I'm going to say.
It doesn't have anything to do with. It doesn't have anything to do with you being black, Robert. It doesn't have to do with your skin color. No, it doesn't.
No, he has said
I
it.
hope
He
not.
said it to
I
me.
hope not.
He said it. He said it to me before directly. He said black people. He said white people, brethren, talking.
Well,
Wait, hold on.
well, that was a
hold
different
on.
situation where
So,
guys
Star,
thought
why do you
Joe
think the
Rogan
Earth is
is
spinning?
So
Rather than just saying because the Earth is spinning, you have to provide evidence of this claim.
Right. I mean, dude, if you only like when white people have the conversation, you have to go other places, brother. Go back to the 20.
Cut it out, Robert. Cut it out, bro. That's not going to be acceptable. Don't do that.
You know, they
Did
do
you
have an
mention
all-white
anything?
board that they don't allow black people into.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out my experience with him before. That's all I'm doing.
Robert. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that was said. I believe that was said probably, but let's try to leave racial parts out of it. Really, if we can, don't be offended by that. You're just as important as anyone here, in my opinion.
No. I do that. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know how he is. If I'm gonna speak, he's not gonna want me to because of how he is. So you guys need to ask him directly. You need to ask him directly. You need to say, "Hey, brother, how do you
Are you
feel?"
almost done, bro? We're talking about fucking planes, bro.
How do you
This
feel?
is why I didn't want you to
Brother,
answer because you ruin every conversation.
If your attention span is short, please relax.
It's okay because I'm black too. So let me ask the question. I'm black too.
But you don't. But you don't sound. He doesn't. He hasn't.
Black guys speak.
He knows
Okay,
that
Robert, cut it. Stop. This is I'm modding now, guys. Please stop talking. I'm trying to mod. Robert, we heard your complaint. We understand. Please don't bring that up. He didn't mention. Maybe he mentioned that somewhere else. He didn't mention that here today. Please stick to the topic, Robert. Thank you.
Okay, I understand.
So check this out.
Because he knows my accent, he knows that I am not white. That's why he's able to determine that.
You're doing it again, bro. I'm going to give you the floor. You're going to talk about the subject. He doesn't control. He cannot make you talk. So forget about what he said, right? And the floor is yours. Go ahead. Make your point, Robert.
No, okay. I was just going to say that he incorrectly stated that you're flying against the Earth spin when you're flying east. The Earth spins from west to east.
So let's do this, right?
So he doesn't. So I'm just pointing out that he's not aware of the model. So
is that true? Yeah, I might be wrong. Wait, is that true?
Okay, let's let him respond. Let's let him respond now.
Can I just add something, please?
I guess, yeah, but I want Electric to respond to that.
Yo. Okay. Yeah, Rob, can you provide evidence that the Earth is spinning, please, besides just saying the Earth is spinning?
Yeah, I've already posted that many times. But can I just go through something real quick? So at 40 degrees north, right, the Earth is spinning about 794 miles per hour. And then let's say at Jacksonville in Florida, which is at 30 degrees north, it's spinning at 898 miles per hour, right? The difference between those two tangential speeds is about 100 miles an hour. So over that distance, the plane would have to account for 100 mile an hour difference, which is not that much. So you divide that 100 miles an hour by the distance, and that'll tell you how over that amount of time it would have to account for it. So it's not that much of a difference.
Right. You remember there's a thing called relative motion and stuff like that. You know, the Earth doesn't have any friction, so you can't tell us that the Earth is spinning or it's not spinning. You understand? You see what I'm saying to you guys? So what you do is you do observation and measurements. That's how you know if you are the one that's moving, or the Earth is, or the sun is moving, for example, or it's not, or the Earth is not moving. Right? So flat earthers, so you're in your philosophy, in your ideology, because you don't feel turning, it means it's not. And that's what I'm saying. That's not science. Science is not your body feeling things, right? It's not just that. There's other things that goes into it. So if you rest in flat earth ideology on your feelings, you don't feel the earth turning, then you're not a scientist in any way, shape, or form.
Isn't Isn't like sensing things like a scientific tool?
Oh, Kiro, could you just respond to what I said earlier?
Oh, that the speed, the tangential speed, isn't that much of a difference?
Right. It's only 100 miles an hour.
I know everything in the globe model isn't that much of a difference that we would notice, but coincidentally, we don't notice any of these things.
No, but I'm saying like, okay, so I told you from New Jersey to Jacksonville, the difference in speed is only 100 miles an hour, tangential speed.
Okay, so
did you know that?
They would have
so
to account.
Over
they would
that
have to account
distance,
for that.
Yeah, 100 miles an hour. So over that distance, the plane would have to account for 100 miles an hour. So it would account for probably a few miles an hour per mile. So you take the distance between those two places, right? Which would be, I'll tell you right now. Let's see, let's measure it at point here, and that would be about 1,200 miles. So divide 100 by 1,200 miles. I'm sorry, that's kilometers. That's not. That's kilometers. My bad. Yeah.
Well, you'd think they would be doing this math ahead of time so that they could literally
Yeah,
they
they
could
don't,
shoot
because
they could target the plane ahead of the ahead of the shot, lead the shot.
no, they don't have to do that. They just fly over a track over
Exactly.
the
They don't have to do that, but they would.
No, I mean, we know the Earth is rotating. It's being measured as we speak.
Now we're just assuming things, even though you just said the airplanes don't do any
We're
of
not
these.
assuming.
You're measuring
We're
a
not
force.
assuming.
Treat the ground as stationary.
We know
Every
it's rotating.
No, there's a force acting on something. That doesn't mean that the Earth is rotating.
No, there are facilities that measure the Earth's rotation.
They measure a force.
No, they measure rotation.
Your face is rotating.
So, like, when I'm sitting here in my chair, do you want me to think I'm rotating even though I'm stationary?
Yes, it's so you can't feel it.
Yes.
I don't know why you think
you want me to
feel
imagine
it.
things that aren't happening.
I don't know why you think you'd feel it on a sphere the size of Earth.
It's immeasurable. Yeah. It's inexperienceable. It's undetectable.
Oh, it's immeasurable. You just need really precise. You just need really precise instruments.
That's wrong. That's wrong. Saying it's undetectable. That's wrong.
Right? Yeah, you're not detecting Earth rotating. You're just detecting a force.
Yeah, we're detecting Earth's rotation, right?
All right, let's try this.
Minutes past the hour. Real time. Hold on.
Let's put an accelerator on the surface of the Earth. Oh, look, it says that the Earth is rising 14. What does it say? It says Earth is rising at 9.8 meters per second. Is that evidence that Earth is rising?
Nobody says that. Nobody says that.
Well, why not? Why wouldn't the accelerometer be able to tell me if Earth is moving or not?
If the Earth was rising at 9.8 meters per second, how long do you think it would take for us to be moving at the speed of light?
I don't know what the heck you think that has to do with what I'm saying. Literally, the accelerometer measures the Earth to be rising at 9.8 meters per second. So why wouldn't that be evidence that the Earth is rising?
Let me answer that. So just because something has an acceleration doesn't mean that it is moving. And let me explain what I mean by that, because I know that probably sounds really bizarre. If I blow up a balloon, I inflate a balloon with air, right? The gas pressure inside the balloon is pushing against the rubber shell of the balloon, right? But it's no longer inflating now. It's just, I've tied it off and it's stable. That gas pressure is still force over area. F equals ma. So the gas pressure is exerting an acceleration, a force, on the on the rubber shell of the balloon, but the balloon's not moving anywhere. It's not continuing to inflate. So either you say, well, okay, I don't believe in gas pressure or air pressure, which maybe you don't, or you can say, I don't believe F equals ma, which maybe you don't. But what you really should conclude is your understanding of what happens when you put the accelerometer on the ground is incorrect. So the accelerometer is reading the weight of the accelerometer versus the normal force of the Earth, the normal force of whatever it's laying on.
What is
so, what is it?
Whatever it's laying on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you know. Yeah, I know, Slitsy. I know, Slitsy. You don't understand, but you know, turns out it's a free world, and you can be.
How you just explained
free
that
to be
is completely nonsense.
So because again, it comes down to what their body feels. That's why I always put them through the oxygen exercise, and I ask them. I always
The
ask
thing
them,
is,
and I always ask them.
So anyway,
you don't even sound confident explaining it.
So electric,
So Omnivore, I don't think you understand what the accelerometer. You really do not understand what the accelerometer is reading. Let me explain it. When you put the accelerometer, when the accelerometer is in the air, it doesn't read anything, right? When you put it on the ground, it reads that the Earth is accelerating upwards 9.8 meters per second.
Correct.
Is your Earth expanding? Okay, in that case, therefore the globe is either
because
expanding.
the same reason that do you believe there's air pressure inside the balloon I inflated inside your tire? Do you believe there's air pressure in your tires on your car?
Yeah, let's talk about something irrelevant.
Cool. How could you believe that? I would be like, Slitsy, he doesn't believe there's air pressure in his tires. Right?
What are you talking about?
Because you know that air pressure is a force, right? It's force over area. That's the definition of pressure.
We're not talking about putting air in your tire.
I'm explaining to you that your understanding of how acceleration works is wrong, is naive.
Very.
Yeah, so is yours. Because you don't understand that it's telling you that
mine
Earth is
isn't.
rising.
Yeah, that's not what it means. The same way that it doesn't mean that
because you need to inject the globe into your model. It needs to be a globe.
No,
it's not telling me that it's 9.8 meters per second rising up. That's not what it's saying.
No electric.
The reason why I talked about air pressure is because that's something you should be able to understand. You should understand that, yes, air pressure can be defined as an acceleration, even though your tires are not forever expanding. You should understand that. You should say, yes, Omnivore, you make a good point. I understand that it doesn't mean that the Earth has to be moving upwards at 9.8 meters per second. But you don't.
What are you talking about? Are you placing an accelerometer on your deflated tire?
I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna try this one more time. Okay, we're talking about the concept of acceleration, which is defined in physics as is represented in physics as a lowercase a, alpha. So, as in F, capital F equals ma, mass times acceleration. Okay, so we're talking about acceleration. You're talking about acceleration. I'm talking about acceleration. Acceleration, in this case, just represents, in the case of force, represents potential movement, not actual movement. What the accelerometer is detecting when it's on the ground is the acceleration, the force of the normal force. It's called the normal force. It's the force exerted by the tabletop when when your phone is resting on the tabletop.
This is like a Vulcan mind meld, right? You have to put your mind in a state of, unlogic, right? Believe that the force on the balloon is a potential acceleration. That's kind of crazy, Omni. Like, seriously, bro.
Well, so do you? Okay, so tell me which part you disagree with. You disagree that there is air pressure inside the balloon?
No, first of all, let's acceleration, right?
Let me walk you through it. Let me walk you through it, SE. You said it's kind of crazy. I know dialetheism is just aching to come out. Do you believe that there is pressure inside the balloon? The answer is yes, you do.
Yes.
Do you believe that pressure is defined as force over area, SE? The answer should be yes, you do. Do you believe that force is defined as is equal to mass times acceleration?
I'll say yes to this. Go on.
Of course you do. You should. If you don't, I mean, I know Slitzy has no idea, but that's because he's aggressively ignorant. So
omnivore.
I'm sorry, Slitzy. I know,
Omnivore.
but you are. Just a second. I'm talking to Essie. Okay. And yes, I'm taking
Okay,
jabs at you because you kind of do the same thing. So what that means, Essie, is that there is this trail of breadcrumbs you should be following from there's gas pressure inside the balloon to the pressure is exerting an accelerative force on the balloon to, oh my God, the balloon is not forever expanding. The balloon is now inflated, or my tires are inflated to a certain pressure, and it's holding steady at that size. So you should say, gosh, that means that just because, one second, just because I can define an acceleration doesn't mean that it has to be moving. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I know we're all excited. I get it, right? But look, if we define acceleration, right, is the change of velocity, yes?
So that is the second derivative of a path of motion is a definition of acceleration. However,
so you're using a different version of acceleration.
Well, I'm using it in the context of a force.
Right. So you were right about dialetheism, right? So,
I know.
So this is a double meaning of acceleration here, right?
It's not a new meaning of acceleration.
Well, which is it? Is it a change in velocity or?
So do you agree that F equals ma? If you agree that
we went through all that. We went through all that, bro.
Yeah, it's the second law of motion, right? It's not that shouldn't be new to you. What it means is that your thinking about acceleration is naive. It's not this point of singular strength that you've identified this one thing that you mean. Do you know what the second derivative means?
Yeah, but
probably not. You have to take calculus. Okay.
Well, it would be like a second explanation. Is that what you're trying to say? You're trying to go ahead. No. Say what you got to say, man. Acceleration is acceleration.
The definition the definition of acceleration that you're using and that electric is using is given a path of motion. It's the second derivative of that path, which would be the change in the rate of change of velocity. Yes, that's what it would be given a path of motion. But given the existence of a force like pressure, it is not a path of motion. Those are two different ways to think about acceleration. And the one that electric has hit upon with the accelerometer is not one of those that is describing a path of motion.
Yeah, according to your globe that you have to fit where it doesn't.
It's not according. It's according to the second law of classical mechanics. I mean, this is not according to my globe. I'm not making this up. I'm telling you what you would learn in physics. You're not
right. So you measure a force. You measure Earth rising 9.8 meters per second. You say, "Oh, that can't be because Earth is a globe. Their globe can't be expanding." Let me just say that it's not happening.
Yeah, but electric. What the point that you're missing is what causes the initial velocity, right? This is the piece that you get.
What he's missing? Wait a minute. What he's missing is that by his definition, there can be no pressure from no gas pressure inside its tires.
Right.
Yeah. You said that before. Okay. So listen to this. Are you trying to place an accelerometer? What are you doing? Are you trying to place an accelerometer on your tire as you inflate it?
No. Nope. I'm using the definition of pressure, force over area.
Okay, so you're talking about the pressure gauge measuring the amount of air inside the tire.
The pressure of the air inside the force that is being exerted by the tire
on the gauge. Yeah.
By the air. Yeah, by the air.
Okay, so that's a measurable force. You read the pressure increasing inside the tire. That's what your gauge is telling you. Therefore, that's what's happening, right? So therefore, I'm going to put an accelerometer on the Earth, and I'm going to read that it's accelerating upwards. Therefore, that's what's happening.
Okay, so that's you're almost there. So let's say that I have the tire at a constant pressure. Is the gas inside still exerting force on the tire?
Yeah, it's still exerting its force against the wall.
Okay, so are you observing the pressure going up? No, you're not.
Yeah, but you're on the but you're on the outside of the tire, so the force isn't exerting on the outside of the tire; it's exerting on the inside of the tire.
It's exerting on the inside of the tire, and the atmosphere is
and then
exerting.
it reaches a balance of forces because the tire is resisting the force of the air exerting against the walls.
It's also the atmosphere around the tire.
So that's a balance of forces. You're not going to measure a force outside the tire, dude. You're only going to measure it on the gauge.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Right. Yes.
That's irrelevant. That has nothing to do with the accelerometer being on the ground reading 9.8 meters per second up.
So when you use the gauge, that is measuring the force exerted by the air on the gauge.
Yeah, but if you you can't rest an accelerometer on your tire and say, "Oh, look, it's telling me that the air pressure inside the tire is exerting on my accelerometer."
Right.
That's not what's happening.
That's right. That's right. But if you understand that force is equal to mass times acceleration, and that pressure is a force, you have a force even though you don't have movement. The tire is
yeah, but Omni, it's counterbalanced.
It's a balance of forces. So it reaches equilibrium. My bad.
It's not necessarily
equilibrium. Yeah.
It's not necessarily an equilibrium. So I can keep the gas pressure inside the tire equal, and I can put the tire in a vacuum chamber where I pump out the atmosphere around it, and then the tire will expand and possibly pop.
You're mixing up two things here, bro. You're mixing
I'm not mixing two things. I'm telling you that your understanding of acceleration works in the case of a car accelerating, but doesn't work with an accelerometer. You're misunderstanding how it works when the accelerometer is laying on a surface. The accelerometer is measuring the force, the normal force.
In your model, when you drop, you're on Earth, right? And you drop something. I have my phone here. I'll drop it, right?
Yeah.
Your model says that the phone is not going down. The Earth is going up to move it, correct?
No.
Yeah.
What do you mean, no?
What you say?
No,
that's your model,
that is not true.
That is
okay, I don't think you understand your model. Let me explain.
Electric, I 100% understand the model. So the model.
Well, I don't think you do.
Using relativity. Yeah, I know, but you should be learning from me right now. I am attempting to teach this to you. The same thing with force time.
Do you disagree with John, PhD, Omni? Do you disagree with John, PhD, on this matter?
No, I do not.
Because
yes, you do.
According to I do not. I promise you I don't. So with relativity, you can say that either the Earth is rising to meet the phone, or from the phone's perspective, the Earth is rising to meet the phone, or from the person who dropped its perspective, it is falling to the Earth. You can say either one, not just that the Earth is rising. That is what you're misattributing that to John.
No, not at all. He is very adamant on that. We've had many discussions on that.
Yeah, you can define it that way. You can, because of relativity, you can say the Earth is rising to meet the phone, assuming that from the frame of reference of the phone, the phone cannot detect any force being exerted on it.
Okay, I'm going to keep you on this. What's actually happening? Is the phone falling to the ground, or is the ground going up to meet the phone?
The phone is moving in a geodesic, and assuming no atmosphere, and then the Earth blocks its movement.
Yeah, but motion is relative. You guys don't know if it's the Earth rising or the phone falling.
Yeah, the phone is moving towards the ground. Yes, that's what it is. Because there's a force.
The phone is moving in a geodesic, and the Earth is blocking.
You can't measure the phone accelerating. Sorry, I see. Fuck.
Yeah, because it's moving. Yeah, because it's moving to the ground. Yes, sir.
You don't. The phone doesn't measure.
So something moving, you can't measure it moving. Yeah, you hear how you sound
No,
right now?
the phone's accelerometer doesn't measure it moving because it's in free fall, which means that it is undergoing coordinate acceleration and not proper acceleration.
And that's where your silly globe nonsense gets ejected into what's actually happening.
No, well, you can try to say that, but that's just because you don't understand it.
Script.
So there is no action. That's where the breakdown occurs, right there. That's where fantasy la la land hits, right? They have to say both things are happening. Yep.
Physics.
So no. But the problem that you have
You say actual.
The problem that you guys are having is that you're using your eyes again and your feelings. So you feel what you see the phone moving to the ground, and that's it. You're not really applying science to exactly what's going on. It's too complicated for you. That's what
we've been telling you. You've been brainwashed to believe that something.
The question is why doesn't the accelerometer show the acceleration of it falling towards the ground?
Yeah, and why does it show it accelerating while it's on the ground? That's the question.
Because the
you guys have
acceleration
to
on the
answer.
ground is the pressure of the normal force.
So when it's on the ground, when it's stationary, it's actually moving upwards. And when it's falling, it's actually stationary. It's unbelievable what you want us to believe.
When it
right now.
measures that it's not moving, you guys say, "Oh, it's moving," and when it measures that it is moving, you say, "Oh, it's not moving."
Electric.
The opposite.
Try to figure out why.
Let's call it coordinate acceleration.
You're not saying
not a force.
You think that your tire, you think that your
in the middle of
tires
explaining something.
must be getting infinitely big. You think your tires must be.
Your tire example is not analogous.
There's pressure. It is 100% analogous. There's pressure inside the tire. Therefore, there is acceleration inside the tire. Therefore, it must be getting infinitely big. How can it not be getting infinitely big? There's still acceleration in there. How can it not be getting infinitely big? Right?
It's
That's
not
what
a
you're
good
saying.
analogy.
Yeah, Earth is not a tire.
It's 100% a good analogy because it's using acceleration in the same way that you're demanding.
Do you think Earth is a tire?
I can give you a better example.
Listen,
I can offer a better example.
Listen to how silly that question is. The Earth is a. You think the Earth is a tire?
Well, you're trying to use it as an example. You're comparing it to the Earth.
I'm using acceleration.
There seems to be a mismatch.
Go ahead.
He's using the force. Electric is the force he's talking about. Electric.
Can we
manufacture measuring? You didn't measure the force.
All right. I want to give Manufactorum a chance to talk. He hasn't said much. Go ahead.
Sure. Cheers. So there seems to be a misunderstanding between the relationship between acceleration and motion. I understand the linking of it to pressure, I think that's an adequate understanding, but it might be better to think of it in terms of just simply not being a one-to-one to motion. So a moment ago, someone said you measure something moving and you say it's not moving. We don't measure motion, we measure acceleration, right? Motion is all relative. So when you ask what is actually happening, that's a philosophical concept. Right? It's a philosophical question. There is no actually. There is no still universal reference frame except what we decide is the reference frame. So if you take a basketball, for example, and you spin it on your finger, that basketball is accelerating because rotation is acceleration, but the basketball is not going anywhere, right? It's not moving, except it's rotating, right? So it's not going left or right, but there is an acceleration there. The same as if you throw something in the air, it's accelerating downwards at 9.8 meters per second every second, even while it's going up. It always has a downward acceleration. The motion is not the same as acceleration. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so when things are moving in your model, they don't exert forces anymore. Goofy bullshit.
Depends on what's moving.
That was a good example. They are working overtime not to realize, not to examine the way that they're using acceleration in other contexts where it clearly makes them saying the basketball must be zipping around even when it's spinning on my finger, or the tire must be getting infinitely big. Those are obviously, stupid things to say, but when you say therefore the Earth must be expanding upwards, you're doing the same thing. And just when it's done to them,
but you're not laying an accelerometer on the tire and measuring the force of the air against the walls of its container. That's not what you're doing. It's not analogous. You're being so dishonest. Why are you doing this? And then you're going to say, I don't understand it, but your fake ass example doesn't apply. It's not the same as laying an accelerometer on the Earth.
Your problem
and it measures 9.8 meters upward acceleration.
So
can you let me finish instead of trying to drown out my sound argument, please?
Because you just said I was
let me finish.
Okay. Finish.
Listen. When you say, I can't measure the force of the air pressure inside the tire by laying an accelerometer on my tire. That's not analogous to actually measuring the Earth accelerating upwards when you lay an accelerometer on the Earth. It's not the same thing. Your example belongs in the bottom of the garbage can. Okay.
Okay. So electric. Your problem is not with the words. With the one tiny part of the problem that you're seeing. The problem is with your understanding of what acceleration means, and that was what Manufactotum tried to explain to you with the spinning basketball. It's also accelerating, even though it's not moving around.
Yeah, so, you guys say that the Earth. You say that the Earth is not accelerating.
Wait, let me explain what's going on. Let me explain what's going on. Let me finish. No. Now I get to finish. No. You blind. Now I get to finish. Like. So what's going on with the accelerometer on the ground? A spring can be an accelerometer, just a spring. When you put the spring on the ground, gravity, the weight of the spring, is drawing the string down towards the ground, so the string will compress a bit. If it's laying against a ground, a surface on the ground, a hard surface, what happens is the normal force of the ground, that is the chemical bonds in the ground, responding to the downward pressure of the spring, push back up against the spring. So what happens is, if the spring is completely extended in air when there's no force acting against it, when it reaches the ground, the spring will compress slightly under its own weight because it is now meeting resistance of the ground. That is what the accelerometer is measuring. It's measuring the resistance of the ground that is, pushing against its weight. That's it. It's the same thing as the tire.
All right, like I said, dude, before you tried to drown this out because it destroys you. You guys say that Earth is moving. You say that it's in an elliptic orbit. That would require a change in acceleration because the elliptic orbit is not a linear velocity. But you like to say that it is.
Change in velocity.
If it is, it's not. It's not in your model. You say that it's not a change in velocity while it's in an elliptic orbit, which would require a change in velocity. Yeah, but you can't measure the change in velocity, can you?
Well, it depends if you're talking about proper or coordinate.
Yeah, because you guys say that coordinate acceleration on a globe, it means that it's not a force. Gravity's not a force, and it's coordinate acceleration, so I can't measure it. Even though it's moving, it's impossible to measure. So therefore, you don't know why it's happening.
We do know why it's happening. Also, it is a force in three dimensions. It's not a force in four dimensions.
Well, you didn't measure it happening. It's undetectable force, right?
Well, we can measure it.
Same goes for your gravity. Your acceleration towards the Earth, you don't measure it, right?
We can measure that too, yeah.
No, you don't. I could drop an accelerometer off of a building and it doesn't read any acceleration.
We can measure it other ways.
Okay, so there you go. You're already done, dude. You can't measure acceleration of your orbital velocity. You can't measure the acceleration of the accelerometer falling towards the Earth. So who's to say that it's moving? How do you know it's moving? You don't. You just don't.
You just repeated the opposite of what I said to you. I said we can measure it. Just depends on how you measure it.
You're not measuring it, though. You guys say that it's coordinate acceleration, so it's just an immeasurable force because gravity is an anomalous thing that I don't fucking know.
It's still a measurement. You can still measure coordinate acceleration.
You're not measuring anything. The accelerometer reads 0 when it's subject to the force of gravity in your model. And
acceleration. You are measuring coordinate acceleration.
Proper. It's word salad. It's not actually explaining anything.
Not word salad. These words mean things. You're just not listening or not getting it. I don't know.
Yeah, but you can measure coordinate. They mean they don't apply to reality.
This is what we're talking about. Is reality. This is what applies to reality.
Yeah, in reality, you're not measuring any forces.
So that's different. You want to measure force, or you want to measure acceleration?
Yeah, typically mass in motion is going to exert force. Typically. So I don't know why you think that this is not happening now.
You can get that too. You'd be down to 3 dimensions where gravity remains a force, but you can measure that too.
All right, so yeah, you're not measuring the Earth in motion. You're not measuring your object accelerating towards the Earth. No, you're not.
Coordinate acceleration.
You call it coordinate acceleration. You say gravity doesn't exert a force on my object falling towards the Earth. That's what you say.
In 4 dimensions, it doesn't. In three dimensions, it does.
So how does my
For no fucking reason.
how does
We're
my
talking about
phone know
3D
which
space.
way? How does my phone know which way down is?
Are you asking me?
This is the weird stuff you guys have to do to try to fit your globe into a reality that it doesn't comport with.
So you're streaming now, right? Do I have that right, Electric? You're streaming?
No.
No?
No, I let everybody know if I'm streaming their voices. I let y'all know.
Okay.
I'm streaming my phone. Sorry. An accelerometer for my phone. So my phone knows which way down
your
is.
question,
Every way I turn it.
your phone doesn't know which way down is. Your phone knows which way there's acceleration happening.
Sure is
and you can
representing it.
Where it measures. Sorry?
It sure knows which way down is, whichever way I turn it.
It does know
Not
which
on
way
its
down.
own. You can tell it.
No, no,
you can tell it where it measures that acceleration. Right.
Well,
but you could trick it, for example. Like that's relativity. You could put it in a rocket and send the rocket off accelerating 9.8. It wouldn't make no difference.
Yeah,
you can tell it where it measures the 9.8 acceleration. That's down. Right. You can tell that to the phone.
Right.
So you're not measuring acceleration, but you say that it's mass in motion. You're calling it mass in motion.
You
It's not exerting
to make
a
the
force.
distinction between coordinate and acceleration. You refuse to acknowledge that distinction, but we are measuring an acceleration. Whether proper or coordinate, we can measure acceleration. We can measure both of them.
Wow, you're not measuring acceleration when your accelerometer reads 0. What are you talking about?
It's not reading 0 though. My accelerometer on my phone is not reading 0.
Because it's on the ground.
Yeah, but it's not. It should be reading 0, right? If it's not moving.
Yeah, it's not moving. It's not reading 0. It's because the Earth is. That's literally telling you the Earth is moving. It's moving upwards.
Accelerating.
Oh, it's moving upwards.
Accelerating.
I think, but remember, if it's moving upwards, how long do you think it would take if it's moving 9.8 meters upwards? How long would it take until we get
possibly have an upward rising Earth on a globe, because then that means that the globe is expanding. It's increasing in size, which would change all your celestial navigation elevation angles of stars. It can't be that the Earth is rising because I have to have a globe.
No, it's not moving upwards. In less than a year, we'll be moving at the speed of light.
But you're trying to fit your globe where it doesn't. If you want to measure the acceleration of the Earth, you can. And it doesn't say that it's in an orbital velocity around the sun. It doesn't say that it's fucking rotating. It says that it's rising. That's it. So why not consider that? Why don't you? Because then you have to say that your globe is expanding, which is dumb.
Because we understand what acceleration means in this context, and I know how accelerometers work. I'm guessing you don't know how they work.
Script.
Do you know how they work?
I've been explaining it since I've joined the conversation.
So Steelman, how an accelerometer measures acceleration.
Last calling station, this is Red Dragon Man. I got you loud and clear. How me over?
Nope, can't do it.
It's detecting a force that's exerting on whatever's inside the accelerometer.
It's exerting on whatever's inside the accelerometer. Is that actually true? That's not actually true.
Yeah, and it's converting it into what would be like, it's reading something electrical.
No, a spring can be an accelerometer. You can have physical accelerometers that are not electric.
Well, typically they're converting it into something electrical.
Yeah, today they are, but I explained to you. I just walked you through how they work, electric.
Yeah, there's a spring. There's a spring. It's measuring the force exerted on a spring relative to it's just measuring like the distance between two things.
It's measuring a force that is exerted on a spring. The amount of compression of the spring is the amount of acceleration that it is undergoing.
It's measuring. It's supposed to be measuring acceleration, and it doesn't measure It doesn't measure the acceleration that you need for a globe, for a spinning.
I have my phone
flat on a desk, right? So on the z-axis is measuring 0.99 between 5 and 6 meters per second, or 1 G. If I stand it up, now it's measuring on the y-axis.
Yeah, but Omni asked what is an accelerometer, and he said a spring. It doesn't necessarily have to be a spring. Like
Doesn't
the
have
one
to
in
be,
your
no.
phone, like the one in your phone, right? Yeah.
You could have
I'm
a
just
3-axis gyroscope.
how they work. How do they work?
Yeah,
Well, in
it's
the
not
case of the
measuring a
spring,
force when you drop
it's how
it.
much stretch.
What's that?
Go ahead, SD. I'm done.
No, I was just gonna say that in the one in the spring, it's how much the spring stretches, and in the one on the phone, there is what do they call it, a rest mass, and and when the phone moves, that stays stationary, and the other little barbs there move towards it, and it's an electrical signal. That's the difference.
Okay. All right. So in the case of a spring, what we're dealing with is the amount of compression of the spring. That's what determines acceleration. That's what it measures as acceleration.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, right. So we agree with that. So when the spring is sitting on the tabletop, it is in fact somewhat slightly compressed because the spring has weight and the tabletop exerts force against it to stop its path of motion to the floor. So that's what it's measuring. It's measuring the what is called the normal force, the force that the table exerts on objects on top of them to stop things from going through them. So, I don't see. I mean, other than being extremely attached to, acceleration must mean it's moving, which Manufactotum pointed out with the spinning basketball. It's not moving around; it's just spinning. Or in the case of a spring sitting on a tabletop, it's got pressure on it. What that accelerometer is measuring is pressure. It's measuring the force that the table is exerting to stop the motion of the spring. That's why
the accelerometer should be able to measure the rotation of the Earth.
They do.
Okay.
No, they don't.
Okay. So why would it measure the acceleration of the Earth?
Because it's not linear.
Well, we have other things that measure the rotation of the Earth.
So they do measure
other things. Exactly, dude. Thank you for a concession. Earth is life. You realize that it should, but it doesn't. So you say that it's happening in other instances.
Well, we have other
relative to an accelerometer
devices that measure. Yeah, it's not like my phone wouldn't be accurate enough to measure the rotation of the Earth.
Right. That's correct. Yes. So most accelerometers are not at all. So first off, accelerometers generally don't do so well with rotation because accelerometers tend to have a given direction, X, Y, or Z. So when you're dealing with rotation, you're dealing with, a constantly changing amount of movement. So you have to have
it's also about the direction.
Extremely, you have to have
the direction.
Go ahead.
It's also about the direction that changes it. So when we say something that rotates is accelerating, it's because there's a change in direction. The motion necessarily isn't necessarily speeding up or slowing down, right? So acceleration is a change in speed or a change in direction. If you have a change in direction, that's depending on where that change is happening, which rotationally is going to be in or out, right? That's centrifugal or centripetal force. And that technically is being measured by the accelerometer in how much is lifted off of that gravitational force.
That is true as well. But even if I put an accelerometer on a brick and on a string and spin that brick around my head really fast, the spring is going to compress somewhat, as it is pushing, it's trying to fly away, but it's trapped by the brick. So, the brick will be exerting force on it. It'll be exerting force on the brick. So an accelerometer would have some kind of detection of that. But like I said, most accelerometers that we use are directional. Like your phone has to have like 3 different accelerometers or a 3-way accelerometer. So that's one reason why it would not detect. However, certain kinds of certain gyroscopes, for example, do detect the Earth's rotation.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that's why.
So then, why doesn't the accelerometer measure the change of velocity as you orbit the sun?
That's a change on the order of months. Those are seasonal changes.
You should be able to measure it.
You know how minute that difference would be?
It should be measurable. Everything's minute.
Yeah, by what? By your phone?
It's a negligible and measurable force they're exerting on the globe.
These things are measurable.
First off, the Earth is in free fall around the sun, which means it's not undergoing acceleration, and therefore, if the Earth is in free fall, everything on the Earth is in free fall around the sun.
Hey, you know what a baseless assertion is? I don't think you understand. Okay, you baselessly assert that the Earth is in free fall around the sun to say that this is why you can't measure the orbital velocity, which would have a change of acceleration. There would be a change in the acceleration of the Earth, which would be a measurable force.
Let me say something really quick.
It's so linear because it's been happening for billions of years that it conserves the momentum and you can't measure it. It's so minute.
Okay.
That's your argument.
I understand.
And I got talked through, like, maybe you didn't hear me. Because everybody wants to have knee-jerk responses.
I heard you.
Okay.
I heard the stupidity,
right,
yes.
good.
So the stupidity is this. Accelerometer in free fall doesn't measure acceleration. That can't be. Why don't we measure acceleration going around the sun? You should. Even though we're in free fall around the sun, you should be able to measure it, even though I know that accelerometers don't measure free fall. Okay. Yeah, they don't. Correct. In free fall, the accelerometer shows no acceleration. For whatever reason, you can believe that, whatever reason you believe that's the case, whether it's because you understand how they work or you don't understand how they work, you should at least acknowledge that's the case. So no, your assertion that it should do this isn't correct. However, we do measure the Earth's rotation with gyroscopes, which, work on a different principle, but should be sufficiently
is Earth rotation linear?
What do you mean by linear?
No, he's just asking weird questions. Yeah, just focus everybody.
I know. I don't. So
it's not a linear velocity, right? Earth rotation is not a linear velocity, right? So
Correct.
You should be able to measure it with an accelerometer. You're done.
No. Yeah. No, we start actually.
No, you guys say that
you are zero.
You call gravity a coordinate acceleration, right? Because it's in quote unquote free fall. Is the Earth rotating? Is that free fall? No.
No, we just explained to you that yes, you probably could
due to the rotational forces because it's not linear. Duh.
Yeah, but look, different.
Accelerometers have typically have a
shot. All the globers take a shot and coke.
Change over speed, brother.
All right. Well, I've tried to explain to you why you're wrong, but apparently I can't. So
I think you're wrong. You guys invent the globe where it doesn't belong.
Yes,
you're not measuring the forces you need for a globe.
Do you understand that accelerometers have a direction in which they measure acceleration?
Yeah, you could have a 3-axis accelerometer, so you should be able to measure any force on the XYZ axis.
That's effectively having 3 accelerometers, right? So okay. So what accelerometer? So the Earth's rotation is quite slow. How sensitive do you think the accelerometer is that should be measuring the Earth's rotation?
Cool. So you can't measure the force that you say is happening. So why do you say it's happening?
Well, because we have ways of measuring it that are very very well suited to measuring that rotation. For example, the mechanical gyrocompass.
It's just measuring a force.
It's not measuring a force.
It's not measuring the Earth rotating. It's just measuring a force.
No, it's not. No, wait, it's not. It's not measuring a force.
Yeah, something affecting the precession of the gyro. That's all that is. You don't know if it's Earth rotating or something else.
So we know
something else.
No, you got to identify the something else, though.
Yeah, there's something else.
The problem with the mechanical gyro compass is that it aligns to what? Electric? What does it align to? The axis of
the axis of rotation.
Yes, electric. So what do you think it works?
No, the gyro doesn't tell you that Earth is in an orbit around the sun.
No, it doesn't tell you that Earth is in orbit around the sun. It tells you that Earth is rotating.
Nothing is telling you that Earth is in orbit around the sun.
Our observations of stars tell us that, and our observation of the planets tell us that.
Right. You can't measure the force. Thank you.
So wait, what's this measure? What's this measure word that you're talking about now? Why are you introducing that measure word?
Oh, you don't like measurements because they conflict your model. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Omni just told you about observations, and you're back to measure. Like, dude, what's your problem?
The problem is that you don't measure the forces required for your globe model. Duh.
Yeah, we do. But again,
so we actually do measure. We do measure those forces. So, for example,
you just admitted you don't.
Not with an accelerometer, my guy. We measure the gravitational attraction of the sun. We see its effects.
What instrument is measuring Earth's orbit?
What?
We have interferometry that detects.
Doesn't measure Earth's orbit. Interferometry does not measure the orbit.
Yeah, it does. It does actually. And this is the problem.
No, you don't understand it then.
Yeah, brother. Interferometry. Look up interferometry. Go back to school, brother.
Holy shit.
Yo, dog. Interferometers, brother. Interferometers is what detects wavelength changes and all these kind of things. It tells you that your Earth is rotating.
So the way that we
let me ask you a question real quick, because Robert had kind of a point. You brought in the term measure. Can you tell me what it means to measure something?
Yeah, if you read the force, you're reading that there's a force happening.
So that's the only way to measure something is a direct reading of referential measurement?
Yeah, and your model motion is relative, so you would just be calculating if you're not measuring.
So if I want to measure the square footage of my house, would I be able to do that?
Did you hear what
I said? Measurement, or is that a calculation?
Did you hear what
you said? I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, so therefore you're not measuring the force. Thank you. Okay, good.
I'm asking you a clarifying question because you and I aren't in agreement on what it means to measure.
It's so convenient that in the globe model, you don't have to measure the forces that you require for it to be a globe. That's very convenient for you guys.
We're gonna get there. You're like 3 steps ahead of me.
Yeah, it's gonna take forever to
measure.
All right.
It's not.
Have this
is
take
very
forever
important.
because you just want to inject a globe where it doesn't fit. That's a good idea, right? Let's not do that. Let's not waste time and pretend like you shouldn't be able to measure
waste
force.
Time if we're not going to agree on what it means to measure something. That's going to be a waste of time.
Yeah, you can't measure Earth orbiting. I know. You can't measure Earth rotating with an accelerometer. I know.
Because you're inappropriately using the word
measure. The square footage of my. Hold on, Robert. Hold on. Electric. Can I measure the square footage of my house?
This is stupid.
Right. You see, they don't answer questions. They don't answer questions.
No, stop asking me dumb questions. Address what I said. You're not addressing what I said at all.
I'm directly addressing it. Okay,
no,
fine. Let me tell you. I think we can measure the square footage of a house, even though we don't have a specific tool to do that. If I measure the length and I measure the width of my floor, I can measure the square footage. Right? That is a measurement by any meaningful definition.
Dude, we're talking about measuring forces. You're talking about measuring
I know what we're talking about.
And width and
we're talking about measuring.
Okay, you guys don't know how to
measuring. You don't seem to understand what measurements are.
You're talking about measuring the length of something. I'm talking about measuring a force.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about measuring the area.
No, yeah, how do you measure?
My knowledge, there's no such tool, referential tool to do that.
How do you measure that your house is rotating?
My house isn't rotating.
No shit. Okay, there you go. You're done. Get out. Go home.
Relative to the ground, idiot. My point is,
because the ground
you can measure the square footage of the house, even though it's a referential direct measurement. It's still an assessment of an objective number.
Hey,
That
Manny
counts as a
Factotum,
measurement.
you are a fucking idiot. You just said your house isn't rotating. No fucking shit. So stop invoking rotation.
Relative to what?
And
Relative to the
Rob, you
ground
weren't
is not.
listening because you're tone deaf. You called me an idiot first, so go fuck yourself.
Electric. You're spiraling, brother. Again, like if you.
No, the globe is not spiraling. See, all you guys are spiraling when the
In fact,
globe
you
is not.
refuse to answer that question.
It is spiraling. It is spinning.
Your mind is
going around
spiraling,
the
Rob.
sun.
Your mind is
Yes.
spiraling
These
because
things
you
are
want to
called
imagine the
we have
globe is spiraling
interferometers.
when it's
Okay,
not.
so let me ask you
So
a
it's
question.
just you
How do you know that
spiraling.
the basketball? Let me ask you this question. Check this out. How do you know that
Did
the
you not hear
basketball?
me, Rob? You need to not be so interrupted. If you're going to do your democ tactics, then I'm not going to engage with you. I'm going to just turn your dumb ass down.
Don't get upset.
All right, you can go hit the crack pipe in your hallway and shut the fuck up. If all you're going to do is interrupt.
Don't be upset that we have pointed out that you don't understand these basics, okay? So
I'm destroying you. You haven't measured any of the forces you need for a globe to be orbiting or rotating or gravity. You don't measure the forces.
You have done nothing. We have measured gravity, brother. So check this out. How do you know that the
measure gravity? And you call it coordinate acceleration, therefore it can't be read by any form of measurement.
How do you know
oh my
that?
God, this dude is talking through my response to his bullshit.
Brother, I've been trying to
You're
talk.
a joke. I'm turning you down. Nobody needs to listen to your your remedial arguments that you don't comprehend. The fucking argument.
Mute him, please. Omni, mute him. If he's not going to listen, he cannot talk. He cannot talk.
No, Rob, you're just new to this shit. This isn't for you yet.
So mute him. If he doesn't want to listen to other people speak, he cannot engage in a conversation.
Dude, you're the one who's over talking, not listening because you don't have headphones in.
Talking and you're talking through me.
Stop fucking listening through a speaker so you don't know when you're not interrupting people.
Be quiet.
Fucking stupid, man.
Just relax.
Now you really are spiraling.
No, you're not really spiraling, dude. The globe isn't moving. You can't measure it moving.
I just like the record to reflect that you bent over backwards to avoid answering a simple question about measurements.
Dude, you can't measure any of the forces you need for the Earth to be a globe.
Let me ask him the question. How do you know that when a basketball is turning on a basketball court, how do you know it's turning?
And it's fucking globe tars. They don't know how to fucking engage. You guys just derp. You just derp everywhere, dude. It's stupid.
So how do you guys know that? How do you know that the basketball is turning? Electric. How do you know it's turning?
Yeah, I think he might actually have you muted.
Yeah, he has me muted, right? That's fine. I mean, if he's gonna do that, then you guys have to mute him, man.
I can answer for him.
I definitely turned down Star because he was just interrupting me constantly to not comprehend.
No, you were interrupting me, brother. Just tell him.
No, Rob, you don't fucking listen to what people say because you have everybody on speakerphone. So when you start talking, you don't hear other people saying stuff to you. It's very rude. You need to learn how to conduct yourself.
It's the same thing that you're doing it now. You're doing it now.
You don't know how to conduct yourself. That's it. That's why I turned you down because you're fucking interrupting me stupid about it.
You're yelling F-bombs at the gentleman. So you're the one that do not know how to communicate. Right? You call the man.
Yeah, you're not communicating what you think is making Earth move. You're just saying it's moving, but I can't measure it. It's not a force. It is a force.
Let me tell you something. Anybody, you see my spaces, brother? You see when people start saying people effing this and effing that, you are immediately muted. But what I notice on these spaces that people allow you guys to continue talking after you disrespect people. You guys, man, it has to stop.
Rob, you have no intention of actually comprehending the other side of the argument. You couldn't steelman anything people tell you if you tried, because you never listen. You never listen, dude. So you can't steelman the argument. So I don't think you belong in the conversation. Period. That's it.
You cannot steelman.
You don't even know what people are saying to you. You don't know what people say to you.
You don't know what people are saying to you.
Yeah, now you're just saying what I said because you think it sounds effective. But what I'm saying actually applies to you, dude. You don't listen.
Pressure in the balloon.
You don't listen because you have everybody on speaker and you just talk over everyone. You can't hear when you're being spoken to. So you're just a rude asshole. That's what ends up happening.
Everybody here gets the pressure in the balloon example, except you.
Anyway, dude, you can't measure the orbital velocity probably because it's not in orbit. More than likely.
The problem is you. You just made a claim. You just made a claim that it's not in orbit. That's a claim.
You're going to have to prove
the problem is not me. The problem is that you want to be in a conversation where all of your globe bullshit is in contention, and you just want to blindly assert, baselessly assert the globe, even though you haven't measured it to be the case.
It has been everything that you're stating.
He talked through me again. He doesn't stop talking to listen. Fucking crazy person.
Everything that you have said has been measured. Everything, and we have instruments to do it.
Rob, you're not having a conversation. You're just shouting stupid shit that's irrelevant to what I'm saying.
Man, this guy is something else. But anyways, so look, interferometers measure wavelength changes. That's how we know that the Earth is turning on its axis. Look up those things. Interferometers also are in orbit detecting wavelength changes as the Earth rotates around the sun. Look it up.
That's not orbit.
All of those things are there. What you're trying to do these things from the ground. We already told you. You're in the system. You're in the system, brother. So what instruments you're going to have in your system that's going to be effective enough? It's called relativity, relative motion, relative distance. You are turning on your axis, but you don't know. It feels like you're not turning. You're in a frictionless environment turning. It's called space. Please. So you need to get off the ball and start doing your measurements. That's why we have done that.
Yeah, you said rotation. You said the interferometer is measuring rotation, not orbit. Okay, so you can't confirm that you're orbiting. And honestly, dude, any force of rotation that you think you're measuring with an interferometer, it could be due to not Earth rotation. Something else could be exerting a force on your shit. So
something else. What is this something else? I thought you were an
yeah, you're not directly observing Earth rotation.
I thought you were an outcomes razor guy. What is this something else, dude? The interferometer is telling you is measuring wavelength changes as the Earth turns on its axis. It's also measuring wavelength changes
what kind of interferometer? What kind of interferometer?
Okay, great. You know what I'm saying?
There's different kind of interferometers. Did you know that?
Yes, we know. Absolutely, I know that.
Okay, so what kind of interferometer is measuring orbital velocity?
A particular interferometer measures these things. Okay, that is all I'm saying to you. If you were to research it, that would be verified. Just research it.
But do you know, Robert?
Yeah. Stop playing gotcha games. What type of interferometer? Oh, I don't know. Okay, there you go. You don't know anything. That's dumb. Research it.
Do you know which one? Do you know?
Do I know what?
Which one?
Yes, I do actually. Absolutely.
So, what kind of interferometer are you using to measure the orbital velocity?
No, that's irrelevant. Interferometer.
Can you answer? It's not irrelevant. It's very relevant. We're talking about measuring Earth orbiting the sun, right?
Interferometry is used to measure these things. That is a fact. You get it?
Okay, so you're just going to be dishonest and not address what I'm telling you.
No, it's not a dishonest.
Which kind of interferometer is going to be able to measure Earth's orbit around the sun?
Type it into your crazy Google search. Interferometry is used to measure the Earth's rotation.
Did you not hear what I just asked you, Rob? What are you doing?
That's it. We're done right there. It's over. It's no longer an accelerometer. It's no longer a pressure gauge. It's no longer you just standing on the planet and wondering if it's spinning. It is interferometry is used to measure wavelength changes as the Earth turns on its axis. That's it.
Which one? What model?
It's like saying what model accelerometer is used to measure the one in a car. What model accelerometer is used to measure the one on the bicycle? What model pressure gauge is used to measure the one that's inflating the balloon and the one that's on the pressure tank? You see, that's that type of question. And by the way, hold on. Nobody asked that. But when I hit you with the fact that what happened here is that he Googled it and he found out that it is true. Therefore, he came back.
No, dude, you're making stuff up.
He's spinning his mind.
Robert, thank God you're robot.
Argument.
Thank God.
He's right. Interferometry.
Because he's not responding to anything I'm saying.
Right. Gotcha. No, I did. I already pointed out something
you
that
did not. I'm waiting. I'm going to ask again to give you another chance in a minute.
No. Are you going to concede?
No. I'm not done. I'm going to keep going.
Are you going to concede? Are you going to concede that you realize that it is true that interferometry is used?
He's not cold feeding.
What kind of interferometer are you using to detect the orbital velocity around the sun? Hello? Rob? Hello?
You have to concede that point.
None of your other Globers are chiming in because they already know where this leads to. You realize that?
And then
your Glober friends don't want to help you defend your stupid point.
And then we can get to the details of the type of interferometry. But you have to concede. What you have to do is Google it, and you will see that, yes, oh shoot, they do use interferometry to check the Earth's rotation. Now,
I'm not talking about Earth rotating. I'm talking about orbital motion. You're not paying attention, Rob. You still haven't answered my question, Rob.
You're a liar.
Rob, pay attention. Rob,
you are a liar.
You're a liar. You should be able to measure Earth's rotation with an accelerometer. First off, I already made that point. Everybody heard it and comprehended it. You're still in La La Land. Can you tell me what kind of interferometer you're using to measure the orbital velocity of Earth around the sun? What kind of interferometer, Rob?
You're a liar. You
answer, Rob. Do your best to focus. Pay attention, Rob.
Yeah, you're a liar. You're a liar.
You're a liar. That's not a response. Okay, so you have no argument. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Omni told you about the rotation using the gyroscope.
We're not talking about rotation.
Right? Hold on.
You can't measure rotation with an accelerometer. You say you're measuring it with interferometry.
I answered a specific question.
See, I have to talk fast because you're so fucking rude. The poor moderation allows people to just do this over-talking bullshit, dude. And I can't get a point out without you cutting me off. You're fucking rude, dude. Nobody wants to engage with you. That's why everybody fucking bans you, dude. That's why everyone bans this guy.
Yeah, yo, guys, you got electric.
Yeah,
electric
Jesse,
again.
You just gotta mute Robert. He won't ever stop talking.
I know, dude. He's crazy. He doesn't listen. I've been asking him the same question for 5 minutes.
Hold on, guys. Why are you guys attacking me? I told you a fact that interferometry is used to detect the Earth's rotation. Why are you guys?
You're measuring a force. It's just a force.
Why are you guys
it could be something else? Because motion is relative in your model. You haven't identified the true cause.
Hold on.
Because in every instance, the Earth does not appear to be rotating. You can't measure it with any other thing except an interferometer, which it could be due to something else. Now, can you tell me how you measured Earth orbiting around the sun? Can you focus?
Hold on.
It's only
instead of diverting into something else.
Only one instance that the Earth doesn't seem to be rotating, and that's just when you look at it. That's the only.
No, it's in all instances, dude. It doesn't appear to be rotating ever.
Every other instance, it looks like it's rotating.
Hold on.
No, it doesn't look like. Even when you're in a plane and you're flying in the sky, you don't see the Earth rotating underneath you. Even your satellites are supposedly in lockstep with the Earth. Typically, satellites are drifters. You guys don't say that you could observe rotation. You can't measure the force. You can't observe it. So what the fuck, dude?
Okay, guys.
Every other instance,
this is from me personally.
You can't use an accelerometer. You can't use an interferometer.
I'm going to ask this question to the room. Okay, so notice he's still talking about the Earth rotating. He just said that. He said an
Do you know the difference between Earth rotation and Earth orbit? Do you know the difference?
Brother, again, you just said a while ago. Just let me finish, please. Stop interrupting, man. You said a while ago that when you're flying in an aircraft, you do not see it rotating underneath you. Are you talking about
a normal team of moderation would make you stick to the subject?
So let me ask
they would tell you, Rob, you're not answering his question. Why are you ignoring what he's asking you? That's what they would say in a formal debate. You're not addressing my point, which makes it look like it's a concession.
Are you back to
You
the
didn't answer
You
my
just
question.
don't know
Stop
this. You just
moving
don't know the
forward.
subject.
Are you back to the rotating of the Earth on its axis when you talked about the airplane or the
No,
orbit
I
around the
think
sun?
he asked you what kind of interferometer are you using to measure the orbit around the sun. Is that correct, Electric?
Someone else was paying attention. Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
No.
I'm not paying attention.
Has gone from
No, that's
rotating
not
to
what he
orbit.
asked. That's not what he asked.
Yeah, he did ask that, iStar, actually.
That's not what he asked. That's not what he asked.
Yes,
See,
he
that's how
did
you know
ask
he's
me
not
that
listening.
because I heard him
He
say it.
simply asked what type
Rob,
of
other people heard
interferometry
what I said. You were not paying attention. You're not
What type
paying attention. That's why you get banned. That's why you're banned.
I mean,
Okay?
iStar, I understand. I think Electric is wrong on like physics stuff, but I can hear what he was saying, and he was saying that.
Okay, all right. So,
whether it's a coherent question or not, it's a different thing. But he did say those words. So, yeah.
okay, so he did. Okay, all right, no problem. So, all right, and I can take a concession on
Do you
that.
know the definition of coherent? You're kind
so-
of risking
so-
sounding
so-
real
Yeah,
dumb here,
I
bud.
mean, if it makes sense,
Right.
but
Right,
I
okay.
guess.
So did I state on the interferometry for the
It's definitely
rotation
coherent. You may not agree with it.
on its axis?
Every
So-
time
so-
I hear you say the word rotation, I'm wondering why you don't respond to my question.
I just said that he said that. Yeah.
It's funny how, Earth's rotation is not a linear velocity. So therefore, you should be able to measure the change of the acceleration as it's rotating with an accelerometer.
Change in velocity.
Same shit.
So
you understand the point,
are you-
factotum? Why don't you measure
did
Earth
understand.
rotation with an
Correct, the grammar
accelerometer?
of the
Why can't you measure Earth rotating with an accelerometer?
Technically you do, but that's not the best way to do it.
Technically you do. No, you don't.
Technically you have a centrifugal force that's easing the pressure of gravity. Technically that's measuring an acceleration, but I don't think
You're
that's
measuring gravity.
In any case, that's not what you're that's not
Yeah,
the best way to
gravity is
measure.
not Earth rotation.
Well, you could
I didn't say it
control
was.
for. Couldn't you control for rotation by moving the accelerometer either eastward or westward along the equator and use the Eötvös effect?
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
But you would need a very finely tuned accelerometer to begin with.
Oh shit, Jesse's here. What's up?
Hey, Jesse.
Didn't see you there. How long have you been listening for?
Oh, 10 minutes maybe, I think.
All right,
but,
cool. All right.
But no, like
you missed the
that-
beginning then about whatever.
I think it was
But there is a tool.
Not understanding what a measurement is.
I think in the 1800s, in a ship in the ocean, that's when they first noticed that something weighed more going east versus west.
Did you say in a ship?
You know, an ocean going like a sailing vessel, maybe a steam vessel.
I thought you meant a floater on the water. Sorry.
No, there could easily be a force could be exerting. Yeah, a force could
People
be
shit immediately.
a force could be being exerted on your accelerometer due to something else. It doesn't have to be Earth rotation because you're not directly observing the cause for the effect. You're just saying,
But
it
there
could
is
be Earth
one
rotation,
tool
but you're
though
not
that
observing it to
does.
be Earth rotation.
But there is one tool that we know measures rotation and only rotation, and that's
So let's go refer to
gyro.
another tool because this experiment does not confirm it. Thank you.
No, it's not a tool that is designed to specifically measure rotation. It can, but it's can also be subjected to other things that can be hard to distinguish between.
Right, so there you
like
go,
the
guys. You
like
cannot
gravity.
use an accelerometer to measure Earth rotation, even though it is not a linear
Technically, you
velocity.
can. Technically, you can, but if you want, but the best tool to measure rotation is a
You
tool
guys say
that
you
is
can't
built
measure
to.
the acceleration of gravity because it's a linear velocity. It's in free fall, right? Okay, the Earth rotating is not a linear velocity. You know that, right?
What do you mean linear velocity?
Yeah, you guys say that when it's moving straight, it conserves the momentum and you can't measure the force. So you say that gravity, when something
In
falls
inertial
towards the earth,
reference frame,
I'm in
yeah.
the middle of something. You asked
But
me a
you're
very
on
dumb
Earth,
question.
so that's not the
You
case.
asked me a very dumb question.
But
Hold on, dude.
Okay.
Okay, so when you say that things are falling towards the Earth, you say that it's in free fall. It's a linear velocity. Therefore, you can't measure the acceleration because there's no change to the acceleration. There is definitely a change to the acceleration of Earth rotating. Therefore, you should be able to measure the force.
Change of velocity.
You understand the point?
Velocity is acceleration. Change
Because
in
I have to
acceleration.
speak
Yes, I
very
understand.
fast. Yeah, okay.
Your
We're
grammar.
jumping from velocity to acceleration. I know. But you understand the point. Thank you. I know you understand the point. So you could just say you understand rather than trying to be semantic.
I'm just trying to help you explain yourself better because there's a big problem with people not understanding what.
I don't need your help, dude. You're a Glover. You don't help. I mean, you could try to help right now if you want and
it
say
is
you understand.
very confusing if you mix up acceleration and velocity all the. I mean, I don't know if you are, but if you did, it is very confusing.
Because I have to talk fast because I'm getting interrupted.
First leg of this conversation.
I'll slow down. I'll slow it down for you. Yes, I can slow it down for you. Pause. All right, I just said it though. Like Manufactotum understands, so that's great.
Could I ask a clarifying question when it's my turn?
Please.
It's your turn.
Oh, thank you. Just, are we talking about, like, let's say I took a bicycle wheel and I mounted it on a platform, you know, on its side, so it's like a merry-go-round. And hold on, I gotta take the phone. Go on, carry on.
Damn.
Sorry, Jesse.
No, Globe. You don't need to imagine that you're spinning and wobbling and flying. You sound crazy when you say so. You're in your chair, all right? You're at your desk. Okay, you're not flying around. Simple stuff.
Was he
You don't
about
gotta
to
go into all
do
this
the-
bullshit.
Was he about to do angular velocity instead of linear velocity? Was he getting into there?
I think he was trying.
Yeah,
I think
that's
he's trying
right.
to get at the distinction.
I think it was doing Nina though.
Yeah. Well, like if we start by just saying the equations, it's not as valuable as the words. So like people say words and they're like, "Oh, we'll make it more accurate," and then you got to say an equation, but they don't say an equation; they say like a word problem. So it's so weird.
That's why I was trying to tidy up the language.
You guys say that when something is falling, that it's in free fall. You guys say that gravity is causing it to be a linear velocity, so you can't measure any changes of acceleration.
So you've got to say certain things to be more precise.
That's what you think would have to be the case on a globe. That's not what's happening in reality. It is in fact in motion. It is exerting a force. The moment it impacts something due to gravity is going to exert a force. So there's a force happening due to the mass as it's falling. You guys say, "Oh, it's not a force. Oh, it's in free fall. It's not in motion." It's weird.
Nobody said the impact isn't a force. What people are saying is that gravity is not considered a force in 4 dimensions. I said that earlier. It is a force
Gravity is
in
not
3
considered
dimensions.
a force, even though it exerts a force. It's not a force. That's great.
In 4 dimensions, it's not a force.
Okay, yeah. Invoke a 4th dimension. You know, just get out of
is?
reality. Let's imagine some Star Trek shit. Yeah, cool.
No, 4th dimension is reality. Do you know what a force is? By definition, what the definition of a force is?
Yeah, it's mass over acceleration.
That's the equation, yes. But the definition of a force is an influence that causes a change in velocity or direction, which is to say it's an influence that causes an acceleration. So if in 4 dimensions something's traveling along the geodesic, it's not changing direction or speed. So it's not considered
a geodesic is curved. It would have to be changing direction on your geodesic. What the fuck?
Curved in 3 dimensions, which is why it's a force in 3 dimensions. It's not curved in 4 dimensions, which is why it's not a force in 4 dimensions. That's my point.
You hear how silly that is? You hear yourself?
No, I don't. Because I actually understand.
So it's curved. It's not curving in reality. It's just curving in 4th dimensional space-time.
No, it's not curving in 4-dimensional space-time. It is curving to our eyes in 3 dimensions.
Oh, okay. So when I drop something into the ground, it's curving. Okay.
In 3 dimensions, technically.
Even though you say it's in free fall, that would make it a linear velocity, so you should be able to change. It's not curving, because then if it were, you would be able to measure the change of the velocity.
Well, again, you need to make the distinction between
You're getting
proper
destroyed.
acceleration.
Dude, you guys should not be defending this garbage.
Really not.
Yo, I don't think you understand what's going on. Hey, welcome back, Jesse. You
I
want to
think
get
I
into your
understand.
sideways bike wheel? Yeah, manufacturing. Get out of here.
Please. Let me know when you figure out what a measurement is, by the way. I'd like to resume that conversation at some point.
Yeah, you don't know what a measurement is anymore because you're not measuring anything your globe needs.
Well, may I?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. So, let's say I took a bicycle wheel and, mounted it on a platform, like a little mini merry-go-round.
Oh my God.
And I took a little accelerometer and I placed it at the edge of the bicycle wheel. And as I spin the bicycle wheel, that will cause a force on the accelerometer, and that will measure a constant acceleration. Are we saying that if I did this, and then I put the whole thing in a moving vehicle and started driving down the road at a constant velocity, that the accelerometer would somehow show a change in acceleration as the bicycle wheel rotated due to the car's motion, or is that not what's being claimed?
Well, hold on. Can I just ask a clarifying question real quick?
Certainly.
You put the accelerometer on the edge of the bike wheel. What direction is that acceleration being registered in?
Away from the axle of the bicycle wheel.
Okay, thank you.
Which is kind of implied.
Well,
yeah, I know. I just wanted to, because I said that earlier.
You could turn it at right angles, and then it would be an interesting kind of gyroscope, because then, as if you precessed the bicycle wheel, then that could create some interesting fluctuations on the accelerometer, I would think.
I think it's also important to establish. So you start spinning this bicycle wheel. There would be an initial acceleration, I think, as you're speeding up. But once it's got to like a constant velocity, it would still measure an acceleration outwards, but it would no longer measure an acceleration sort of in the direction of the motion of the wheel.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
You're on a globe.
It's flat. It's obvious.
I mean, your model,
I see too far.
Your model really is just it's overlapping angular and linear velocity. You're wondering if I bring in linear velocity when I have an existing angular velocity, what of course you're gonna have change. Like,
Welcome to
you know what I mean, Jesse, what does that
Stop
carry out?
interrupting, Rob.
I thought it was finished. Be quiet, Electric.
Go ahead, Tank.
Like if you're combining the angular and the linear velocity in that model with the truck and the wheel and driving, Jesse, where does that go for you? You know what I mean? Like spatially, I'm actually thinking because I just realized that overlaps both types of velocity, and you're asking what would the truck driving down the road, what would that linear velocity bring in to the angular velocity measurement? Is that what you were asking?
No, not the angular velocity. The effect on the accelerometer reading.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I missed that.
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand the question of how do we measure Earth rotation with an accelerometer, and would it work? Because I think it's been claimed that if Earth was rotating, we would measure it with an accelerometer, and so I'm saying, well, can we do it in a scale model to show that the phenomena actually works that way?
So the Foucault pendulum detects the Earth rotation. It also detects the Earth.
I think you're still you're creating the right environment right there, right? You had the spatial awareness to map that, right? You were like, okay, I can take a straight line momentum, and oh look, I can use that wheel mounted in the back of a truck to create that angular momentum or velocity. So you're saying can you say that again? What are you trying to measure in that exactly? The difference or just the interaction between them?
I think he's asking what we would expect to see, right?
Oh, just that's it. Just what could we measure?
Like, what would it look like if we did that? And I think so. If I were to answer that or attempt to answer that, I think so. There would be a bias in the direction of the truck as it's accelerating forward. You would have the accelerometer measuring outward radially from the center of this rotating wheel, but as it's aligned with the movement of the truck, either in front or behind, we would see a bias in the direction that the truck is accelerating, I would expect.
Right, but my question was about constant velocity, not acceleration of the truck.
Oh, then nothing.
Yeah, but without that, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're asking about the constant velocity, I mean, you're not really doing much other than positioning the question in the real world, but it's the same thing that we were talking about, right? And I think you did a good job of carrying it over to this truck, but to me, we didn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? You just moved the analogy to the truck, which I understand it the same way spatially as where we had it on the Earth before. So for me, I'm like, okay, we didn't really go anywhere. You know, where does that go? Is that just the best way for us to prove that in reality? Or test it?
If I can steelman Electric's position. So he's asking about the orbit, and specifically, I think he's asking about the difference in speed of the orbit as it's further or closer to the sun, like in an elliptical orbit, Kepler's law, basically. I think we could do that in a truck, but I don't know if that would register the same with a gravitational orbit. So I think that might be a difference we might see if we got a truck to run a circuit, say, on a race lap.
Nobody says it's change of speed. What? No, it's not the change of speed. It's the elliptic orbit is not a linear velocity. Okay, that's why you say you can't measure with an interferometer, because you're trying to use a rotating interferometer to measure the orbit.
Yes, you can use interferometry to detect the orbit.
Except they don't.
Systems.
Nope, people that know more than this know that you don't.
Yes, they do.
What the hell, dude? You don't know this.
Brother, you say or detect orbits, or you say detect? You mean detect orbits or rotation?
Orbit. They can use these telescopes. You know, they have these optical interferometers that can tell you wavelength changes as bodies move. Right. So.
But that was specifically like light doesn't behave like that.
What?
I mean, I don't know how you can measure orbit, because the orbit is strictly just a movement in it's just a movement in inertial reference frame, which I don't see how you could actually measure that with light.
Yes.
Light doesn't.
Remember, motion changes the wavelength of light, right? So that is why the other day when the Earth's rotation sped up, right? They are detecting the wavelength changes on the electromagnetic spectrum, right? So data from geosync satellites took a little longer, right? Because of the speed of the Earth has is speeding up. So interferometers are extremely sensitive, especially the second gen, the third gen interferometry. That's like for example on the James Webb Telescope, they can detect very subtle wavelength changes. Optical interferometry. Look it up.
Yeah, I know what it is, but how could you detect orbits using it?
No, they're detecting the movement of bodies. So if you're watching a body move, you are seeing that it is on an elliptical trajectory. It's like if I watch you walk around, like if you're walking around a tree, my eyes are seeing you go in a circular pattern around the tree. This is very, very, very basic. So what the interferometry is doing is watching the bodies, because the bodies take a long time.
Why would
Remember,
anybody try to comprehend this based off of what you're saying? Dude? They could just go to the source, which doesn't say.
because remember, these telescopes are also orbiting the sun.
But interferometry is basically trying to measure the wavelength or the wavelength difference or something between two. But you're
When
talking
things
about like
move-
just looking at something moving, and that's not interferometry.
Yeah, right. You're because light wavelength changes with motion. With motion, the interferometry is detecting that. Your eyes are detecting, are watching you move. That's light. Light is bouncing off
Yeah, but
of
that's not
you.
that's not
Gravitational in
interferometry.
your eyes. That's yes, that's 100% interferometry of detection of wavelength changes as bodies move.
What?
Yes.
How
Look
is
it up.
that? That's not interferometry. That's just observing things move. Like it
No.
doesn't matter what wavelength they are.
Oh,
They have with it.
so you're talking about me watching you walk around a tree. Yes, yes, that's just
Yeah.
like. But yeah, you're talking about that. I understand. But because the way bodies move subtly in space, right? Because the telescope itself is moving, so detecting these changes that the Earth is going through, right? It has to be more. It has to be looking at light in a different way than your eyes. That's what interferometry does. Detect wavelength changes due to motion.
I don't think it detects wavelength, but I don't see how it can detect wavelength changes due to motion because unless you're like talking about like Doppler shift.
Optical interferometry is measuring wavelength changes.
I understand the name, but I don't understand how you use it to measure movement. Like, how can you determine Venus moving with interferometry, for example?
Okay, all right. So if you are once you're trained onto Venus, right? It's going to take a very long time for it to move from one spot to next. So if you're observing Venus over a period of a year, you know it wasn't in the spot that it was when you first looked at it. You know that. But you're not seeing it traverse in normal wavelength, normal white light. You cannot see that. But however, if you are interferometry, what interferometry does is detecting that subtle change as it changes position, as it moves, wavelength of light changes with that because of that subtlety. That's that's the foundation of interferometry.
How would it change its spectrum when it moves away from us?
Are you talking about like red shifting and all these kind of things? Interferometry as well.
No, like when it moves, how does it change? How are you? What is changing with the light that makes it so you can observe it moving? Because as far as I know, like this is like, yeah, you're talking about observing it, but yeah, I don't see it, to be honest. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's something I don't understand, but
I'll be honest, I'm also a little confused by that argument.
like Yeah, we don't use. We use those aspects to determine kind of like how far away something is due to Doppler shift. But observing it's like this, like how fast it moves. I think it needs to be like a lot to observe a Doppler shift, I guess.
Yeah, you can calculate the velocity, but that would be the relative velocity. Let's say, for example, you're looking at a star with interferometers. You cannot find the velocity of that star compared to yourself or refer to yourself. Like if you put the coordinate system on your lab and if you look at a star, you would not be able to find the distance or the speed of that star. The only thing that you can do is that you can compare that star with another reference or with another source of light. So basically, in interferometers, you're going to compare two beams of light. And by analyzing these two beams, you would be able to say the relative distance and the relative speed between those 2 points. So I don't want to get into the rabbit hole right now, but it's not a method that some of the globers would have think that it would have given us an exact distance from something. No, it's just like if you go through the calculations, you're gonna see that in some part of the calculations, you're gonna use some presumptions. You're gonna start using some references. For example, you want to know the distance of that star, or you want to know how fast that star is getting away from us. Oh yeah, so you guys know probably they're gonna use a Doppler shift, then the blue and the red shift thing that would have told us that is it getting away or is it getting closer? With
They also need to know what baseline it will be, right? Like they need to know what kind of.
You need to compare it with some. You need a reference point, like you be able to just tell the difference between 2 points, not your own self. Well, this is kind of a thing that it's a little tricky.
It sounds like you're just talking about parallax. I don't know if you're trying to convince someone of something with this, what you're saying or anything, but it's like it's very convoluted and hard to get.
Yeah, exactly. So it's part of exactly. So basically the globers, what they do, they would have like within the parallax method, as you mentioned right now, they have these interferometers, so they can actually know the difference in the wavelength between a couple points or between two stars, and by knowing one of the distance, right? This is how parallax works, right? Like for example, you had the AE distance, which is one astronomical unit, right? So, or let's say one of the distance of one of the stars as a reference. So the parallax, as you would have used some references and within all these devices that you have, and you will come up with a number. But as you mentioned, you are using a presumption. So exactly, you just nailed it. So if I'm saying that you cannot like detect the distance or a speed of something directly from Earth, is because it's impossible. And the only thing that you can do is, as you mentioned, you can use parallax, you can use other references to calculate some of the stuff that you want. Yeah, this is how it works basically. The modern astronomy is all based on this bullshit, unfortunately.
But I was sure, like parallax or this other, like kind of like triangulation, that is like considered one of the more direct methods, right? Like when we use a lot of relative, like we look at like star, what you call it?
Yeah, they would have used the triangulation. Like that's a common method that in modern astronomy, they would have used it to calculate some of the values. But as I said, like if you go through the calculations, if you take a good look, if you just deeply look at how they're using and like based on what principles they're just going through these calculations, you're gonna notice that they are using some references. Okay, some pre-references, some presumptions, or whatever you want to say. There's some units, there's some constants, and these constants like are things that are told to be factual things. For example, 1 AU, which is 1 astronomical unit, which is what about 96 million miles away, million miles, which is the distance of the sun to the Earth. This is a factual thing in modern astronomy. So once you enter into these procedures of math procedures to find the values and the distances, when you go through it, you're gonna use triangulation, you're gonna use geometry, you're gonna use math. It's gonna look very scientific. But at the end of the day, when you're looking at the bottom line, you're seeing that, oh, here we go. They're using a lot of constants, a lot of presumptions, and all that thing. And this is the thing that is the problem.
Using
The problem,
constants?
yeah.
I mean, it's not really hard to know the orbital radius of the Earth, for example. Like we know it in several ways. Like one is observing other celestial objects. Another one is like knowing the weight of the Earth, and from that you can kind of. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Can we know that? No, we cannot know. Sorry.
No. You cannot know the weight of the Earth. You can estimate the weight
No,
of
no,
the
I
Earth
didn't say
using
that. Sorry, I didn't say that. I said we cannot determine. I said we can't determine the orbital radius from our weight. Obviously, that's ridiculous. We can know our orbit based on how long time we spend, how long time it takes to go around the Earth.
I mean, you can use calculations, yes. But if you really want to understand what the Earth is going through as it moves around the sun, you bring in instrumentations. I mean, there's a lot more to understand about everything.
Do you think I said you don't use instrumentation for this? I mean, observing stars and like logging their positions and stuff.
No, I'm just saying these people, like flat earthers are asking, how do you measure it, right? So
that's how you measure it.
So okay, fine. We can observe different celestial bodies. We can use over time. We can apply, say, Newton's law, right, for mass. We can use Kepler's laws of rotation, of orbital bodies, orbital mechanics, elliptical eccentricity. We can apply all these kind of mathematical frameworks. But what I would say is scientists are more driving towards more intricate details, and so instruments are used, right, deep inside the core of these telescopes like JWTS, the Hubble, many others. There are these spectrometers, interferometers, gravitometers. All of these guys are giving much more details. So I tell flat earthers, right, instead of just bloviating all over the place, go and study these type of instruments. Learn how to build them, the inner workings, the mechanics, and then you can use them to see exactly what all of us here, the brain here, are seeing. That's it.
So when you're talking about instruments, I don't know what you're trying to mean, but you need to understand that the instruments that they had back in time, which they discovered Earth as a globe, was just a simple telescope. It wasn't a spectrometer. It wasn't a interferometer. It wasn't any digital instrument. It was just a very, very simple, very simple lens. Even I don't think it had looked like the telescopes that we have today, the ones that Galileo or Copernicus have used it. It was a very simple lens, right? So when you're talking about the instruments, make sure that what type of instruments you're talking about, because we don't have anything else except even today, even in modern day, like if somebody wants to know that like if Earth is going around the sun or if the sun is going around the Earth, without relying on any I don't know, governmental agencies or anything, just by its own self, with just with pure observation and experience and just calculations. The only thing that you have in you right now available is just a telescope, a celestron telescope with 8 inches, a celestron telescope or whatever, and you cannot say that with a telescope that whether we are going around the sun or the sun is going around us. I don't know, like, how did you conclude that? But if that would be possible, then we wouldn't have any flat earthers today. So this is something that it's good to acknowledge that there's some.
But if you have two objects that are equal weight, who is orbiting who?
If you would have two objects, they would have they will start going around each other if they would have been the same mass.
So who is orbiting who? So who is orbiting who in that case?
They're both orbiting.
Orbiting what?
Orbiting what? Yeah.
They're just both orbiting. Yeah, they're just orbiting. So it's like, yeah, I've seen that before. It's like a butterfly. It will create a butterfly, something, a shape, something like that. It's
and how would it look like when you're standing? And how would it look like if you're standing on one of them? Like it would look like the other one is orbiting you, and if you're standing on the other one, it will look like that one is also orbiting you, wouldn't it? And none of them is actually orbiting each other. So you can't really use this. I don't think if you stand on the moon, it will look like the Earth is orbiting. Or sorry,
no.
It won't.
We don't only have two objects. I don't know why you're making this stupid analogy that only two. We don't have two objects in the sky. There are thousands of these objects. So why are you just sticking to two objects? So hold on. So you're saying that if that one is going around us, if we're going around them, so fortunately we got some other celestial bodies and we can look at them as well. And if you look at them, right, you can just kind of say that, okay, it appears that everyone is going around Polaris, right? Doesn't look like that? Would all the stars kind of going like that? But I do understand your point. You're saying if you would have two objects and they go orbiting around each other, if somebody would have been one of them, he would not be able to tell that if he's orbiting or the object is orbiting. Well, I do understand. I agree with that. But that is a false analogy. Why? Because we don't have objects. We got thousands, we got 100,000, we got millions of objects up there. We got a lot of stars.
But if you're standing on the moon, it would look like it would look like it's orbiting us. It would look like nobody's orbiting anybody.
Have you ever been on the moon? Like you're saying that?
No, because if you were to stand on the moon, you would see the same Earth standing above your head, like completely still.
Yeah, but didn't we already deal with this when we went from a geocentric to a heliocentric model? Like, you could essentially justify a geocentric globe, right, where everything is orbiting the sun and the sun is orbiting the Earth. But which one couldn't you at least say that it's more reasonable that everything is following a simpler path around the largest object?
What is the largest object? We don't know. These are the presumptions. These are the. Oh, here's the thing. Here's the disease. Here's the disease that you need to cure. Who told you that the sun is the heaviest object? Who told you that?
I mean, everything seems to be revolving around.
Now you understand that why we have issues. No, because no, you said that the largest one should be the center. I agree with that. I agree that the largest usually would be the center. But how do you know that the sun is the larger? You don't know?
Because everything's rotating
You've been
around
told.
it.
No, because if you look at if you go look at the star trails at night, like I've taken like 1,000 of these images. I have my channel. It's they're
Into
going
star
around
trails
Polaris,
satellite, you have to
but
observe
still,
them
hold on.
over years.
It would still not. I will still not concede that we are the sun is going around us or the cosmos is going around us. Even by looking at these star trails that they are exactly going around Polaris in 24 hours, still I would not confirm that we are.
You can't
Everything
observe
is going
orbits
around.
of planets from what star trail one night. Like Saturn, like Jupiter uses fucking years to orbit. Can't spend one night and see the orbit.
Exactly. I'm not talking about Saturn. I'm not. Yeah, Venus takes
No,
5
but
years.
all planets,
Saturn takes 7 years.
all planets.
No, 3 years. I can give you the numbers, bro. Why are you trying to
No,
get me more
yeah,
complicated?
but why did you use one night as an example? You can't see it in one night.
I was talking about the
Obviously, you can't.
stars. I was talking about the stars. I was talking about the stars.
Even so,
No,
even if we take Star Trek around Polaris, wouldn't it, like the fact that they're all perfectly circular and we don't have this perspective sort of squishing, right? They don't look elliptical like if you're looking obliquely to a circle, like perspective would say.
They don't look.
Doesn't that suggest that we're the ones rotating in the middle instead of them rotating around Polaris?
You kind of got broken, but it's not an elliptic orbit. Yeah, that's for sure. They look circular, and like as I said, like Mercury 3 years takes 3 years for Mercury. Venus, I think it's 5 years. Yeah. Mars is 7 years. Saturn takes about 9 years. I'm not sure about the numbers, but these are the orbits of these planets around the Earth. And the interesting thing is that if you look at these orbits, they will create a very symmetrical shape that it kind of looks like a flower, right? I don't know if you guys have seen it or not. It truly looks like a flower. Like if you look at the orbits that these planets are making around the Earth, it looks like flowers with like Saturn creates, like Venus creates 5 petal flowers. Mercury creates 3 petal flowers. And these are interesting part. You know why? Because if you look at the order of the planets is exactly consistent with the number of the petals that they have. So
to be clear, it doesn't look like that from Earth, right? We can draw that out looking sort of down on the solar system. They might look like that if you put the Earth in the center. But that's kind of the reason we got away from the geocentric model, which, by the way, just in giving that example, you're kind of adopting the rotational aspect of these things, the orbital aspect of these things, which one is orbiting what, you're putting into question. But wouldn't that need a reason for those things to change direction like that? Like what force are we suggesting is causing these things to flower around in that way?
Well, that was a different question. What force is just driving them? But do you agree that these shapes exist around the Earth? Do you agree that as a Earth observer? Yeah, because I'm pretty sure about the orbits of these planets around the Earth, but you say that apparently it's not the case. But so I'm trying to make sure that are you aware about these orbits around the Earth, how they look like? Because if you don't know,
you can't see those patterns. Right. What I'm saying is, if I take out my telescope and go onto my terrace, I can't see those patterns. But calculating their orbits, and I look down on the solar system from like a God's eye view, so to speak. I put the Earth in the center. Yes, those patterns emerge.
So in the 24th century, right? You don't need to do it by yourself, my brother. Just go into the Google and just type the thing that I'm telling you right now. Just type Venus orbit around the Earth, and you're gonna come up with hundreds of these shapes that I'm talking about. So no need to lie here, and we don't need to. Yeah. So here's the thing. If you look at back to the thing that I told you, we don't want to run away from the truth, right? We just want to know what is the truth. So the truth is that as an Earth observer, all the planets will create a symmetrical flower shape around the Earth. and the number of the petals is related to the order of the planets. Now, I know you guys are not familiar with sacred geometry, but it's all about sacred geometry and golden ratio, because if you look at those petals, they're all the trajectory. If you look at if you just put it in the computer, and if you calculate the slope of the function of these trajectories, for example, a straight line, y equals x, right? Y equals x. The slope is 45 degrees, right, on the coordinate system. So if you find the slope of these trajectories, you would get the golden ratio. Now, you need to understand that these things are only, so these things are only observable and followable on the geocentric model. We don't have any golden ratio or any type of these orbits that we spoke here on the geocentric, on the heliocentric model. We don't have it at all. That's why that's why these two things. Sorry?
Can I offer an alternate hypothesis?
Hypothesis? What do you kind of?
Yeah, so it seems to me that this wouldn't be terribly unexpected if we consider the distance from the sun. Say, let's assume for a moment the heliocentric model, that the sun is the most massive thing and everything is orbiting the sun. That the distance from the sun has a direct proportion to its orbital speed, and that you take a particular reference from that, you put yourself, say, on the third planet, which is the Earth, and those patterns might emerge from the simple relationship of velocity and distance, right? Like how we're observing those things if you put the Earth at the center, that might just naturally emerge as a function of mathematics.
So you think that's a coincidence? So it's good that
that's extraordinarily redundant. I'm just saying it's an emergent property of the mathematics involved in having this relationship between speed, gravity, and orbit size.
So the number of the petals so you're saying basically that the order of the planets, like for example, Venus is the second planet, right? Or I don't know, like sorry, in the geocentric model, Venus is the third. So you're saying that like those very symmetrical, beautiful shapes that we get out of the geocentric model is something that coincidentally happened. Is that your claim?
But then you have to coincidentally, emergent, yes.
You have to explain what's causing that motion.
The relationship between the orbit, our position to those celestial bodies, and the speed at which they orbit around their center, which is the sun.
Yeah, that's a good story. I love that. Like, even if you would have known the distance yourself to the sun, I can calculate any point in the star for you. Did you know that? I can do it by myself. Like, I can teach. It's pretty easy. Like, if we all believe that the distance to the sun is about like 150 million kilometers or 90 million miles, yes, with that and with some trigonometry, triangulations, and if you would have a telescope, and if you would have interferometers, you can almost calculate anything that you want. That is for sure. I'm not against that. But you guys are not paying attention to what we're saying.
How would you explain?
We're
How would you
saying
explain
that
the phases of Venus, though? How do you explain that? The Venus phases.
On the heliocentric or the geocentric? Which one?
Geocentric. How would you explain
geocentric,
the phases of Venus?
Phases of Venus, right? So, what is the period of Venus around the Earth? Let me just tell you how can I easily debunk that for you. I want you to compare the phase of Moon with Venus. Okay, let me just tell you this way. What is the period of Moon around the Earth? 28 days, right? And the phase of the Moon is also 28 days. So it makes sense, right? So Do you think that the phasing time of Venus is 5 years? It's not. Even in your model, it doesn't make sense. We're not saying that we don't have any phases on Venus. We're not saying that we don't have any phases on Moon. But the way that the phases works on Moon, it's not working the same way on the Venus. So
why would it be
Venus
5
takes
years?
about
Hey,
5 years.
so is Venus orbiting? Is it orbiting us or is it orbiting the sun?
No. I'm trying to say on the heliocentric model, you should have had a phasing cycle about 5 years for Venus. The same way that you have a phasing cycle for Moon about 28 days. Is that clear for you here?
So what is the cycle of Venus? How long does it
So
take
it's
for
not.
Venus to
I'm
travel
telling you, it's not.
around
These are the questions that we have asked before. That why it's not showing us a cycle about 5 years. The phase of
Okay, but
Venus is not giving you that cycle.
the question is, does Venus orbit us or does it orbit the sun?
Depends on which model you're talking about.
On your model, on the geocentric model.
On the geocentric model, well, the geocentric model, yes, of course, it goes around the Earth.
Okay, so how do you explain the phases then?
We use the overlapping thing. We believe in firmaments. We believe in layers that they overlap and they will cast a shadow on these cell shells. So seventh, I don't want to get into it. Might gonna sound crazy, but never mind. I'm gonna say it. 7 skies above, 7 skies are down. 14. It takes 14 days for a moon to get completely overlapped and then completely become a new moon. So if we have phases, it's because these layers are overlapping. Well, that's the definition. I know it's not scientific, explanation, but this is something that some of the flat earthers are talking about as a phasing. But back to the heliocentric, I believe the 28 days is true. Nobody is against that, but Venus is not exposing the same way that Moon is phasing. And you don't get a full a dark Venus. I don't know if you have ever noticed this or not. We have a full moon and new moon, right? The new moon is completely looks invisible, right? But Venus never gets into the new Venus. We never seen a new Venus. A Venus
The
that is
new Venus, the new Venus is when it's on the other side of the sun from us. Dude, what's wrong with
It's the other side of the sun. The new Venus is the other side of the sun.
pretty much?
Oh, that's
Brother?
kind of.
That's what the new moon is.
I don't want to get. But here's the thing. As I said, I don't want to get into
It's,
details. But
it's just
the
a name.
phasing
It's a
cycle
name.
should take about
It's just
5 years. It's just the thing. Like if you guys would be able
the point is it
to prove
phases.
that, that would.
You know it phases. It phases. And the fact that it phases even barely tells you that you are in a heliocentric model. We're not geosync or we're not flat.
Yeah, that kind of ruins it.
Yeah, we're not in geosync and we're not in flat. Because flat means a proverbial endless dirt underneath your feet or an endless platform underneath your feet that is made of concrete. And it also means a dome made of glass over your head. You understand that's what flat means. You guys don't understand how the profound nature of what you guys are putting forward. It's garbage, front facing and left facing and right facing and back facing. The earth is a globe, brother. You know what I mean? Self-sustaining system.
Because we kind of always have to look towards the sun to see Venus.
Exactly. Exactly. You have to kind of, it's kind of like it's always low on the horizon. I mean, lower on the horizon,
Right.
right?
Correct.
And just like Mercury, see, Mercury is even lower, right? See that? It's just so obvious. It's so obvious. It's too obvious.
Right. Then hopefully we didn't kill the conversation.
Well, the thing is, the Earth is just so big, again, and you gotta hear me say it. It's so big that for all practical purposes, building a house, building a bridge, building a building, whatever, it's you can treat it as flat. It's so huge. If it was the size of a basketball, no, you're a whole different thing. My gosh, I mean, you could see it leaning. For every latitude, it's a 1 degree change. Every latitude is a 1 degree. Every 69 miles is 1 degree. What the heck? Do you know how is your eyes going to see a 1 degree change if it's every 69 miles? So it looks flat, but it's not.
Yeah, I think a lot of times they think the Earth is a lot smaller than it is, so we should be seeing left to right curvature when we're at the beach and stuff like that. But they don't realize like the size of the Earth would make it look flat locally. And now that's in left to right, but looking out in the distance over water, you're gonna see some curvature. You're gonna see the effects of curvature. And we can argue about what's on the horizon, and we can argue about refraction all day, but that's why that's why there's other ways of determining the shape of the Earth, and then just looking at things over water in the distance. And I love it how oh, go ahead.
What I was saying, I exposed the rudimentary nature of how they think. In the Black Swan uh, situation that they have been running and ranting and raving about, a 1 foot observer has a 1.22 miles. Therefore, in their very basic mind, they're thinking it cannot see something 10 miles away, right? If you're on a globe. I'm like, what are you talking about? The rig is 100 feet in the air. That means the rig can see the 1 foot guy. And they couldn't understand that. I swear, I spent 2 hours trying to explain that to them. You know what they said? They said the observer is not on the rig. I'm like, I know the what are you talking? The rig is observing you. They're like, what are you talking about? The rig doesn't have eyes. I'm like, my God, the
Right.
rig is a 100-foot object and it has a 12-mile horizon. That means it can see anything from 1 mile to 12 miles, including the 1 foot observer who is only at
So
10
the funny thing about the everything about the black swan, when that came out, that was when they kind of had to deny refraction, right? So now we have all these things showing how refraction works, and now some of them they accept refraction, right? Because they claim that when you see things that are obstructed, they claim it's refraction that's causing it. But when it came to the black swan, they didn't want to accept, which, that it was refraction that was allowing us to be able to see that. And even the guy who actually filmed the black swan shows that, hey, it's kind of rare for us to see the black swan image. It's normally, the farther rig is obstructed. So, and then they'll show like, oh, we know the horizon moves around because of the conditions of the day, and then they show the what is it, the Skunk Bay image, where it's waving all over the place because of the difference in pressure and temperature at that location. But I always have to explain to them, well, okay, yes, that happens there, and that was pretty wild and crazy refraction going on, but that doesn't happen everywhere. And it sure as hell didn't happen in Hawaii when I filmed buildings at 14 miles away. I don't know if you're trying to say anything. We can't hear you. So, I mean, flat earthers, feel free to join the conversation and tell us how we're wrong.
Oh, honey, we already have for like 7-10 years. I don't think it really matters what I'm gonna say to you or anybody in this room.
Come on, Stacy. At some point, you got to be like, you know what? Maybe I'm the one that's wrong.
Can't you say that
At some
as
point.
well? At some point?
Of course. Of
Okay.
course. Absolutely. Even with the
So, are
24-hour
you wrong?
sun,
Say it now. Just give it up, Earth.
I
You
I
are wrong.
absolutely could be wrong. Absolutely could be wrong. But then I'd have to be like, then I'd have to go against each and every piece of information or observation and measurement that I've seen. And I'd have to somehow say that they're all incorrect or wrong. Even the ones that I've done, I'd have to say they're incorrect or wrong somehow. And I just can't bring my mind to do that. 24-hour sun.
Are these
Filmed by
measurements counting for refraction at all? Any of your measurements that you're doing?
of course, of course.
Well, then
Because
there's
I
where you
know,
went wrong because refraction needs to be revisited and is wrong. So everything you guys measure is wrong.
Well, no, we know how refraction works. I mean, if we didn't, then no one would be
Only
able to
up to about
take
200
classes.
meters, and then you go, wee.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. You know,
Do you treat
refraction
54 miles if you're doing a measurement that is uniformed in the atmosphere? Do you treat that everything in there is uniformed?
Well, uniform as in what? As in the same temperature and pressure? I mean, over a certain
Oh,
distance,
yeah, that's
I guess you
continuous
could.
over the same amount of distance of 54 miles, 24 miles, or any of these observations that you're doing in measurements?
Well, the observations that I did weren't 54 miles. They were about 14 miles, 14, 15 miles, right? And it's over water, right? So, the thing is, when I did mine, I knew the temperature of the water and the air. So I was like, okay, well, there's not going to be much refraction because there's not much pressure difference. There's not much refraction there. But I'm not saying there's none, but there's not much. There had to be a very, very steep temperature gradient in order for there to be heavy refraction. And if there was a lot of refraction, I would see miraging and mirroring and all that wild stuff. And I've never seen any of that stuff. Now, granted, in some places on the earth, there's heavy refraction and a steep temperature gradient, right? That creates those wild conditions, like Skunk Bay, like other places on Earth. But in certain places we don't see that,
But
and we see
do
clear
you really think
obstruction.
that 14 miles, because they've only done a test for 200 meters. So if you're going to go after 14 miles, do you really think it's going to stay the consistent same that you just took it out, this measurement of pressure and everything is
But
going to be consistent
I
for
did.
14 entire miles?
Yeah, but I did. I measured it many times.
Measure 14
So,
miles stays the same.
yeah. So I mean, it's Hawaii. You know, 81 degrees at Barber's Point is roughly the same temperature over in Honolulu, over in Waikiki.
I'm sorry, but I can be driving here in Indiana and I'll be like, look down the road, right? Over there, it's fucking raining. I can drive into a rain, right into the rain, and within a minute, and right back out of it again. And then up down here, there's some other shit going over here. Everything does change as you drive in different spots, and it doesn't have to be that far, miles, just a few miles.
Yeah, but you're not going to get a 10 degree, 10 or 15 degree temperature difference in 14 miles. You know, like I said, 81 degrees in Barber's Point is going to be 81 degrees in Waikiki. You know, and we also know the temperature of the water. You know, if the water was like 50 degrees, right, then definitely there'd be some weird stuff going on in the atmosphere, because we'd have a cold air bottom layer, right, and then a warmer air as you go up, which would definitely create some sort of heavy refraction and heavy mirroring and miraging and stuff.
But don't you, when you
I
get
never.
further out in the ocean, maybe I'm wrong, or I'm wrong, because I grew up out in the ocean a lot, Michigan thing, and I'm pretty sure the further out you get, the water gets colder away from shore.
Okay, but I'm not. But where I was filming is
So how
along
do
the
you guys
shore.
know the temperature? How do you guys know the temperature 5 miles down there, 10 miles down there of the water and the air and the pressure and everything that's going on? You guys don't know. You're starting from your base
Yeah, but
point, right?
okay. But the thing is, like, I'm filming along the shore, right? So again, there's not going to be much difference. You're talking about there'd have to be like a 10-degree difference from where I was at from Barber's Point. Let's say again, from Barber's Point to Waikiki. There had to be some sort of huge temperature difference in the water.
Has it ever been verified if there is or isn't?
I mean, you can look up the water temperature in Waikiki any time of the year. You know, it's not going to be much difference. You know, you'd
Well,
have
are
to
people
claim
out there
that.
like testing the water, like out in the water and 14 miles out in the water every day or something? Is there like these people that test the temperature or something every day of the
No,
oceans?
they,
And
of course.
They've got buoys. They've got weather
They got
buoys
buoys.
in the water all around Hawaii. They give water temperature all around it.
Absolutely.
okay,
There's the Navy's
so
there. I mean, it's.
so every day we can do these tests and actually figure out the temperature of the water. That's what needs to be done. You need to be doing these tests. Make sure you do it by buoys and actually get the
They
temperature
know.
of the water.
They
I
do.
did.
They do get it.
No, I just asked that question and they did not have it. They have not gone. I've not seen anybody give me for 14 or 54 miles the entire temperature of the water. That's a nonsense statement.
But Stacy,
No,
again,
no.
you'd
It's
have to.
this is a well-known thing. Hang on, Bebop. This is a well-known thing. The atmospheric temperature and the water temperature around Hawaii is stable year-round. It's like it can vary a little, but generally speaking, it's the
Oh my God.
same.
So you're one of those uniform fucking people, even though it tells you after 200 miles it gets chaotic and it is not uniform. And you can look this shit up and just in general, I don't care where you're at. It is
Yeah,
not
you
going to
look
be
it up in
uniform.
Hawaii. Look it up. You
We're not.
look it up in Hawaii, and you'll find that it's generally stable year-round.
And again, I wasn't looking 200 miles. We're just looking like 15 miles.
Meters, not miles, meters. That actual refraction's been studied, by the way. So after 200 meters, not miles, guys, 200 meters, it gets really, really critical out there. And in fact, they're still trying to this day, if you look this shit up and research, you know anything about refraction, they're still trying to fix the corrections for refraction because in general, they said they're off. Look this up. There's actual studies on this shit that they're saying they're trying to get more accurate with refraction because they're not accurate. Because after 200 meters, which is all they've researched, guys, it gets critical. So everything y'all are doing for measurements, I understand they're going to tell you that they're kind of correct, but they're even admitting themselves the corrections are going to have to be corrected again.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Stacy. if the Earth was curved, would we see obstruction over water?
Well, boy, you should.
And what do we see?
Therefore, I see something. Therefore, it is. I will not do that.
I mean, okay, so that kind of does it for me, along with all the other observations, right?
Obstruction. You
I
see
see.
something of it visually far. I cannot tell you that's automatically curvature. You're automatically going to that as your curvature without having verifying that's curvature.
Okay, well, I mean, if I see a building cut in half and I see there's something closer to me that I should see if the Earth was flat, then I'm going to go with either it's curved or there has to be some other weird phenomena going on that I really can't really explain. And I'm going to go with probably the the simpler um I'm going to go with the simpler thing and say, well, it has to be curved because it's matching what they're saying the curvature would be.
Of course, because it did it by design. But if you actually use your own brain, no offense, not any, I'm come on you, but people, and said, I'm not just going to go with what people tell me, because let me tell you something. Out here in the world, authority is real, and they'll try to tell you this is how it is, and you know this in
Well, no
life.
one's
And then you go,
well, no
wait a
one's
second,
told
that's
me.
actually not really how it is at all.
Yeah, but no one's told me, right? I went out and filmed it. I saw a multiple buildings cut in half, right? And then I measured. I was like, okay, so at this distance, how much should be hidden? And it's almost literally to the foot in both directions. Then I couple that with all the other observations, not only just the things that are going on at the horizon. I look at the movement of the sun, the movement of the moon. I look at 24 hour sun. I look at all those things, and I fit that onto a globe model, and it just happens to fit that. I mean, for me, that's
Isn't it?
simple.
They've messed with refraction. Even the professors know that there's things that have to be adjusted, and they'll admit it. They did with everything, all your calculations, right? Just so it fits perfectly for your model. But you guys wonder why it does. But you will never question that maybe the authority is that deep that they actually made this shit on purpose to match your fucking model. Excuse my language. The model.
No, I just don't think that. That's kind of far fetched to believe. Though they just made all this stuff up to make it look like a globe. I don't know. That's for me. That's just too far fetched. It's just too. It's too perfect. It's too
But one
perfect.
day, then you're going to realize the people that you're talking about are the same people who don't give a crap about our kids, who are also sitting here, right, with the school systems. And I'm sorry, medical and everything goes down that path. One day you'll be sitting there going, what the heck? Why did I even believe anything of authority? Because the authority just wants me to sit down, work, right, and shut the heck up.
No, in that case, I'll just homeschool my kids, which I already do.
Oh, good for that. Amen. Amen. There you go.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I just kind of that's how I do it. I'd look at the observations and I see which model is going to fit the most, and to me, it's the globe model. You know.
But when you say that, then you honestly are admitting that there's a possibility, like you said earlier, you're wrong, and then I actually might be right, or you. It doesn't matter, right? Either way, we're not arguing about who's right or wrong here. But to actually claim this is how it has to be, the be all end all, is I think where people lose the plot a little bit, with me. I think because the fact that you guys have to know, not you, but in general, people have to know something, and they put all their eggs in one basket, right? In a world like this, in a world,
No. So
it's where people
again,
go wrong.
right? Like I said, all the observations, right? Look at the path. Just look at the path of the sun at the equator, right? If you're at the equator and you're watching a sunset, the sun goes straight down, right? Like straight down.
It appears to be. It appears sometimes to do
Yeah.
that, yeah.
If it's doing anything else, right, over a flat plane, how would it be going straight down, perpendicular to the horizon? There's only one model that would match.
Why do you have to have a model that matches something that God,
There's
I guess everybody has to know something for sure. And that sky is a beautiful place. And I know you don't want to hear magic. And I'm not
now
saying
it's
magic, but I'm
either
just saying you
it's
have to know how that works.
it's either okay, it's either a globe model, right, where we're rotating and the sun goes, or it's a flat plane where the sun goes below the entire Earth. No one on the entire Earth can see it, and then it pops up on the other side.
Is there a possibility that it's not red or blue? It's purple, and you're actually missing something?
But do you but do you agree that it that would make sense on a globe model, right? At the equator, the sun would go straight down. Do you agree that
No, sorry. To be honest,
that's
all this stuff
possible?
in this world don't make no damn sense to me. But in reality, yeah, I get you. But at the same point, hon, you guys just want a red and blue. I don't want a black and white, red and blue. There's many options, and we're both sides are sticking to a choice. I made a choice that's red, or I made a choice that's blue. And in reality, there's many probably other options, or we're forgetting the one other one that's right there because people want to just choose a side.
No, no. I'm just saying the one that's most likely, the most likely outcome, the one that fits the most.
Not in my paradigm, maybe in your paradigm, but I travel a lot, and so it doesn't match up. When I'm out here looking at observations, I don't match up. I can't just go, therefore the sun does this, therefore globe. It doesn't match in my soul or even my mindset, honey.
Okay. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what other. For me, I don't know what
What am I
other
supposed to
way
do?
it would
Like go
work.
to a sky and grab the sun and say, hey, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Or am I
No.
supposed to take a sample of the sun or something? Am I supposed to honestly figure out what the sun is really doing? Little pee on me down here?
No, no, it's not that. It's just okay. Just use. It doesn't have to. You don't have to know what the sun is or what it does. Just all you know is the path that it takes through the sky, right? The path. It's a light source. Then you put yourself on some
Hey,
sort of
don't
shape,
tell me
and then you
much.
rotate,
I
and
need
then you
to tell me
rotate
the
that
truth.
shape, right? You rotate that shape, and then you see which direction does that light source move as you're rotating on that shape.
Oh, now we're rotating too. Lots of claims,
Hmm.
though. I mean, am I rotating or is that moving?
I
Am
know, but you
I the
test.
one
But
that's
I'm saying
actually
this is
rotating?
but just we're just testing it, right? Let's say, okay, great. They're claiming it's rotating, so let me rotate it and see if it matches what they're saying. I've done that. I did that in my garage.
I
I
mean,
put a
I've rotated
GoPro
a
on
lot too, like that, but I was drunk.
I I, I put a go
Sorry.
right, and I put a flashlight on the wall, and I rotated the ball. I was like, okay, wow, this looks exactly like I would see a sunset. That matches. Might not be for real, but I mean, at least that matches what I see.
Yeah, but I've also seen a video, no, it's been a while ago. I don't know if anybody has it, where they were trying to do shadows and everything else and all this damn stuff with light on a flat plane, and it worked as well. I don't know what you guys are showing, but I'd like to see something other than what you guys show because I think there's other things that work than just one shot. All you got, you know?
Okay. Well, I mean, it is what it is. You couple that again, like you couple that observation with other observations. I think I've seen some of the ones you're talking about where they use lights on a flat floor and they move the lights
Yeah.
away and stuff. But
Thank
again, that just creates more questions.
Doesn't
So
it
why
though?
does it? But why does it have to be anything other than what matches?
Because it doesn't have why does it have to be what matches? Because sometimes when shit matches, it's not that. It's an illusion that looks like that. What do you mean? We need to know.
Well,
What do
no,
we
no, no. Well, here's what I mean. All observations in the sky, the sun, the moon, the eclipses, the north-south celestial pole, 24-hour Antarctic sun, all of that is explained in one concise statement.
Distances between
Yeah.
places in the southern hemisphere. I mean, it all falls together when you put on a ball.
It all falls apart
It
when
all
you
no, it
spin
all
it and try
falls
to make it
together.
work. Now when you try to actually make that working model work, like actually work this
It
model, I mean
it
work.
does. It
It does.
it does though. I mean it does. It all comes together.
In a bucket, in a lab.
There's no other model or map that you could make work with the
You don't know
observations.
that yet. Wait, well, that's a big statement, sweetheart.
That
Mark
is
it down here, guys. Record it now. He said there is no not one other that could
No.
ever be created in this reality ever that we don't even maybe know about.
Well, I mean, we have
10,
stellarium,
10
we have
years
space engine, we
going.
have all these.
10 years going, nothing.
Yeah.
What you're doing with Nathan Oakley's and shit, you know, quantum erasers and agents and Karen B's and some bunch of people that don't give two shits about the shape of the earth. They're just here for some money and to guide us all in the wrong direction.
Well,
So when
maybe
we go
that should tell you something.
into fake
There were.
bullshit, I think in the next 10 years, see some real flat earthers or globe deniers coming out of the woodworks. It might give you something. So be careful what
Oh,
you ask for.
yeah, but in the next 10 years, Stacy, you realize that there's going to be space tourism. It's going to be even harder and harder for flat earthers to claim the earth is flat.
You said
Because
wait,
now
wait,
we're going to
wait.
have people, now we're going to have regular people traveling, you know, high enough that where they can film the curvature of the earth themselves.
Stop. You hear this later, guys. We're still waiting for people to be sent to the moon who have paid their way. Okay. I would love to see this in 10 years because I should hopefully, God, please, I'm still around because I'm going to
You'll see
laugh
it.
my butt off. And I expect you in 10 years from now. What is today's date? Oh, 10 years from now is July 21st, 25. Come back in this damn Discord if there's one or find me somewhere. Brickthrough29@gmail.com and let's somehow meet up to see if you're right because that's fun.
Yeah.
Be live streaming from the Starship.
Yeah, Artemis 3. Artemis 3.
You guys crack me up though. Can you imagine though? That would be hilarious. You guys, guess what, guys? Flat Earth's done. We're up here enjoying our base. I'd love to see this.
But of course, we'll still have people that claim it was fake, you know, which is fine.
Well, no. You better make sure you show it's not fake. It better not be. Well, it has to be
Well,
real
how would
because
we
it
do
looks
that
so
though?
fake. I mean,
How would we
don't
do
do
that?
that.
How would we show you it wasn't fake?
How about like start from the beginning?
If
of
what
the
if what if
video.
I went? What if I
And
went?
get
My
that
personally.
gas rocket. Don't you ever stop the recording. And I want to see your face and your body. But you travel clear up there, boy. And then you saw not one stop a video feed or nothing. Show me the outside and inside. There better be cameras all over that bitch, in and out. Right? 24 hours.
And even if
And then boom, you
I
landed.
did that,
That's
but
no see.
even if I did that, there would still be a goalpost move and say, there should have been a camera filming you, and then a
Oh, for
camera
sure. I
filming
want
that
cameras
guy
filming
filming
all of you.
me. Yeah, be 10 cameras, everyone filming each other.
100%. Camera on
then,
camera.
even then, it would still be claimed to be fake.
It's actually fine, B-ball. Let them believe whatever they want to.
Yeah.
No, but you know, you'd
But yeah,
have people like having a harder time to accept the other then. If you actually did something like that, that people have been begging for, on and ain't a wasted unpreparedness, right? You actually providing me some good shit.
Well, look at Jaron, right? For a long time, a lot of flat earthers thought you couldn't go to Antarctica. There's never been a 24-hour sun filmed, you know. And look, they did it. And even people are still denying it.
Because Jaron's a fool. And Jaron wasn't so
I mean,
stupid
but he
before he
wasn't.
went and he couldn't debate
He
shit. I
wasn't.
mean, maybe we trust
But
him, but
he.
he couldn't even fucking debate. It was funny as shit. He was not even a flat earther.
But he
Barely.
wasn't a fool before that, right?
Oh no, he sure was. We all did not like Jaron. We said this before he went. We was pissed off when Jaron got chose. Like, now maybe your regular people were like, Jaron,
Why?
yay.
What? But,
Because
okay,
Jaron's an idiot.
but what if he had gone down there and the observations would have proved flat Earth?
I still would have said you're an idiot.
No, come on,
Yes, I would've.
Stacy, come on.
Absolutely.
Y'all would have
I
been
would have said,
shouting
wow,
that from
thank
the
you. No, you're
rooftops.
right. I would have said, thank you for showing the truth. But I still would have said, you're an idiot.
Exactly. But because it showed something that matched the globe, he's been shunned out of the community, and now he's a glober because of what he saw.
He's been shunned out because what he said, okay? When you throw around on these communities or your server or your own damn channel and you talk about how the sky doesn't match the ground, don't give two shits, doesn't need to, and then he goes sees an observation in the sky and it's like, therefore, guys, it's out. Over and out, y'all. It's a ball. That's a freaking insider who's getting through us and try to be an agent because you lied the whole time. So was he lying now? Of course he is. He's a liar.
He did that because it matches what we predicted.
He did it because he got a big paycheck, honey.
No, he didn't get a big paycheck.
Yes, he most certainly fucking did.
No, he didn't. Come on now.
Oh, I know better. because we already knew this. I already knew Karen B was bullshit from the Globe Live server when she took the damn server from the Globe Live people. Okay? When we already knew our content creators were full of shit and already separated from Quantum Racer, Nathan Oakley, and Jerry and all those people years ago, and those people got chosen, and little Witsit who can't quit it gets up fucking Jaren's ass like he's his best fucking friend now? No.
Why do you
We aren't
see all this?
stupid, honey.
But why do you see all that division over there on that side, though? There's so much division.
Oh, I know. It's been since I
You
joined in
you don't see
2016
that.
and 17 when I came to this community and I was part of the tour, which I thought activist work, wonderfulness, right? Because that shit that I was part of for genetically modified food back in 2005 and 3 and all that shit. When I actually came to this community, I thought it was going to be truthful and honest and great. And then I found out about real content creators and the real bullshit and entertainment behind it all, even activist work, even truthers. And I thought, damn. Oh, trust me, I've been fighting against this shit for a minute. But in the beginning, nobody wanted to listen. Nobody wanted to listen to Dan the Waterman, who's been dealing with Mark Sargent and all of them too, right? Nobody wants to fucking listen to the people that are dealing with those people head on, hands on hands. They didn't.
So
Now
which ones?
they're starting to.
Which ones are telling the real truth then?
Not that
Which
some
ones?
aren't telling the truth. It's their manipulation along the way to guide people into echo chambers and to literally
Be right
guide
back.
them in the wrong direction. To make you
I'm
believe
gonna.
listen, there could be a 24-hour sun, honey. It doesn't go ahead and it doesn't effing matter. Ain't gonna change my opinion. See, that's the issue. And when he went to, and people started pushing a map, and now I'm glad Witson admitted at least, that's where they failed. Because you guys wanted one so damn bad. Give me a model, give me a model. And when they fell to your little bullshit, you guys' bullshit giving you one for flat earthers, is where they failed every flat earther. Until you have something that you can verify, quit putting it out that you know this is what the world is like. And thanks, Sharon, for destroying the mindset of my nieces, by the way. I was only gone for a short period of time. I come back, and after your TFE experiment on the damn news and everything else, I came back to a whole new world. My nieces are now questioning what the hell I'm saying to them, which is great and wonderful. But the fact that you want to go around as a truther and destroy the mindset of individuals out here that we've already helped, and you want to bounce on us and lie. No, I'm not. I'm never going to ever get over Jaren's shit because I actually care about the truth. I actually care about my nieces in the world and the people out here. And the fact that Jaren's a little agent bullshit who lied, yeah. And if he was a truther and cared about this shit, why'd he jump so quickly, instantly, to that fucking TV? Wasn't even stopped for a second. That asshole was already on TV within 2 days. What happened to we gotta wait? We gotta look over the video, see what they're gonna post. We don't want ourselves put out there and seen. Next thing you know, they're putting themselves out there. Wake up, people. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. I got a little too passionate about this. But in reality, it really did upset me, and it should upset a lot of people that were in this for a while. What those two people did to our community and to the people, your loved ones at home that you already worked on. I'm telling you right now, years of trying to talk to these people that I love and adore. So yes, it will bother me.
Who are we talking about here? Are we talking about MAGA people?
I didn't hear you. You're talking about what? You said you were asking us.
It sounds like you're talking about MAGA.
Let me go away from the AC. My God or my what?
MAGA. Trump supporters.
Oh, mother. Brother, mother. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a bunch of troublemakers. Most flat earthers are Trump supporters or MAGA people.
Not a Trump supporter here, by the way. Not political supporter in any way. And then the shit on Trump ain't no different than the rest of them. You know what's messed up is I found out during the process of this that 2023, I think is when it was put into action. I'll have to look this up again. It was just the other day I found it. That, you know, Canada, you can't, American cannot buy a house in Canada because it is not allowed until 2027. Because in 2023, they created a new law and other bullshit that now foreign people cannot buy. Isn't this a good setup in Biden's term, by the way? Right? For so that Americans can't buy over there in Canada either, but some Canadians can sure the heck buy up in the United States. No, I don't like Trump shit. Trump's going everywhere with his bullshit, pushing his crap by design and acting like he's a savior again. And people believe this shit. And what's going to happen is about 4 years from now, maybe 3, you're going to start understanding why you shouldn't have been. People that are supporting Trump.
Yep, they're learning through the Epstein file stuff that was promised to them, and they're running around. They're upset that they're not getting Epstein. Every MAGA person I spoke to during the whole 2024 election was talking about Epstein. You know, Joe Biden is on the list. Bill Clinton, Pelosi, all kind of stuff. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? You guys are delusional. If there's anybody going to be on that list, it would be Trump. but, but I digress. It's irrelevant. But they're like, no, they literally ran on it. It's just over right wing media.
I think it's funny that anybody thinks anything different. Like, oh, we're going to finally get somebody in office. It's going to do something good for the people. What the heck are they talking about? I mean, does anybody remember any time that's happened? I'm serious. Don't believe the bullshit of George Washington either. Are you guys kidding me? So in reality, you go back to your time of, I remember my time, right? I could name them all. Even you go to Bill Clinton. I did not. I mean, seriously. Have sexual relations. I did not smoke. I did not inhale. All the freaking lies. Osama. Bush bobblehead. I mean, Junior. Come on. Are we going to keep going down this path of we think Biden? We look at Biden, right? I mean, who's these options like before? Hillary Clinton. Come on now. The girl couldn't even fucking stand awake or stand up. This can't be real. Well, it's some really good theater, though.
I don't know. I'll take all of those previous presidents over what you have right now. What you have right now is corruption on steroids. Yes. Centralized government. That's what you have. Centralized government.
I don't want to take any of these presidents. I don't know. He would forget. Like, I actually have a question. Remember when President Trump dropped the mother of all bombs, the MOB? Was that his first term, right?
Yes, first term. Yeah, thought the thought.
Was anybody hurt during that process?
Exactly. Which president has dropped anything like that since what was it FDR or something like that? Nobody else. But people forgot about it.
You know, I talked to a lot of people that support Trump and actually Christians, and I tell them about that. You know, he dropped that mother of all bombs thing, and they go, "Huh? They actually forgot that he did that."
Exactly. I know. Yes, I'm glad I met somebody else who is thinking like me. I argued that with them, and they're like, "Oh, you're a liar." I'm like, "What? You don't know?"
It's like it went under the radar. It was like pushed out real quickly when he did it back then, and they never talked about it again. And now people have just completely forgotten about it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? Cheers now. We may not agree on the shape of the earth, but at least we agree on this part politically and what's going on in the world. And that does matter. People need to remember what's actually happened. Do not forget.
Yep. Do not forget.
Well, thank you for the conversation. And y'all hear my crazy ass this morning and this afternoon. But I am off to a good dinner and a birthday party. So y'all have a great day. And I'll see you soon. But thank you.
All right. Enjoy the sphere.
Robert's coming with you.
I'll enjoy my flat plainness. I mean,
Robert's invited himself.
Did we kill the conversation? What happened? Did everyone fall asleep?
We're just light years ahead of them, those flat earthers. Light years.
What's up?
I'm saying we're light years ahead of those flat earthers. That's all it is. They're still babies. They never studied science. They never. They still think drop is drop and down is down and up is up and all these kind of things. They don't realize that there are reason for things. There are reasons. They just don't like reasons for things. That's all. They don't want to think there's reasons.
Yeah. Sorry, I was having a decent conversation with Stacy, but I had a phone call, so I had to cut out.
Oh yeah, she and I were talking about MAGA people and so.
Yeah, I don't really get into the politics side of stuff. I think this is around the time when everyone starts leaving and starts heading over to Earth Awakenings. See what's going on in the chat. Let me see. Who's in the chat? Is Mikey still in the chat? Talking nonsense. Horizontal isn't sloped. And electric, man. I don't understand what happened to that guy. He, he's probably one of the few people that have gone from flat Earth to globe Earth and then back to flat Earth. The only other person I know that did that was what was his name? I think his name was Bandsaw.
Bandsaw Bandit.
Yep, old Bandsaw.
The thing is, Jesse, 6 months ago was adequately arguing on the globe side.
Yeah,
So
we have.
he knows things that contradict everything he says now. So I just can't take him serious. I just don't talk to him.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know. Something happened. I don't know whether he's serious or he's just playing a part or just enjoys arguing against the globe. Because I remember him specifically telling me that like some of the observations that I would show was kind of what brought him back to the globe. And I think I have it in DMs also.
He's let us all down, hasn't he, Jesse?
What's up?
Jesse's let us all down.
Yeah, he's disappointing me. You're disappointing me, man.
Yeah, I think it's a genuine LARP, is all it is.
Yeah, I think it's kind of easier if you don't know a lot of the science and stuff. I think it's easier to just go back and argue from where you felt comfortable. I don't know. I was trying to tell Stacy, like, I mean, you kind of just have to go with, what matches and what makes sense. to look at all to see all these things, these observations that all match one shape or one model, and to still think there has to be some other possibility. You know what I mean? That's kind of, you know, that's kind of a reach to say, okay, all these things do match, but there still has to be some other possibility. It just can't be a globe. It has to be something else. And I don't really believe that we don't understand what refraction is. I mean, I think that's we have that pretty well understood. So I'm not sure where she's getting. Oh, even the scientists don't know what refraction, what causes refraction, and we're still trying to understand it. I don't think that's true. I'm not saying she's wrong with what she's seeing, but I just maybe it's something else. All right, well, does anybody else have another conversation we can have? We can talk about moon landings, solar lunar eclipses, space travel. Rocket launches. I don't know.
Elon Musk's got a new line of technological diners. So
Diners?
if this one works, he's going to open them across the whole world.
He said diner?
Yeah, so it looks like a Blade Runner version of McDonald's.
Oh shit, really?
He's going to have like Tesla robotics and stuff.
That's cool. So like have the it's like you go inside and has like the Optimus robots working everything.
Yeah, maybe
Serving.
if anyone can sort of take the market from McDonald's and Burger King and Subway, it would be him. When I can imagine that would be easy.
Yeah. Shit.
Or easier.
Automated cheeseburgers. I mean, it wouldn't be too hard. You just have to have there have to be someone there feeding cheeseburgers into the machine.
And if it tastes as good as Burger King and the price is good,
right? I don't see shit. I think it's possible. Shit, we have soda machines and we have fucking, snack machines. I'm sure he could come up with some sort of assembly line to have food put on a plate or in a bag and served to people driving through.
Stacey's most recent sort of excuse why she's a flat earther is that Whitsitt let her down. So that's like, oh, I'm still a
How?
flat earther because we got tricked.
How did he let you down? Because he went to Antarctica and saw something he wasn't supposed to see?
I think it's because he said, we're going to get this, guys. I'm going to get all the info. It's going to be okay. And then it wasn't okay. He presented as sort of lazy. But somehow this is extra reason to stay a flat earther.
I don't understand either. For years you claim it's not there's no 24-hour sun. You claim all the videos are fake. Then you go down there and you see it with your own eyes.
Jill thinks it was a great observation. Now we've got more data to work with to figure things out.
Right. Yep. More data to deny.
He's managed to pretend it's a positive spin, but now basically he's had to flip the AE inside out, which is completely terrifying.
Yeah. It's a dual pole Earth. I've seen that model. It just.
Yeah, I'm not saying that this is what it is, but this is how it could work.
I don't know. Is there two suns on this dual pole Earth, or is there one sun and it's doing like an infinity motion around the Earth?
That question would stop the debate in its tracks. They're not sure. I don't think.
Yeah, there's nothing is sure about flat Earth. Nobody's sure about anything. We don't know. It can't be measured, but it measures flat, but we can't measure anything. But we don't know. We haven't measured the whole Earth, but we know it measures flat. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how you come back from seeing a 24-hour sun and still thinking the Earth is flat. I just don't. I don't know. And then seeing how it works.
It's going to go all the way to space travel. A flat earther is going to go to space, see the Earth as a globe, and say no.
Yeah, that's just like my thumbnail. Yeah, it's the windows that make it look curved. Has to be the windows aren't really windows. They're movie screens.
I wonder if Karen has tried to speak to it to say, "Come on, man."
Yeah, they had.
It's
No,
good
they
on
had
this
they had a debate. They debated. You didn't see that?
No. So, Witsit doubled down, I assume.
Yeah, they had a debate. I think they're going to debate again. I believe.
That's so cringy. It's good content for journalism because he's just going to wreck Witsit every time now.
Yeah, he did. He did. Yeah, that even makes me want. I think I want to watch it again because it was pretty good. Jaren's a better glober than he was a flat earther. He's a better glober than a lot of globers.
Yeah, he even sounds more reasonable somehow in the tone.
Like, and I believe before he even went, he understood. Like, if we see this, it's over. Just it can't be flat. I think he understood that. But I think a lot of flat earthers were just saying they were probably praying. They were praying that they didn't see what they saw, and hoping that the trip actually didn't happen.
I think part of Stacey's annoyance is that they were not in control. The average flat earther couldn't control, and they couldn't control how much it was being shoved in their face.
Right. But they could have gone there years ago. Flat earthers could have, okay, we're making this claim, well, no one can go there. Well, let's actually try and go there. Let's put our money together. Let's super chat fucking Witsit or whoever, all the money that they're making. Let's super chat them and let's go to Antarctica.
They were
They could
dug
have done
in.
this.
They were thinking of it like Game of Thrones, dug in like it's a literal ice wall, and no one's been past the barrier.
Mm-hmm. They could have done this. They could have actually funded somebody, and sent them to Antarctica. Could have been done years ago. But it took some rich guy out of nowhere, some pastor, to be like, you know what? I'll pay for you. You want to go? I'll pay for you. You want to go? Yeah. Who wants to go?
It's similar to the gyroscope, isn't it? Although the Globers didn't pay for that, they convinced the flat earthers to pay for it. Like, you could win if you just try this. And that got shoved in their face.
And I think the only thing that flat earthers have actually ever done was when Fe Core did these laser tests.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was it.
And they did get it to bend around the lake a little bit, but
Mhm.
not enough to prove Earth's flat.
Yeah. Now it's just, oh, look at this long distance observation that I took with my cell phone and my P900. Don't look at the sky. No, don't look at the sky. Just look at this building from these buildings from this distance. Oh, we can see them. Don't worry about we're not being able to see all of them, but we can see them. Earth's flat.
It was funny earlier. Slitsy tried to say he was older than Blue, and Blue said, "Well, I'm 75," and then Slitsy had to pretend he was 83.
Yeah.
He sounds like he's 50, 55 or something.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know for sure. Maybe he
No.
is fucking super old.
There's no way he's older than Blue. Not a chance.
Yeah, I don't think so. But let's see what happens this year. I want to see if anybody decides to go to Antarctica again this year. Maybe Dave Weiss and Flat's the way to go this time. That would be amazing, but I'm sure that won't happen. But I do think Toon's gonna go again, possibly.
Why do they want to go back then?
I don't know.
It's like a ritual now. It's like the best time of Chin's life, and he's got to do it again.
Yeah, I think even look at Jin. I think even if Jin went, he'd still claim, "Oh, what is happening on a flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen? We have a 24 sun because it's happening on a flat Earth."
Yeah.
You could send that guy to the moon, and he'd still say, "Well, we're on the moon because the Earth is flat. It's happening on a flat Earth."
The moon must have its own gravity somehow. We're on the top somehow.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me.
That will be interesting. Boston tries to run. He's definitely going to see the sun. Well, if he picks the right time when the marathons run.
Wait, what are you talking about?
You know the marathon they run. I assume they run it when the sun stays up. And
Oh,
Boston,
yeah.
Boston said he wanted to do it.
Really? Oh, run Boston Bear? Yeah, you cut out. You said run Boston Bear is going to run that marathon?
Yeah, I'm just going by what Helio put in the chat.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That'd be cool.
Okay, so that would be guaranteed. It'd be like, yep, it was daytime the whole run.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be there for a few days, so he'll see it go around and around and around.
Quick question: have you guys been to the English hub?
No, I think what's his name? I think Jen sent me the link. I haven't clicked on it yet.
Yeah, man. There's 300,000 members. Flat Earthers have a channel on there.
Oh, is it the 24? Yeah, probably the 24/7 crew. Since no one's the two politics servers, I don't think anybody really goes into those two. Well, I mean, the ones that I checked, the two rooms in there, the times that I checked, people are starting to dwindle. So maybe they moved.
Yeah, the politics religion one, they don't have as much power on there. So they've kind of slightly abandoned it. But the politics one, they have more carte blanche over there. And so the English hub now, to where they are, I've been over there But I don't think their power is as strong either.
Who are the mods? Are there like they're super strict mods? Because I tried going in politics and the 24/7. You don't really get much time to speak. You kind of get you have to answer their questions. They don't answer your questions. How it is.
Yeah, yeah. The mods in English are better people, but they have given power to the 24/7 crew.
Okay.
So yeah, so they'll kick you once they
Probably.
know who you are. Those guys will boot you
Yeah.
quick because they know that the mods on English are a little bit more hospitable, and they don't
Right.
like that.
So probably not a fair platform. I've tried though. I've tried going over there and having a conversation, but it always goes to gravity. For some reason, any conversation you have, you start trying to talk about, it always ends up at gravity.
Oh yeah.
You could be talking about what was I was over there one time trying to talk about solar eclipses or something or lunar eclipses, and somehow we wound up talking about gravity. Another time I was trying to talk about flights, southern hemisphere flights, and again it went to gravity. I mentioned the word gravity, and then you want to talk gravity? Well, what type of gravity? Einsteinian, Newtonian, and yeah, and I was like, okay, forget it.
I tell them they're the same.
Yeah,
And they
and
hate when I do that. They
I
hate
got
when I do
banned.
that because it kind of kills their argument a little bit.
And then sometimes I just go over there and hang out in the chat, and then I get banned
Right,
because I don't
right, right.
come into the VC. Yep. I guess we'll still be arguing about the shape of the Earth for years to come. There's always going to be flat earthers, no matter what.
Yeah.
But I think you're right about that. The next one should be sending a flat earther to space. At least one.
I think there'll be
But how
other
many
stuff
minds would
before that, but I do
Yeah.
think
And
it
even
will go all the way to that.
the only flat earthers that there's two. The only flat earthers that have ever put up a balloon was Dwayne Kellum and Rob Skiba.
Did you know Felix Baumgartner died? I'm surprised no
What?
flat earthers mentioned it.
He did?
Yeah, his
No
paramotor
way.
his paramotor spiraled and crashed into a swimming pool near the coast of where he
When
was
did this happen?
flying, like 3 days ago.
yeah, a couple
Hold
days
on.
ago. Yeah.
So I'm going with
Oh
someone
shit.
fucked with his paramotor.
Yeah, the flat earthers did because he was coming back to say he's seen curvature.
Oh wow, yeah, July 7th, July 17th.
His wife's released his last takeoff, but there's no footage of him crashing. But a lady watched it with their kids.
Oh shit, that's crazy.
Unless he was trying like risky maneuvers and he overdid it, which you can do on a paramotor, can't you? But it feels suspicious. Like we always get celebrities crashing their helicopters, and this feels like the same thing.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Last moments of filming Bob Gardner's life caught on camera. I'm not gonna. I don't
Oh
want to
shit!
watch that. I can't watch stuff like that. That's crazy. Damn. He was 56.
It sort of puts in the whole fun, doesn't it, of extreme stunts like Mad, like Mac. What was
Yeah.
his name?
Mad Mike.
Yeah, that's
Paragliding accident near coast of Italy at 56. Huh. That's crazy. Damn, man. I would have never fucking known that. Mm-mm-mm. I'm sure someone can spin a conspiracy out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he saw Earth was
Black
flat, and
jokers,
the Masons killed him.
black jokers sabotaged because he was coming back to say the earth has perished.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's the other one. Yeah,
Yep.
the flat terrorists got to him.
Yep.
No, they're not going to show the crash.
Geo and Jeremy planned it.
Mm. Oh, well, here's another one. The Earth will spin faster on July 22nd to create the
Yeah,
second
yeah, yeah.
shortest day in history.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's only 1.34 milliseconds less than the standard 24 hours.
That's why I was mentioning interferometers, because how did they detect this speed up? You need extremely sensitive instruments to do that. Okay. People have to go to school and learn.
Yeah, there's like this huge uprising against education. I don't understand. Or against it.
Okay,
Yes,
so
we
yeah,
know the
my account reset, so I'm going to go over to the English hub now. I'm going to type something in the chat, and I'll be quickly banned. But hey, do you guys want me to say anything in particular?
the Earth spins. It's been measured.
The Earth spins what?
The Earth spins. It's been measured. It's being measured as we speak.
All right, cool. Let me do that right.
And how do we know that? Well, because it's being measured. All the flat earthers have left. Now is I don't know. I can share my screen from my tablet. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna unmute Demok. It's just no.
Yeah, what I found on Felix, it looks like he jumped out of a plane and his chute didn't open. That's what it looks like. They said paraglider.
Yeah, I think he
Hey,
was.
DJ, I didn't even get to finish typing it. DJ, he was about to type and then he just kicked me. He's monitoring it like crazy.
What?
Yeah.
You didn't even get to finish the sentence?
I didn't even get to finish the sentence.
Wow, that's crazy. And I got a link to join that. Why would I want to join that? The next time Jin comes in here, I'm gonna ask him about that because he was the one that sent me the link to join that server.
A link to what server?
The English pub or English something.
Yeah, the English pub.
You said what you said
I
is
mean,
like 30,000 members.
Yeah, 30,000 members. They may tolerate you guys for a little bit. I mean, they know me. I have caused QE to spiral out of control, and Nathan Oakley.
Oh, yeah, they know me too. Yeah. I think I think I spoke directly to QE probably once, and I got banned. I forget exactly what we were talking about, but it, you know, didn't last long.
I remember Kool-Aid was talking to QE, and he did get it out. He said, QE's a bitch. He's a big fat bitch. And he said some more stuff. It was kind of childish, but it was funny as hell.
Yeah, for them to behave in that way goes to show you how weak their argument is. Yeah. Because none of us would treat them in that way, just do them just like that. We would hear what they have to say if they get disrespectful and all that. Yeah. But they're free to come to the spaces anytime. And it's because we don't have anything to prove. You know what I mean? It's like the Earth defends itself. We're just bringing the information. It goes to show you that we are the ones that, like, people are just confident. We're just confident. We just know it's not a big deal. Yeah, sometimes people get upset, people get a little flustered, blah blah blah. But honestly, we're good the next day. But them, they hold a grudge.
So the conversation we were having earlier about, we're talking about the flights and the tangential speed of the Earth at different latitudes, and I had calculated it that so at I think it was one latitude which was at damn it can't think of it at 30 degrees north and 40 degrees north, which is one is in New Jersey near Philadelphia and the other one is Jacksonville, and one is like 800 miles per hour, one's like 700 900 miles per hour, and I calculated that they would only have to change speed, because it's like 700 miles between those two places, and the difference in speed is like 104 miles per hour in tangential speed. So over that distance, the aircraft would only have to increase by about I think it was like 0.1, 0.3 or something miles per hour over 700 miles. So whenever flat earthers talk about, oh, how do they account for the speed or
They never actually look at the numbers and calculate it to find out how much the speed would have to change. You know, because I guess they think that it's gonna be some crazy. How do they gain so much speed? You know, there's no flights that go from like New York to the equator. I mean, I'm sure there's a few. Maybe I don't know. I don't know of any. You'd have to probably change flights somewhere. There's no flight that goes from the North Pole to the equator. Left lane, are you there? Is anybody there? Am I talking to myself? What the hell is going on?
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Oh.
I'm in pretty heavy traffic.
Oh, okay, okay. But yeah, I always look at that argument that new perspective makes, and I'm like, did you ever actually do the math? Because it's not that much of a difference. It's a difference of 100 miles, 100 miles per hour. But over that distance, you know, they're not going to have to change that, increase their speed that much.
New perspective always takes the plane out of the rotating frame. That's his problem, and he's been told it over and over again, and he just goes right back to his argument.
Right, and for some reason he thinks that that's a really really strong argument, but he strawmans the speed of the rotation. Or the distance, and he thinks that there's some flight that goes straight north and south. At best you'll go, maybe from New York to like Puerto Rico or something. But even then, it'd probably be only like 100 maybe 120 mile difference, 120 10 miles in tangential speed difference, which you have to divide that over the distance between those two places. Maybe I'm doing it wrong, but I mean, that's the way I see it. A open and shut flow proof. I mean, for the flat earthers. When will they be like, okay, I've seen enough. Okay, it has to be a globe. This one thing has changed my mind. What will that be? What do you think, Nash Shill? What's going to be the end all be all? Because for me, if I was a flat earther, I think the 24-hour sun would have been enough. You know, looking at curvature, looking at obstruction over water. I mean, yeah, you could claim that, but for some, that's not definitive. But I would think seeing a 24-hour sun would be definitive enough for me to be like, okay, yeah, there's no way that would work on any other model. Let's see what's going on. This is right around that time. Sean, you're about to stream again. What is Sean streaming? Heavy equipment? Yep. Sean is still working heavy equipment. Moving dirt. Gotta be a fucking awesome job, man. I'm jealous. I'm so jealous of you right now. That's like every little boy's dream is fucking working big equipment, moving dirt. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Don't touch that dial.
Check, check, check. Sean, that's too much dirt. Too much dirt, Sean. Check. Damn, there's no one to tell me how good my audio is. I'm using a microphone now.
No, your audio's good.
Hold on. Hold on. All right. Now, how's my audio?
Sounds good to me.
I'm still using this. No, it's not. How does it sound now?
Just got a little lower, but it's still good.
Oh yeah, it's because now I'm in my car, and I'm guessing it's using some sort of microphone in my car. I don't know.
Yeah, the Bluetooth.
Does it sound
That's
muffled?
in. Say again?
Does it sound muffled? Oh shit.
No, it doesn't sound muffled. It just sounds like you're further away.
Hold on. I said, did it sound muffled?
Not muffled. You just sound a little further away now.
Yeah. Probably because it's not using the microphone that I have for the phone. All right.
You didn't get rid of your motorcycle, did you?
I did.
Wow. Why?
Because, well, I would have had to be like, okay, we had a van. I had the van and the motorcycle, right? And I would have had to drive back and forth to work, in the rain and all that shit, because we only had one vehicle and a motorcycle. So my wife was like, man, you need to get yourself a car because, what are you going to do when you got to, take all your gear to work and shit? I'm like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. So I found somewhere that would. What's up?
I forgot you don't live in Hawaii anymore.
No, not anymore. So I found somewhere that would take my motorcycle as a trade-in.
Nice.
So most of the places wouldn't do it. So I was like, okay, let me fuck, because I knew what kind of car I wanted, but I wanted to use my motorcycle as a trade-in.
Oh, that's how you got the white car, right? It's a white car.
Yeah, a white Tesla. Yeah. So I was like, okay.
Okay, so you got that when you went to. You got that when you first got out here, or got out to Texas.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep, I got one first, and then my wife got one. So now we both have Teslas. What's crazy about hers is that when I got hers, we had to travel all the way to fucking Atlanta to pick it up.
Wow.
Yeah. Because she was real specific about which one she wanted. She was like, I want this color to have these features. Yeah, and that's it. So we found one, but it was all the way in Atlanta. So I was like, okay, either they're gonna ship it to us, or we're gonna have to drive there and fucking get it. And if for them to ship it to us, I would have had to pay like $2,000 out of pocket for them to ship it. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just fucking drive there and get it. And it was over a weekend.
Yeah, that's
it was over a weekend. It was over a weekend. We had to drive. I had to drive there, so it was kind of like I was taking a risk, because in order to leave like around the area, I would have had to go on leave.
So I didn't go on leave. So I kind of like took a risk.
Oh.
So we drove there. We drove all the way there. We left at like 3 o'clock in the morning to drive. Took us like 13 or something hours, or probably a little bit longer. But we got there. It was like 8 o'clock at night. And luckily, they left the dealership open for us to get there and sign the paperwork. And we drove away with it. But the one thing I didn't know about Teslas, right, is that when you get a Tesla, you have to have a Tesla account, which I had a Tesla account, right? But the people that owned it, the people that owned it previously didn't remove it from their account.
Oh.
So I couldn't.
So like you have to like, so you have to like sign in every time you start it, basically.
No. It's, no, you're always signed in. So like my phone is my key basically.
Oh, wow.
But I do have like an extra it's kind of like a little credit card doesn't index the actual key, but I can use my phone as the key. Right?
That sounds sketchy as fuck, man.
Well, I mean, no one else can drive it because they'd have to either steal your phone or they'd have to like take your actual key card.
And then at that point, you can still shut it down with your phone, though, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then you can track it. You can find out where it's at and shit.
Or you report it stolen and watch where it goes.
Yeah. So the crazy thing is, right? So we were gonna drive home the next day, but I had to charge it because it wouldn't have made it. But the thing is, when I went to the charger, right, I couldn't charge it because it was still in the other people's name that owned it previously, and they didn't remove it.
Oh shit.
So I was stranded because I couldn't charge it and I couldn't find anywhere else to charge it at. And I called Tesla to see, hey, could you guys, remove it? Remove it from from the other people. They're like, oh, sorry, you have to either contact the previous owners or you have to wait till Monday until they open up or whatever. And I was like, you fucking kidding me? I was like, are you kidding me? I have to wait till Monday? I can't wait till Monday because I'm going to be in deep shit because I can't, they're not, my unit didn't even know I fucking left the state.
Yeah, that's
so.
They would consider you AWOL, wouldn't they?
Yes, exactly. I would have been in deep because I left the state and I wasn't, I wasn't on leave. But luckily,
wait. You're not allowed to leave the state without permission?
Oh, so you can't. It's okay. You can go on pass, right? But in order to go out of a certain radius, you have to be on leave.
Ah, because you're always on call.
Yes, exactly. So I wasn't on leave to be able to fucking drive that far away from the post. Because of, because of like
yeah, something happens.
Like
you gotta get there.
Let's say if I would have drove and we would have got an accident, I wouldn't have been covered because I wasn't on leave.
Oh,
so that's why I was saying I took a big risk. Yeah. So the thing is, like, on this, like, the Sunday, I called and finally got someone on the phone who was able to switch it over to my account. That way I was able to finally charge it and then be on my way.
Damn.
Right. So it took him like 2 minutes. Like, oh, I talked to somebody. Oh yeah, I can do that for you. Click. Boom, done. I was like, why couldn't somebody do that shit over the phone yesterday? Yeah, I was fucking pissed. Because I didn't get home until Monday morning at like 3 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning, and I had to be at work at 5.
Yeah, but respectfully, fuck you, because you probably slept most of that drive.
No, I had to drive the whole fucking time.
You don't have the drive thing?
No, you mean you're talking about the full self-driving? No, I didn't have that. I don't have that.
I bet you wish you did.
So what I do have is I have the autopilot. So if I'm on the highway, I just click the autopilot and it'll just stay in the middle of the lane and behind a vehicle that's in front of me. And it'll make turns and everything. Yeah. So that's good. But it doesn't have the full self-driving where you just type the destination and it'll make turns, stop. Yeah, no, you can't fall asleep because it has a camera inside that's watching your eyes to make sure you're paying attention to the road.
Even with the auto drive.
Yeah, you have to pay attention, or it's going to give you it's going to set up an alert.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Boy, I hope so.
Yeah.
I thought people were like allowed to like actually fall asleep and shit.
Oh no, hell no.
Oh, what's the point of having a fucking Tesla? Jesus.
Well, because you can just kind of sit there and just look at the road.
That sounds stupid as fuck.
You can like look away for, like, you can look away for like maybe 10, 15 seconds, you know, and do something and whatever, but you have to be paying attention to the road. It's a safety thing, you know?
You know what? I'm sorry. Now that I know that, it really does seem like no point.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to touch the wheel. Well, it does actually ask you eventually to interact with the wheel, but I'm not sure if full self-driving you have to actually interact with. You just have to be attentive to the road. You know what I mean? You don't have to look. You don't have to stare at the road, but like you have to look forward from time to time.
You just have to be aware. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Now, I have a question. Now, this is going to be a weird question, but it's a question.
Right.
So if you're like smoking crack in your Tesla, it'll be like, no.
Nah, it's not. Nah, you can fucking do whatever you want. Smoke crack, probably, you know, get head or whatever. I don't know. As long as you're looking forward from time to time.
So there's an advantage for that. You can smoke your crack. You drive your Tesla.
There you go.
Wow.
Hey, think of it like an airplane. I sure don't want to think those two guys in the front have gone to sleep for a few hours on the way to the next airport.
Right. Exactly.
Sure. Is there something on the plane that checks that, or are the pilot and co-pilots?
No, there isn't, and that has happened too. So there have been some guys lose their license because of that.
They fell asleep at the wheel.
Oh, because one would fall asleep, and then the other guy ended up falling asleep.
Yeah, both of them. One fairly famous incident. I can't really remember what airline it was now, but yeah, they both went to sleep. Overflew their destination airport. The plane kind of put itself in a holding pattern, like, what the fuck you want me to do now? They eventually woke up and had to confess that they might not have been paying attention.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was a big.
That's super not paying attention.
Whole lot of upset people over that one.
I didn't know. Maybe you can confirm this or not, but if you're in a commercial plane crash, you get like a shit ton of money if you survive.
Oh yeah.
So now, tell me if this is true. I'm not gonna lie. I heard this on Instagram, but the whole like tuck your head when there is a crash is more to kind of like make sure you don't survive.
It almost seems that way, doesn't it?
That's crazy.
No use dying from blunt force trauma when you can snap your fucking neck in a split second.
Exactly. Save a few million.
Yeah, I don't really want to face plant into the back of the seat in front of me. I give them that. But
what about that recent one where one guy survived? Where was that, in India
crazy.
or something?
Air India, yeah.
One guy survived. Yeah.
He happened to be sitting. It was just the absolute lucky thing. He was sitting right over the wing spar, and the plane split apart right about there, and he was able to get out of it.
Damn.
But the person next to him died.
Yeah, that's crazy. I do remember there was a crash. I think it was in Pittsburgh, and the pilot was tired or something, but they basically ran out of fuel, and he landed it in a neighborhood, but didn't hit any houses, and I think everyone survived.
Huh. Things have happened like that.
I wish I remembered. But like all the people end up going like to a house and shit. And it's pretty crazy. It was on one of those, the air disaster shows.
Yeah. Yeah, crazy things can happen. What was that one up in Toronto earlier this year?
Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah.
You're talking about the one that rolled.
All right.
Slammed it down so hard on the runway, broke the damn right main gear. Airplane did a slow roll, ripped off the right wing, I think, and most of the left wing. So they left all the fuel behind them. That was a good thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, I want to let you know you're doing a great job, man. Keep up the good work. Moving that
Thank
dirt.
you, sir. I appreciate that. Hopefully it'll be done today, though. Hopefully.
I was trying to ask you
very
earlier, is it just like your boss just say, hey, man, I need you to move this dirt from here to here, and it's kind of that simple. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that what
This area, this area needs to look like this, and then obviously there's a lot of dirt in the way.
Okay.
Where are they hauling it off to?
There's a bioswell about a quarter mile away, and then also right there.
Oh, okay.
So about if he's dumping, let me see. Yeah, see now he's going to the other one. So you see the building in the distance?
Sort of.
Yeah, it's the far right corner is where he's going. So it takes him about, if he's trying, he can get back in 10 minutes.
There's only one truck coming back and forth?
I got a dozer over there pushing it around.
Well, actually, I was pushing it. I was pushing down all that down here because it has to get graded out, and then I got to push up the slopes. But yeah, I was using the dozer a little while ago. Right there, the D6.
Uh-huh.
But
basically, I asked earlier, you think you could?
Yeah, I think what?
You think you could fold? You think you could fold a napkin with that thing?
Yeah, of course. I've popped a beer bottle before, a beer cap before.
Holy shit!
A napkin. That sounds easy. Now I'm just bored.
Did you have to take a class for that? Like go to or was it just like, hey man, let me hop in here, let me show you how this thing works?
I have literally been doing this, running heavy equipment since I was 5 years old. My dad's been in construction his whole life. So I am what you would consider self-taught.
Okay.
I mean, I've had a lot of people that showed me how to do things and mentored me, but self-taught.
Cool.
I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I have a very good ability to get on a machine that I've never ran, or any machine really, and just get something done really proficiently.
Mm-hmm.
That is not as easy as it looks either.
No, it's not. It's put it this way: if I think, I fuck up. I fuck up a lot if I start thinking. It's very subconscious now when I'm doing stuff. So it may sound weird, but me talking right now makes this job easier. Because I'm not trying to overthink anything. I'm just letting my brain do it.
Yep, just move this dirt from here to here.
Yep. Well, I there's like little tedious things I still have to do. I have to like backfill that wall over there. You guys probably can't tell, but at the bottom of this down there, there's like a big mud pile. I gotta dig that out, backfill it with good dirt. It's just I'm being lazy and I don't want to climb down there right now. Because if I climb down there, the dump truck will get back and I'll have to climb back up it again.
Oh.
So, and I had 3 trucks, but I don't know what happened, but they just stopped running. So now I only have one truck running.
They probably wanted to go grab a sandwich.
Oh no, they left about 4 hours ago. It's a good sandwich. It's a good nap.
Yep.
And the funny part is I'm not even supposed to be at this job. Like I don't work with this crew. It's just they didn't have an operator, and we just finished the job we were on before. So
It all disappeared 4 hours ago. Huh?
So now I just
happened to coincide with the opening of the local titty bar, no doubt.
They actually just opened a new one up for 10, about 3 miles up.
What part of Texas is this?
Seguin.
Oh, Seguin.
You know where Seguin is?
Is that going down towards Austin?
It's
or isn't it west of Austin?
Yeah, east of Austin. You know where the I-10 and the toll road is? I-30 or 130?
I think so. I have to look at the map. I'm not sure.
I'm just east of San Antonio.
Okay, so you're ways, yeah. You're a good ways away.
Yeah. Yeah, so like I could, like if I was trying, like I only said Seguin to you because you're in Texas, but if I was talking to somebody else, I would just say San Antonio.
Okay.
But realistically, San Antonio is about 45 minutes west of me.
Okay.
I was an inmate there for about 6 months.
Yeah. You were saying you were at that one air base right there off the 10.
No, I was at Fort Sam.
Oh, Fort Sam, you see?
Yeah.
Oh, you were a medic, right?
Yeah. X-ray tech. Medic and X-ray tech.
Not a bad gig on the civilian side.
I shot thousands of guys in my career, by God. I don't bother telling people it was with an X-ray machine, but I still shot them. I mean, yeah.
Did you drink the water at Fort Sam, Blue?
What's up, man?
I don't specifically remember doing it. I might have fucked up once and done that.
Because there's a bunch of lawsuits going around Texas right now for people that drink that the water at Fort Sam. Huh. I guess there was issues with the asbestos pipes, probably.
Yeah, I remember reading something about that, but I don't think that was during the time when I was there. I was there in 1971, so.
Well, that's when the pipes would have been newer.
Yeah, I got the new asbestos. That's not harmful at all.
That's a clean dirty.
Yeah, the nice fluffy white stuff, really white. Yeah, don't drink the black asbestos. No. Or the dark brown asbestos. That's even worse.
With a little red tinge.
Yeah.
That was my favorite thing. I was on a project, and they were like, "Hey, we're ripping out old asbestos, so we had to do the asbestos class." And then I realized it was like, man, we're just breaking and popping asbestos pipes everywhere. Like this clay on, it's like, this can't be fucking safe. And they're like, we're gonna wrap it in plastic.
Yep.
I'm thinking the guys that are on the ground wrapping it in plastic probably aren't the safest right now.
That's usually about all they do. Spray it down with a spray bottle of water and stick it in a plastic bag.
And then they take it to a landfill, like that plastic matter.
Well, hell, unless it becomes airborne, it's not dangerous at all. Asbestos is very inert.
Yeah, but when you're breaking, when you're digging out asbestos old pipe out of the ground, it's airborne.
Yeah, that becomes they call it friable. Those little tiny fibers are become airborne, and that will kill your ass. But if you don't fuck with it, just touching it's not gonna hurt you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, people hear the word asbestos and they go running crazy, screaming, "Oh shit! Oh shit! Asbestos!" Tell you what, dude, leave it alone. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good saying. Any community that gets its laughs by pretending to be idiots will eventually be flooded by actual idiots who mistakenly believe they're in good company.
We have lots of them.
That's great.
Yep, truck's back.
So, Blue, what's Mikey's deal? Honestly,
Huh?
is he serious, or is he just like, what's up with him?
I don't know. He's a weirdo.
Who are you talking
He
about?
really jumped in DC. The guy, what's his name? Mike Jones.
Oh,
horizontal. It doesn't slope.
I'm surprised you still talk to him, Blue.
I don't even know why we waste our time.
Oh, I just have fun with it.
Yeah, it's fun.
I love to stir him up.
What's funny is that he'll just screenshot what you said and then say it back, and then he'll ask the same question over and over.
Oh, he and Bev are just alike, and I have a ball making them dance.
He said, "You're just saying that the oxymoronic slope of the horizontal reference is somehow paradoxically parabolic."
And nobody ever said that.
No, man. Do you imagine? What does it say? Do you imagine that would mean horizontal somehow paradoxically slopes, and the oxymoronic slope of the horizon is somehow parabolic? Because Effie Dogma says that it's stupid, and I agree with him on that. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know what the fuck that guy means.
It's just word salad.
Right. And I'm like, yes, we can measure the drop from horizontal. Here's me doing it.
Mm-hmm. Well, hell, they even do it and deny it. Bev has done it.
Right. Now, I've looked at the what is it? I've looked at the curve calculator, the one that doesn't account for curvature, and I look at that and it tells me at 14 miles at an elevation of 11 feet, there should be like 60. I think it said 68 feet of something hidden. And I look at the building that I'm always looking at, which is like the 15-story building, and you can see about 5 or 6 stories of it. That's pretty spot on.
Yep.
I mean, it's pretty close to what would be expected.
I doubt you have any ever had any extreme refraction over there where you were.
So
air temperature, water temperature is almost pretty much the same.
Right.
I mean,
so the funny thing is that if you look at some of the, I pointed out on the one video that I have, or I think it maybe a few of them, right? There's a building that's all the way to the left, right, where you can see that the building itself on one side of the building it's normal, and as you go to the right of the building, it starts to warp.
mm-hmm.
It literally starts to warp in the middle of the building, and right at that point is where the runway, the Honolulu runway starts.
Yeah, that would do it.
So what that's telling me is that the heat coming off the runway is causing that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that damn runway surface will be 150 degrees or something ridiculous.
Right, exactly. And as you keep panning to the right, that goes away, and it goes away of course when the runway stops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it all makes perfect sense. To us, it makes perfect sense.
Right.
To them, nothing makes sense because they have no sense.
I try so hard to try and explain. I'm trying to explain certain things. I don't know. I'm not the best at explaining certain things. I don't really get too in depth with certain things. I just go by what I know. Where's my spoon at?
Hell, I've just about gotten to the point that of just saying, hey, if you want to be a dumbass, that's up to you. You go right ahead. I got no problem with that. Be as stupid as you want to be. But don't try to tell me the Earth is flat. It's not.
Right. Right. All right, Blue. I'm gonna get out of here because I got some stuff I have to take care of. I'm probably gonna stop the live stream and then take care of some things. Sorry, Sean. We're leaving you. Well, I'm leaving you.
Have a good one,
I'll be back in a minute. I got to go feed my dog, but I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
I love watching those machines work.
It is fun. I like watching myself.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe shit got done back in the day without these.
No joke. I bet if I got on that thing, I could bash in the side of that guy's truck with it. Exactly what I'd do. I have a hard enough time running a skid steer.
Yeah, those are fun.
Oh, they are. They're like go-karts.
I guess if he is going there, that means I'm going to climb back down here for a second. I don't want to, but I have to.
And so the bucket's 7 yards, and the truck holds about, what, 4 buckets?
Yeah. If I do 4 good buckets.
Yeah. So 30 yards or so. Imagine moving 30 yards of dirt by hand. That's a whole bunch of wheelbarrows.
An endless amount, it would feel like.
Yeah, 100 years ago, that's what they were doing.
Fuck that. So it is weird though, because like, they're like the new generation of machines are so like high tech and shit now that I hate them. Like the dozers have like auto blade and all that shit. I'm like, I don't want an auto blade. I want to do it myself. I am not on a good part of this.
GPS thing sitting on the blade.
Yeah, this one doesn't have it, but the one on the other crew that I actually work with, we have an excavator with it in the fucking GPS screens as big as it's bigger than like the average tablet. I don't want to have to climb back up out of here. Which I do climb back down here. La. Why aren't you coming down here?
Well, have fun, Sean. I got to run.
Yes, sir. Have a good one.
Yep. Take care, man.